Sunshine, what's up? Fuck. I have such a bad fucking fever. Morning. Have you been watching me sleep? It's a weird first interaction. Fine. My fault. Yeah. How long have you been watching? Uh, I was just gonna type quack and leave, but you started moving. My bad. This was a bad time to do a 24-hour stream. Oh well. Avatar. What time is it for you? Isn't it you in Hawaii? No, I don't know the time difference. How hot is my phone? Oh, it's not bad. Go? Um, love me anymore. Oopsies. We are out. I wonder if people who fell asleep to the stream is just hearing me sing. Freaked out. That'd be hilarious. We found. This song. Oh. Oh. Oh God. Hi, Joy Boy. Dude, my eyes are completely bloodshot. How sick is that? Not itchy or anything. They're just completely red. I don't know how to fix it. Washed my eyes. Didn't really do anything. Aren't tootin' brain. What is this? Uh, we get out. Ew. How many people fucking used a sound alert? We get out. Fall down. We get out. Out. We get out. My tea's too hot to drink. I need to hydrate. We get out. We get out. I'm in pain. Everything hurts. I just feel fine. They're just. It's crazy. Did Glassberger raid me with one viewer, which was himself? Love you. I can't sleep till I'm drinking enough water. Therefore, instead of going to bed, a little game for y'all. A little game we all enjoy watching. Love you. Oh, I really do. Mm-hmm. Love you. The carousel moves. No one cares. Kevin Bernard. 300, 3,000. No, this one, right? No, 3,000's heavy duty. Lying inside and outside, everything's fine. Hopefully, I feel better by tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Don't say it. To say you beep bop boop boop boop. I should be asleep. Brain is running round inside my fucking head. And oops. Something on my mind. I'll just understand. I can do about it. I'll be on my way. I can start talking about it. I need you. I'm here. Wee dee wee dooba dooba. Ah. Did you even sleep? Not really. I'm gonna go back to bed soon, but I can't right now. I don't know why. When she ain't around, is your bed cold without me? Does her love feel just the same? She the one to take your last name, yeah. Never the case. I'm glad you're happy. There ain't nothing for me out here. Tangled snow. Oh no. City and not gonna maybe next year. I'm an ex, but I'm never spellbound. Honestly, though, I'm glad you found her. You stop asking questions, you take it. Yeah. No, I don't want you back. We've grown older and apart. You discovered myself to back my heart. Moved to a new city where I should be restarting. But I ain't nothing. Oh, wait, the steps are these. Whatever, I'm cleaning the whole thing, because why not? Possibility all around me, but I don't give a shit. What did I decide this weekend was a good weekend to do a charity stream? It is miserable. Feeling chilly. Damn, this tea is way too hot. Remember how you made me feel. That's bullshit. I'm already home alone. That don't mean that I wanna be alone. Tangled bodies to reset my heart, but it just won't. And I ain't bitter, babe. I moved on. I just hate that nothing bloomed since you. Ooh. Possibility all around me, but I am numb to the moment. So long since the love bug bit. I'll admit, maybe I quit. You are. God, is that why? Okay, that's why. I think I'm gonna stop streaming for quite a while. Which ain't hidden. Kinda sucks. Failed to update category. That's fine. I'm gonna put it back to sleep anyways. And nobody's really watching at this time. Folks in Australia. Dude, my voice is giving up. can't even tell where I've started and where I've ended with this. But you know what? It's kind of satisfying. Just do this. Oh, the Lord. This is satisfying. I like this. Oops, wrong button. God damn it. All right. Oops. Now we get on the platform. Do this. Evergreen. Oh, damn it. I don't know the words. Something wrong. My body. Baby. If I ever tried. Oh shit, I didn't mean to jump. Oops. Evergreen. Turn me to pieces. Evergreen. Evergreen. No, you like me. You never love me more than me. Pray that you know. I cried so much for you, baby. Evergreen. Tear me to pieces. Evergreen. Evergreen. Maybe I didn't deserve me at all. At all. At all. One last time. I'm not even spraying the. Oh my god. Evergreen. Run to me. Let's go, baby. Now, how do we do this? We gotta utilize the power of spinning. Wait, this middle part. Oh shit, I didn't even do that. How do I? Oh shit, I don't remember how to turn this off. Get off this mode. Buddy, get off the mode. Get off this mode. Get off this mode. How do I do that? Not the button. F, G, Z, X, C. Ah, there you go. Oh wait, I can just stand on here. Mm, 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 mm. Why, mouse? You stupid piece of crap. I hate this stupid wired mouse. Everything's fine. Everything's a-okay. I keep saying that. This is the first time using the green. Kind of sucks. Why is it doing that? Why is it like switching? Whatever. Now we do this. Yay. Now time to do this. The easiest fucking thing. I like that laugh. Ba ba da ba. Ba ba da ba. Ba ba da ba. Mm-hmm. 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 Ba ba da ba. 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 Probably slower than if I just walked around. But you know what? I don't care because it's getting pretty good job. Doing a pretty good job, I mean. Thing that you need. One need. The lights light up when you clean them. Holy mackerel. Now that is game design, baby. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-da-ba. None one need. Everything that you need. Boop, 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 boop. La da 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 da. Mm-hmm. 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 What the hell am I stuck on? Oh. Hell yeah, brother. What the freaking heck is this, brother? You ding for me, please? Can you ding for me? Sounds like you don't want to ding for me. I can't tell if that's sunlight or if that's fucking... Ugh. Where the hell is all the dirty? Stupid freaking carousel. Da 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 da. Yay, I like the song. Cool. All done. I gotta get this. There we go. Die. Hunter pole topper is this thing? Why is this thing still dirty? What part of this is still dirty? Literally clean. What does this count? No, that counts as ceiling frame. Why is it so dirty still? Oh, I see. God damn. Oh, this is hard. Not even clean? No, it did not. Oh my god, I think I need to do each horse individually. Oh no, 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 let me ride with you. Hey there, buddy boy. How you doing? I'm gonna make you nice and clean, huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, I'm too fucking close to the fucking horse. Oh my god, everything's fine. I'm very happy and content. I'm a tad bit hungry. I dare eat at 5 in the morning, going back to bed and sleeping my ass off? Oh my. If you don't let me clean this stupid fucking unicorn. Where else are you? Oh. Giddy up, horsey. Giddy up, horsey. Boom. Hmm. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this either. Yeah. I have to drink my. Mhm. Blue, 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 blue. Mm-hmm. 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 Why is it purple? You wasn't purple before. Why is it purple now? What the hell is happening? Oh, my eyes. Even if it's true. Okay. I should honestly just go to bed. Feel like it.
They
Lord, oh no, I forget that my TV. God, oh God. Let that echo. Why is it echoing? Oh wait, no, it's not echoing. Hold on. Lessen his brain. Not leave on me. I'm unstable. You're all you need. What the hell is this? Why? It's just recommending me so many Korean channels now. It's crazy. I ain't really complaining though. You're all you need. I've seen it. You're able.
This video has been sponsored by Brilliant. A while ago, I got an email, and someone had sent me something very interesting. It was a paper that covered all of the chemicals and reagents needed for the total laboratory synthesis of the chocolate chip. And the moment that I saw this, I felt that I had to do it. Just the idea of
I love
synthesizing a
Nile.
cookie, I thought was really funny. But what I think is even more interesting is the fact that if I use pure lab chemicals to make them, in theory, I should get some pure lab cookies. And that I don't know, are those better? I feel like those have to be better than regular cookies. They have to be. They're pure. The only problem is that they cost $30,000.
Holy shit.
Which is slightly more than I'm willing to pay for a batch of cookies. However, I figured that if I just scaled everything down, it might be possible. I don't need an entire batch of 25 to 30 cookies. All I need is just one pure cookie, which should at least be less than $30,000. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to be making, as far as I know, the world's purest cookie. And I already have all the ingredients. The first one we have is this. Sodium chloride, pure table salt. Vanillin. That's to make the vanilla extract. Way too much sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda. Sucrose.
Sugar.
Well,
Agar.
it's not just regular sugar, proteomics grade sugar.
What does that mean?
It means it's really pure.
Uh-uh.
Next one, coconut oil.
Oh.
Which we'll be using instead of butter.
Why is there coconut
because
oil
apparently
in
pure
a
butter
lab?
doesn't exist. And the last one is my favorite. Water. Ultra pure water. Part of me thinks this is the most expensive water I've ever bought. I don't remember what it cost, but
Huh.
I think it's gonna hurt me if I remember. These were not the bulk of the cost. The other ones are in this fridge. These
You need
were the
eggs.
difficult ones to get. The first one is just wheat flour. The next one is whole egg powder. I just realized now it says not for human consumption right on the package. Intended for laboratory use only.
Oh my.
Either way, the last one, this is just baking chocolate. Also not for human consumption, but you know, that's about it.
Wait, what about those?
What is it?
It's jars.
Oh no,
Yeah.
we don't worry about those. I've been waiting so long to open these up because it costs a lot of money. These alone were over 1,000 each, so it's one of the most exciting unboxings I've done in a long time. We'll start with the baking chocolate. Tear this thing open. Very curious. Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a pretty.
Whoa.
There's no way we're gonna use this much. Just one. It's all dark chocolate, I guess. Like all baking dark chocolate.
That's gonna suck because it has no sugar.
Okay, looks like regular chocolate. Looks nice.
Next one, whole egg
What up,
powder.
cameraman? We don't need your talking. Egg powder. How does
So you
that
get
work?
A bunch of pouches. Got all these whole egg powders. It's kind of cool. It comes in like these anti-static.
How do you make
bags.
egg in lab?
That's it.
In a lab.
So we got our egg, and the last one is wheat flour.
Oh,
Oh, that's nice.
This is the heart
nice.
and soul.
We don't need to hear you.
So all of these are standard reference materials, and these aren't just like needlessly super expensive. They are actually certified to be pure, so that when you do any food production, you have something to compare what you're doing to something that's pure, to know how dirty your stuff is. So these have been certified to, I guess, have no bacteria, no weird contaminants. They are as pure as you can possibly get these ingredients.
Aren't things that are on the shelf already supposed to be like pretty pure?
I'm pretty sure like average things that you can buy, like chocolate and stuff, they're literally allowed to have like bug parts in them. Like and other random junk.
Oh man.
There's a recipe in the original paper, but I'm not sure where they got it. And I mean, as far as I know, they could have just made it up. So instead, I had my grandmother put together a recipe. I had her put together one that specifically would replace butter with coconut oil. According to her, it works. According to her, she's tested it, and you know, I trust her.
Trust my grandma.
So it's just called grandma recipe. All scaled to the 50 grams of flour. The first step is to preheat the oven. We're just gonna skip that part. So add coconut oil and both sugars to a stand mixer with a paddle attachment.
Wait, what?
Okay, we don't have any of that. Instead, we have a beaker and a glass rod. Oh, we also have this. I bought these specifically to make it. This is standard labs cookie synthesis equipment. We're gonna need 29.07 grams of the coconut oil. The only problem is it's kind of solid.
Oh, you're ruining the
Coconut oil
purity.
melted. Now we can actually measure it out, and to do that, I got this. A dedicated scale. Hasn't ever experienced nasty chemicals before.
Wait. Where
What?
are your gloves?
You're right.
This is serious here.
Yeah, I forgot we bought this entire lab coat just for this. Can't believe I almost contaminated this cookie with me.
You didn't put on a hairnet or a mask.
Boom. Next ingredient are proteomics grade sucrose.
Okay.
Look at how crystalline it is.
Oh
Oh my god.
He's spilling the pure sucrose.
All right, now we got sugar everywhere. Now we got to combine these two ingredients. Got to stir it. Okay, I think that's good. Got a classic oil carbohydrate mixture. It'll hang out here, okay? I want to do the flour, baking soda, and salt next.
Damn, you just used all the flour.
Oh yeah. So we got
What?
sodium bicarbonate there.
So little.
So we got our salt, and what we have to do next is just mix them together. So I'll add the salt first. Make sure it's all in there. Now the sodium bicarbonate.
Oh no.
That's mixed enough, right?
That's good. That's good.
Too much powder is aerating.
And now for the difficult part. The vanillin. Normally you just get vanilla extract, but instead this is just some white crystals. How do I turn this into vanilla extract? How much vanillin is in vanilla extract? I think there are some YouTube videos where people extract it from vanilla extract. We can watch those, and then we can do the calculations to figure out how much there should. Okay, I got it.
Warning.
First engineering.
Acetate is highly volatile and extremely flammable. The experiment should be performed in a fume hood or in a well-ventilated area.
I just need another beaker, and I'm gonna need to add 1.3 grams of vanillin. Oh, it smells so nice. Now, just gotta add 200 milliliters of liquid. I put the label on the wrong side, but it's food grade ethanol.
Ethanol. Goddamn.
I really hope it dissolves. This is the purest vanilla extract anyone has ever had. See that?
See?
It's all fully dissolved, I think.
I don't see any crystals.
Now, for arguably what's even more difficult is the egg. We now need
Oi.
about
Shit.
1/3 of a large egg. And, you know, when we get it as just packets of egg powder, I
think I'm gonna
assume
turn
that
off
this is
the
one entire
sleep
egg.
cam.
That's okay. I think I have an idea. I got this. Oh, yeah. Looks exactly like I thought it would.
That's probably good.
I don't think it has to be super accurate. Yeah, I think that's about right. I don't think this part doesn't. This is not an exact science. Okay, so we got about 10 mils of egg, and now we need to add 10 milliliters of ultra pure water.
Shut up, man.
Opening up this pure water. Now we can lower in the pipette.
Ooh, science. Look how big that pipette is.
Exactly 10 mils. We're reconstituting the egg. I'm not exactly sure why the egg came as dry. Look at that.
Ew.
Okay.
Does that look like a normal egg?
No, it looks thicker than a normal egg. It just doesn't look as slimy as a
It's like eggnog.
This is definitely the weirdest egg I've ever encountered. the egg is ready.
All right, let's get to actually baking now.
What we need to do is transfer 2.76 mils of our vanillin solution into that. Just mix it around. Okay, I think that's good.
Oops.
Ooh,
Stupid.
that looks like a totally normal egg. The next one is the coconut oil and the sugar.
Me when I put my figurine in a jar and I have to clean the jar out.
Okay, so that's good. And now,
Me when I
really important,
take all my little figurine jars and
flour.
put them all into one jar as my crowning achievement in life. I mean,
Thickening, right? How
Yeah.
thick is it supposed to get?
I mean, it's supposed to get like cookie dough consistency.
oh, you don't say. Cookie dough consistency. I thought it was supposed to be
I'm just fearful that
freaking.
it's gonna get too thick, you know? Okay, I'm gonna add the rest. There's some
You're
left over,
aerating
perfect.
all of the
For
freaking.
like $5 worth of flour. Okay, that's everything. Does that look good?
Yeah, looks good. That's right.
Lumpy, buddy.
It actually looks good. But I'm definitely gonna have to do this by hand, otherwise this is gonna be the most unmixed cookie ever. This
Why
looks
is it
really
so-
good. I actually don't know what cookie dough looks like, but this looks good.
You don't know what cookie dough looks like? I want cookie dough now. Man, I wish we did the baking stream. Ew, buddy.
That's how you mix it, right? So what we have to do now is get the chocolate chips. That is the last ingredient. So I'm gonna have to break it up. I'm gonna have to make my own chocolate chips. Shouldn't be too hard, right?
Why don't you just use a knife? You smashing in the chocolate for it. He's compacting the chocolate.
We're good.
Hey, Brainard. Hi, Katie. Katar. God damn it. Whatever, man. Oh, how was your stream? I never even looked. I never even checked in.
We have our chocolate
I'm so
chips.
fake. I'm so
Now,
sorry.
I'm gonna add them.
I'm sick tonight.
That's good. That's plenty.
Hey, I got a fever
Chocolate
right when the
milk.
stream started.
Now,
But we're still pushing through,
sprinkles of this
baby.
chocolate. You gotta push it in, right?
That's okay, it's
Sound
okay.
about
That's how I
right.
feel too. No worries.
I don't
Hold on. We gotta check this out. Where you at? Where are you at? Oh, Moochie's on. Where? There you are. Damn, 38 viewers. Okay. What?
My beer.
No, no,
That's
Ben.
the rest of my soju. I have a
No.
quarter left.
How are you?
No way.
What?
Actually, it's like
Oh,
one
I can hear myself.
eighth of my bottle left.
Oh hell no! I'm not
Just like
drinking
one
at
shot.
8 in the
Or-
morning. No, I'm gonna be.
I don't even know what's
gone,
happening.
So.
Ew. Stop.
yeah,
Oh
right,
god.
I'm
Oh
watching
god.
your
The delay.
stream
The
so you can
delay.
hear yourself and I can hear myself. So now you can hear me hearing myself.
Stop. Oh god. Oh god. The delay. The delay. I don't want to say anything. It's embarrassing. Wahoo, wahoo.
No, you do you. I'm gonna turn you down now. I'm gonna alert you. I hope you have a great 24-hour stream also.
Can't hear me anymore, but
If you want to play games, let me know. I'll drink
Hell
to
yeah.
that. Okay, I'll take a half shot then. I'll take a half shot. How about that?
Cheers.
I'm fake.
Wait,
I'm fake as hell, brother. I'm fake as hell. What's happening?
Hello. My Discord account got disabled. What do you mean it got disabled? I'm so sorry, I missed a couple messages. Have you played Backrooms? I have kinda, I guess. Yeah, I have on Roblox. That has random mobs, so I have none.
quick with it. Oh
Hey,
no, is it gonna play a
James,
quip?
Alabama,
Quick
how
clip?
are you?
Quip.
Hello, hello. And Brain Bummer, hello. How are you guys?
Time is it? 10 p.m. That's wild.
Do you want to send your friend there for Overwatch?
Okay, anyways.
I don't like when there's big chunks.
Are you picking which chocolate chip sizes you want to add to it?
Yeah. I feel like in this cookie it matters. Okay.
Yeah, now you just. That's right.
What do you think?
Looks delicious.
Does it look like it's a little sparse of chips?
Yeah.
That looks like really good.
Looks great.
It's like taking up the chocolate color as well. Whoa, look at that. This is a preview of the cookie to come. Okay. And now we got to preheat our oven. It's a vacuum oven, but you should be able to make cookies in it. I don't see why not.
The sun's peeking through the window.
How do you shape a cookie? Like, what is the science? Like, how much is it gonna spread out?
Cool. Pretty. Quite a lot.
You think so?
Oh yeah, a piece of dough this size.
Yeah, you have compacted it enough, but
Perfect. How's this?
oh, that's
Looks
pretty
great.
good.
I am really tempted to just like
No.
taste it. No, yeah, you're right. I will wait. We're literally like minutes away from the final cookie. There's no point. Okay.
I want to make cookies. I'm gonna do a
Is
baking
all you put in
stream.
here like 10 minutes or something?
Or I'm
Yeah.
not gonna stream at all, and I'm just gonna get cookies.
What is?
It's just because it's vacuum sealed, so then when you shut it, the extra air gets pushed out.
Oh.
Wait, okay,
Oh.
look, actually. It looks like it's doing something. It's looking pretty good. It's turning into a cookie.
Oh.
It's puffing up.
Yeah.
I don't like how it's.
turning into a cookie.
I don't like that.
It's looking so cookie-like. I still have no idea what it tastes like, but at least it looks like it's working out in some way. It's been 12 minutes. It looks good.
You just.
Oh, it looks like it's cracking on the edges, though. That's not good. We got to get it out of there.
That's normal. That's normal.
No, it's cracking. We got to get it out of there. More cracks are forming. We got to get it out of there. It's cracking up in
Very
there.
delicate process. If you take it out too early, it could fall apart.
Oops.
It's cracking up. We got to get it out of there. It's cracking to pieces. That doesn't
Not a
smell
done.
like a cookie. It smells like nothing. That doesn't smell like anything was done.
Maybe the vanilla messed up.
Okay.
Looks like a cookie, right? I don't know what that is in the middle.
I don't think it's cooked enough.
But it's all cracked on the edges.
That's okay.
It's
That's
cracked in the middle,
fine.
too.
That's normal. That's normal. Like you'll
It's
get your
actually
experience
normal.
in a cookie. It won't be perfect all the time. Okay, that's good. It's good.
Think so? It
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
a little doughy in the middle. That looks cooked.
No, it's good. It's good. Let it sit.
Are you sure?
Yes. Naturally, as the cookie sits,
Oh, it's still gonna cook.
it's still gonna cook.
it's still
Yeah.
gonna, like-
But if you leave it in for too long,
Then it just.
then it will burn the outside.
Should I stab this in or
No.
no?
Why would you do that?
Why would you ruin the pure
I
cookie?
don't know. I don't know how to make cookies. I still want it to be not done in the middle, you know? Should we put it back in?
This is really honestly it's a judgment call.
I'm not a baker. I panicked.
You know what? Put it back in for another like minute. I say do it. I say we do it. Not it can't be in there for too long though.
Okay, we're just randomly putting it back in. I mean, I guess it can't be worse than it already is. I mean, as good as it already is. I swear to God, if it starts cracking again, I'm gonna panic.
Because you're right. The cracking
Panic.
could spread and then it could just literally just crumble, which is not good. Are there any cracks forming?
If it is sugar on top, it's remelting. Doesn't look like more cracks are forming. That really does disturb me though. The cracks. Why is it cracking? That means it's like the flour or something?
Could be a variety of reasons.
Because now it looks like it's puffing a bit in the middle, which means that it's probably cooking more.
It is puffing up more in the middle. I do see that.
I do see
Shut
like
up.
looks like little blooms of something. Is that just sugar coming that came out?
I really think that's sugar.
Hopefully I didn't burn the hell out of it. Ooh. That looks better.
Feels
I
splotchy.
think that looks immediately better. It doesn't look raw in the middle.
You're right.
I'm now significantly more confident. I'm significantly more confident with this cookie. Look, and the middle's puffing down too.
Looks really chewy.
Yeah, that feels way more cooked now. It looks good. I think it looks good. I hope it looks good.
No, it looks great.
I guess we just have to wait for it to cool down, and then we can see how it tastes. Ooh. That seems pretty good.
This is it.
Okay. Okay.
Well-
I don't think it's super stable. It's oily. I think that's good.
I don't think oily is good, but you know.
Okay. This looks like what, a 7 on 10 cookie?
Yeah,
Just by presentation. I think 7 on 10 is fair. Mostly because
On
it's got
10?
this weird crust on the top. Smell, it's 0 on 10. But consistency, the fact that it stayed together, that's 10 on 10 so far. I think the only thing we can do now is taste it, right?
Yep.
I think I just need to bite this thing.
Yes, that is
So
what
scared.
tasting is.
Do it.
I don't want to swallow it.
Uh-oh.
No.
Ew.
Okay, so it's not good.
Really?
No.
Damn.
Who could have known? I think I have to. So the reason I spat it out isn't because I think it's actually dangerous. Well, actually, I kind of wonder if it is dangerous. At the end of the day, it is a bunch of chemicals. Like, I don't actually want to eat this. I'm gonna try it again. I need a second opinion. The first one, I was a little bit nervous. I need a second opinion to see.
Well, what is it? What is it? What's wrong with it?
It's weird. I don't know how to describe it. It's just the blandest thing I've ever had. There's nothing good about it. It's not sweet. It doesn't taste like
Huh.
coconut. I don't even know how that's possible. It's like there's no vanilla in there.
Chocolate?
I don't taste any chocolate.
That's
How
wild.
is that possible?
It's the
Made
blandest
cardboard.
thing I've ever tasted. The texture was like grains, just grainy. You can see it looks grainy.
Looks like a normal cookie to me.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay, come here. Looks like a normal cookie to you? Does it smell like a normal cookie?
Oh God, no, no. Great-
You
great
want to try
line.
a piece?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll cut
sure.
you off. I'll cut you off a little sliver. Do it.
Okay. So, I immediately hate the taste. Oh man.
Wait, you gotta rate it on 10 when it's still in your mouth and the taste is
On
fresh.
10.
So
Alien.
yeah, on 10, man. I'm giving that like a 3 on 10.
3, okay.
It's really bad.
That's better than I thought.
Really? This doesn't taste like it has any soul in it. It also tastes like wood a bit.
So, what's the conclusion? What what lesson can we learn from this? I mean, the obvious one is don't spend thousands of dollars on a cookie, especially if you're making the cookie with chemicals and lab supplies. That's a good one. I think that my interpretation of purity was naive. This whole time, I didn't realize that purity was here in this circle, and that flavor and smell were out here. Purity didn't have anything to do with flavor or smell or texture. Purity is its own thing, and if you want to achieve true purity, you must sacrifice everything that makes it worth it. And you know what? I think this was a success. I learned a lot from this video. A lot of stuff that I probably should have already known. And I hope that maybe you learned something too.
Holy shit, there's still 2 more
But if you
minutes?
didn't-
Oh, okay. Well, that's because it's an ad. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back to bed. But before I go back to bed, I'm gonna do this. And how do I... Your playlist? Tile red. Why does it play it like that? Why can't I just... What? Oh. No. Videos play all. Here we go.
This video has been sponsored by Opera. I want to try turning paint thinner into cherry soda. This is something that I've been wanting to try for a while, and at first, it might sound like it makes no sense, especially because of how horrible tasting and toxic paint thinner is. However, just like the grape soda and all of the other transformations that I've done over the years, it should be possible. This is because a lot of paint thinners contain a solvent called toluene, which I guess is good at thinning paints. On its own, toluene isn't super special, but what I find is interesting is how similar it is to this chemical, called benzaldehyde, which is commonly used as a cherry flavor. In my opinion, it's almost shocking how close they are, and the only difference is this small extra part here. Other than that, though, they're basically the same, and it's really weird to me that such a small change makes it go from tasting like gasoline to fruit. But anyway, in theory, considering how close they already are, it should be possible to convert one into the other. So based on this, my goal was to get some paint thinner and extract the toluene, turn that into cherry flavor by using chemistry and science, and then use that to make some hopefully tasty cherry soda. On paper, this all seemed relatively simple, but in practice, this conversion can actually be kind of annoying, and I wasn't even sure how to do it. I decided to just get started anyway, though, and the first thing that I needed was some paint thinner. I was a bit worried that it would be hard to find a toluene-based one, but they apparently had exactly what I was looking for at my local hardware store. It was actually advertised as being entirely toluene, which I was really happy to see, because it meant that I might not have to purify it. At the same time, though, it said that it was professional grade, which didn't really mean anything, and it was very possible that it contained some nasty impurities. So I was going to have to do a quick test on it by sucking a bunch of it out and shooting it into a mixture of sulfuric acid and something called isotin. The thing that I was most concerned about were some stinky sulfur impurities, and in theory, if they were present, it should cause it to turn blue. After sitting there for about 10 minutes, though, there was clearly no blue color, which was a very good sign. This told me that the toluene was probably pure enough to use it directly, and the only thing that I had to do now was get rid of any water that might be in it. This was thankfully pretty easy, and I just poured a bunch of it into a small bottle, along with something called 3A molecular sieves that I got from Amazon. These little beads are able to selectively pull out the water, and all I had to do was let it sit here for about a day. Okay, so now that I had my paint thinner pretty much ready to go, all I had to do next was figure out how I was actually going to do it. In theory, there were probably several methods that I could have used, but I felt that I only had one real option. This is because one of the methods, called the Atard reaction, seemed to be the easiest, and it also used a chemical that just happened to be one of my favorites. This chemical in particular is called chromal chloride, and I actually made this entire tube of it a few years ago. It was sealed in glass because it's toxic, carcinogenic, and highly volatile, but it was finally time to crack it open. Then, when I felt ready, I tipped it over into the flask, and I was greeted with a really nice blood red liquid, which was all the chromal chloride. It was also letting off a bunch of nasty fumes, and it was really important to not breathe in any of this. But anyway, with everything safely in the flask, I temporarily sealed it, and now I could start doing some chemistry. So I went and got a large flask, and I carefully added 10 grams of the toluene paint thinner. Then on top of this, I dumped in 40 mils of a solvent called DCM, which would dilute the toluene, and I'll explain why this is very important in a bit. After that, I dropped in a stir bar, and I lowered the entire flask into a large dish that was sitting on a stir plate. With all of this in place, things were looking pretty good, and now I just had to add a few things above the flask. So I just quickly dropped in a thermometer, an addition funnel, and a condenser column. To the end of the condenser, I also added a little tube filled with calcium chloride, which would prevent any moisture from getting into the setup. Now, with all this glassware in place, I went back to the addition funnel and I dumped in 45 mils of DCM. Then on top of this, what I had to do next was add my beautiful chromal chloride, so I went over to my little flask of it and I carefully opened it. And even more carefully, I was gonna have to pour some of it into a grad cylinder. The goal here was to measure out a little bit more than 15 mils, and I had to be really careful to not spill any of it. It all thankfully went really well though, and when I was eventually done, I took all of this scary blood red liquid and I dumped it into the addition funnel. With it all loaded in, things seemed to be going pretty well so far, until I noticed that the funnel sucked and it was leaking chromal chloride. This was actually kind of a huge pain, but I was able to quickly transfer it to a new funnel, and I washed it down with some more DCM. I also stirred it around to make sure that it was fully mixed, and that was about it. Okay, so now, with that whole crisis averted, I was almost ready to start the reaction. The only other thing that I had to do was go back to the large dish, add some water and ice, and turn on the stirring. This cooling step was actually extremely important, and I found many sources that said if it weren't cooled properly, it could potentially explode. I even found a first-hand account of this happening on a chemistry forum, and I would be lying if I said that this didn't make me a bit nervous to do it. It was supposed to be fine though, as long as I kept the temperature below around 45°C, which shouldn't be hard if I just went slowly and carefully. But anyway, at this point, it should have been cold enough, and I guess it was time to start the reaction. To get things going, all I had to do was slowly open the funnel, and a bunch of the chromal chloride started dripping into the flask. Almost immediately, it was all turning brown, which I felt was a good sign. This is because the reaction between the chromal chloride and the toluene is supposed to form a complex called the Atard complex, which is described as being brown. The only problem is that the formation of this complex is also supposed to release a lot of heat, which, as I mentioned earlier, could lead to an explosion. This is why it was really important to add things slowly and to cool it, and why it was also very important to dilute everything with DCM. By doing all of this, it would make it much easier to keep the reaction under control, and in theory, there should be little to no risk of exploding. With that being said though, I just kept adding the chromal chloride in small spurts, and I was very careful to keep the temperature low. This ended up taking a few hours, and by the time I was done, It didn't look like too much had happened. I still just had some dark black liquid, and according to some procedures, I just had to let it stir for a couple more hours. There were others, though, that said it could explode if stirring were stopped too soon, so I decided to just let it stir overnight. When I came back to it in the morning, it thankfully hadn't exploded, and what I had to do next was take this whole thing apart. So I quickly popped out the condenser, and I took away the funnel and the thermometer. I was then able to pull the flask itself off the stand, and what I had now was a nasty mixture of DCM and unreacted chromal chloride, and hopefully a bunch of Atard complex. The only issue is that it looked like the complex had become a thick sludge, and it was all stuck to the bottom of the flask. A lot of papers also said that it wasn't just the reaction and that the complex itself is explosive, which made this situation even more difficult. I figured that the best way to loosen it, though, was to just hold it over a stir plate and to let the stir bar gently break it apart. This actually worked surprisingly well, and after several minutes, I felt that it was looking pretty good. I then decided to try and pour it all out into a beaker, and I was happy to see that almost everything was transferred. Just to really make sure that I got all of it, though, I washed the flask a couple times with some DCM. Okay, so now with everything safely out of the flask, the next thing that I had to do was decompose the scary Atard complex. To do that, though, it was supposed to be pretty simple, and I just had to get another beaker with some water in it and to add something called sodium sulfite. When it had all dissolved, I added in a bunch more, and on top of this, I kept throwing in ice. Eventually, I had an ice-cold and saturated solution of sodium sulfite, and it was time to quickly go back and grab my reaction mixture. Now, to destroy the complex, all I had to do was carefully pour it in very small portions. It was kind of hard to tell what was happening, but the complex was supposed to be reacting with the water. The water should have been splitting it apart into my hopefully beautiful and amazing cherry flavor and into a bunch of nasty chromium junk. The only tricky part here is that the benzaldehyde is somewhat sensitive and prone to oxidation, and this is why I included a bunch of sodium sulfite. All the sodium sulfite should almost immediately react with anything that might damage the benzaldehyde and help keep it safe. What was also a very good sign was that I would occasionally get hit with a strong and sweet cherry smell, which told me that I was probably making benzaldehyde. But anyway, I eventually added the last bit of my reaction mixture, and the explosion risk was thankfully over. I then let it stir for another 20 minutes, and now, assuming that the benzaldehyde was actually in there, I had to somehow get it out. This wasn't supposed to be super hard, though, and I just had to pour it all into a big separatory funnel, and it all quickly started separating. The lower layer was all the DCM from the reaction, and it should have contained most of the benzaldehyde. So to separate it, I just opened the valve, and I carefully drained it into a beaker. I then went back to the water that was left behind in the funnel, and I dumped in a bunch of fresh DCM. After that, I capped it and shook it around vigorously, and I was doing this to try to get out as much of the benzaldehyde as possible. This is because it's a lot more soluble in DCM, and in theory, if any of it were still left behind, it should be pretty easily pulled from the water. I then drained this DCM into the same beaker as before, and just to really make sure that I got out everything, I did this washing step a few more times. When I was done, I was left with a kind of gross and cloudy yellow liquid, and I was gonna have to clean it up a bit. So, I transferred it all back into a fresh separatory funnel, and I washed it with some distilled water, followed by some saturated salt water. This caused it to change quite a bit, and for the milkiness to mostly disappear, and I felt that it was looking a lot better. It was still a bit cloudy though, probably because there was some water in it, and I was gonna have to dry it up. So I transferred it to a stir plate, dropped in a stir bar, and added a bunch of magnesium sulfate. This would selectively react with any water that was in there and pull it out of the DCM. After stirring for a while, I felt that it was looking good, and I filtered it directly into a round bottom flask. I was really hoping to see a nice and clear solution come through, but it honestly kind of looked the same, except it was maybe a little lighter. Either way, up until this point, things seemed to be going really well, and to isolate the benzaldehyde, I just had to get rid of the DCM. So I started setting it up for a distillation by adding a 3-way adapter, a thermometer, and a condenser column. I then put the rest of it together, and this was what the entire setup looked like. To get started, I just turned on the heating mantle and the stirring, and within a few minutes, it was already boiling. I was also collecting some nice and clear DCM in the beaker, and now, all I had to do was wait. Over the next 20 minutes, the DCM slowly boiled away, and eventually, I was left with a dark, oily liquid. In theory, this should have been mostly benzaldehyde, but it looked insanely dirty, and if I planned on eating this, it was going to have to be at least a bit cleaner. So I carefully transferred it all to a much smaller flask, and I figured that I just had to do another distillation. This time, though, the setup was going to be a bit more complicated because I had to do it under vacuum. If I did it with any air present, the benzaldehyde might get destroyed, and this was the setup that I put together. It was really similar to the first one, except for this part, with 3 flasks attached to it, but that'll all make sense in a minute. Either way, when I felt that I was ready, I just turned on the heating and stirring, and I waited for it to heat up. Eventually, it started boiling, and vapors were climbing the column, and I started collecting something in the flask. At this point, though, everything coming over was just side products and other junk. However, the temperature of the vapor was slowly rising, and when it eventually got to the boiling point of benzaldehyde, I carefully switched it over to the next flask. The temperature then stopped increasing, and it stayed solid at the boiling point, and this was a very good sign. It meant that I was now collecting what should be some nice and pure benzaldehyde, and I was very happy to see this. After about 20 minutes, I'd collected quite a bit, and the temperature started rising again, so I switched it to the 3rd flask. I also turned off the heating mantle because at this point, the distillation was done. Left in the original flask was a bunch of nasty dark tar, and I just had to wait for everything to cool down. So I let it sit there for about 10 minutes before releasing the vacuum, and then I carefully popped off all the flasks. This was what I was left with, labeled in the order that I collected things, and I immediately got rid of the first and the last because they were just junk. The one in the middle should have contained my nice and pure benzaldehyde, and I transferred it all to a little vial. Up until now, things seemed to be going super well, and I was honestly kind of surprised by how smoothly it had all gone. Chemistry's usually a huge pain, but sometimes it just kind of works, and I figured that this was one of those times. So to celebrate, I decided to take a proper smell of my sweet and cherry benzaldehyde, and I was immediately brought back to reality. Not only did it not smell anything like cherry, it kind of smelled like hydrochloric acid, and it burned my nostrils. There was also a lingering burn that continued lasting for hours, and it made my eyes water a bit. This was definitely not the cherry flavor that I was looking for, and I was immediately very confused. This is not only because it had the exact same boiling point as benzaldehyde, I had also run something called a TLC, and it matched up perfectly as well. Clearly, though, this was something else, and I decided to do one last test. So I went and got a small beaker, and I added 1.7 grams of sodium bisulfite, followed by 4 mils of water, and a stir bar. I then stirred it until it all dissolved, and when I felt that I was ready, it was time to dump in all my mystery oil. If this were actually benzaldehyde, it should all quickly react with the sodium bisulfite and turn into a solid. So I patiently waited for a bunch of solid stuff to appear, but after letting it stir for over 20 minutes, I had to accept that nothing was going to happen. On the bright side, though, I could now definitively say that this wasn't benzaldehyde, and I'm pretty sure that it was actually benzyl chloride, which chemically looks pretty close. Benzyl chloride is horrible, though, and it was used in World War I as a tear gas, and it wasn't exactly the amazing cherry flavor I was hoping for. But either way, at this point, I had no idea what had gone wrong. I had done almost exactly what all the procedures had said, and assuming that they weren't all lies, it should have worked. Clearly, though, I had made some sort of mistake, and I was gonna have to figure it out. The only problem was that I had no idea what to do, and on top of this, I only had enough chromal chloride for one more attempt. So I did the only logical thing that I could think of, and I just gave up. It wasn't until 2 years later that I finally got the motivation to try it again, and I had some ideas that I really felt would fix everything. My first idea was that instead of using DCM, which might have been causing some problems, I wanted to try using the solvent that was originally used for this reaction when it was first discovered over 100 years ago. This solvent in particular is called carbon tetrachloride, and it's actually pretty similar to DCM. However, unlike DCM, it has actually been internationally banned for most uses because it's not only toxic, it also depletes the ozone layer. Getting it now can be hard and expensive, but 7 years ago I was able to get this for free, and I guess it was finally time to use it. Besides just changing the solvent though, my second major idea was that this time I would isolate the ATARD complex, which, as I mentioned before, was supposed to be explosive. This was why in my first attempt, I did the safer method out of fear, and I destroyed it while it was still mixed with the DCM. However, I found some procedures that suggested filtering it off and isolating it because it supposedly gave a purer result. Again, though, considering that it's often described as being an explosive intermediate and that isolating it probably makes it more sensitive, I was kind of afraid of exploding. However, at this point, I was pretty desperate to make it work, and I was willing to do anything that was necessary. Then on top of all of this, just for good measure, I bubbled argon gas through the chromal chloride to knock out any HCl that might be present. After that, I also distilled it, and this gave me chromal chloride that I knew was absolutely pure. I also distilled the carbon tetrachloride as well as the toluene, and at this point, I felt that I was pretty much good to go, and there was literally nothing more that I could do. So I just went ahead and got started, and I put together almost exactly the same setup as before, except this time, it was all prepared using carbon tetrachloride instead of DCM. I would also be cooling it with just regular water instead of ice water, and when I felt that I was ready, I opened the funnel, and I started the reaction. Just like the first time, all of the chromal chloride turned brown the moment that it hit, and it pretty much looked exactly the same. I then kept adding it at a slow and steady pace, and I carefully watched the temperature. Even without the ice water, it actually didn't rise that much, and a few hours later, I was left with some familiar black liquid. I then let it stir overnight to prevent a potential explosion, and in the morning, it was looking pretty good. What I had to do now was take the whole thing apart, and this was when the procedure would really start to change. Unlike last time, I was going to have to separate out all of this potentially explosive stuff, and I wasn't exactly feeling excited about it. Okay, this is now the fun part, where we get to filter it. Yeah. The only good part was that the setup was pretty simple, and I basically just needed a vacuum filter. Just for good measure, though, I also added a small tube, which would shoot in argon gas and protect everything from air and moisture. This unfortunately wouldn't prevent an explosion or anything, but it was supposed to help stop the ATARD complex from degrading. But anyway, when I eventually felt that I was ready, I carefully started pouring it into the filter. I was actually able to transfer pretty much everything, and with it all safely in the filter, I turned on the vacuum pump. This immediately started pulling away the nasty liquid, and eventually, I was left with a scary puck of black powder. Now, all I had to do was wash this puck and the flask with a bunch more carbon tetrachloride. I was doing this to get rid of as much side product and other junk as possible, and after doing this several times, I felt that it was as clean as it was gonna get. Up till this point, things had been going surprisingly well, and the only thing left to do was to dry it. So I left the vacuum pump on and I carefully mixed it around, and this was the part that I was most nervous about. This is because, in theory, if this were anything like most explosives, it would get more and more unstable as it dried. So, as I stirred it, I slowly got more and more anxious. Thankfully, though, I didn't explode, and after several minutes, I felt that it was dry enough. What I had now should have been a bunch of a tard complex, and I could actually smell the benzaldehyde coming off of it, which was a very good sign. However, before moving on, I felt that I had to see just how unstable it was. So for a little test, I took a small amount of it, and I hit it with a hammer. I was kind of expecting it to make a pop or a bang or something, but it didn't really do anything, even after I bashed it many times. This told me that it wasn't super shock sensitive, but it could still be explosive, and I wanted to try lighting it on fire. I was expecting it to at least flare up, like it was gunpowder or something, but again, nothing really happened. At some point, it all quickly degraded, but besides that, it was almost shockingly tame. The moment that I saw this, I was relieved that I wasn't actually working with a horribly explosive chemical. At the same time, though, I was kind of disappointed that I didn't get any cool explosions, and I have no idea why it's often described as being explosive. It's possible that it still just wasn't dry enough, and there was too much carbon tetrachloride still there, but I don't know. Anyway, though, getting back to what I was actually trying to do, the next step was to degrade all of this complex and hopefully turn it into cherry flavor. To do this, I just had to mix up another fresh and cold solution of sodium sulfite and slowly add in the powder. This time, the reaction was a lot slower, but like before, the complex should have been reacting with the water and splitting apart into benzaldehyde and a bunch of chromium junk. The major difference this time, though, was that because I isolated the powder, I wasn't also adding a bunch of extra chromal chloride, unreacted toluene, and side products from the original reaction. So, if I were making benzaldehyde here, it should be relatively pure. But anyway, when I eventually added all of the powder, I let it stir for 15 minutes just to make sure that it all degraded. I then transferred all of this to a separatory funnel, and this purification step was basically the same as last time. The only difference was that, again, I used carbon tetrachloride instead of DCM. I then thoroughly shook it around just like before and waited for the layers to separate, and I drained each washing into a beaker. When I was eventually done, this was what I had, and I was hoping that all the benzaldehyde was in there. It was definitely going to have to be cleaned up a bit though, so I put it all back into a fresh separatory funnel, and I washed it with water and saturated salt solution. This easily got rid of most of that gross green chromium junk, and what I was left with was already looking a lot better than the first attempt. It was way less cloudy and not nearly as yellow, and I was actually feeling really good about it. There was still a bit of water in it though, so I dropped in a stir bar, turned on the stirring, and dumped in a bunch of magnesium sulfate drying agent. I then let this stir for a while, and after about 20 minutes, I filtered it directly into a flask. Unlike last time, this actually gave me a nice and clear solution, and now, in theory, all I had to do was get rid of the solvent. So, I quickly put together the same distillation setup, and I cranked up the heating. I then waited for it all to distill over, and as it slowly decreased, I was actually feeling really hopeful. This was not only because it was looking way cleaner than the first attempt, it was also because I had seen how much a tard complex I had made. It was actually a huge amount, and in my mind, there was no way that I wouldn't get a bunch of benzaldehyde out of it. The only problem was that by the time it was done, and all the solvent was gone, I barely had anything left. Even if I assumed that this was nearly pure benzaldehyde, the amount was still almost pathetic, and it wouldn't be enough to make my cherry soda. The only good thing was that it actually smelled like benzaldehyde this time, and it only slightly burned my nose and my eyes. I just didn't understand what had gone wrong, though, and I hated how familiar this feeling was. This time, I was also even more confused because I had isolated such a huge amount of the Atard complex, which had clearly smelled like benzaldehyde. For a second, I considered that maybe I was just bad at chemistry, which was very possible, but I felt that it was much more likely that the carbon tetrachloride had just somehow not extracted it properly. It was very possible that the solvent I'd been saving for almost a decade had failed me, and I was going to have to go on a salvage mission. So I threw the whole reaction mixture back into a separatory funnel, and I did everything again, except with diethyl ether. I then shook it around like every other time and waited for the layers to separate, except this time they didn't, because a bunch of solid chromium salt had precipitated. Many procedures suggested that adding acid could fix this, though, so I added some dilute hydrochloric acid, and it seemed to work pretty well. The ether layer was actually able to separate, and I did this extraction a few more times. I then combined everything and washed it with water and sodium bicarbonate, dried it, and started distilling it. I was really hoping that the ether would save me and that a bunch of benzaldehyde would just magically appear, but it was somehow even worse than I could have ever imagined. I didn't just not get very much of it, I literally got nothing. So it apparently wasn't an issue with the solvent that I'd used, and after seeing this, I started getting very worried that the other theory might be true. What was even worse, though, was that I officially had absolutely no idea how to fix this, and I honestly felt like just quitting again, but I really didn't want to have to revisit this in another 2 years. So instead of just immediately giving up, I decided to at least try one desperate attempt to fix it. It made zero sense, but I again went back and got the original reaction, and I dumped half of it back into the separatory funnel. I then poured in a bunch of sodium carbonate, which was pretty much the opposite of what I had done before. I was now making it more basic instead of acidic, and I was a bit worried that it would make the chromium salts come back, but it was apparently fine. On top of this, I also added some diethyl ether, and I extracted it several times. I then did the same thing on the other half and combined everything, washed it, dried it, and transferred it all to a flask. After that, I did the same distillation as before to get rid of the solvent, and I was honestly expecting it to just fail again. However, at some point, it looked like the volume stopped decreasing, and I was actually left with a bunch of slightly yellow oil. So apparently adding the base had magically done something, and the moment that I saw this, I was pretty excited. I had no idea how much of this were actually benzaldehyde, but even if it were half, it would still be a lot better than the first recovery. For that one, I got way less, and it was a lot more yellow, but there was probably at least some benzaldehyde in there, so I decided to combine everything. At this point, things were looking way better than I could have ever expected, and I'm really glad I didn't just quit. The only issue was that this was all still really impure, and it definitely wasn't something I'd want to eat. To purify it, though, there weren't many options, and because of that tear gas side product with such a similar boiling point, I definitely couldn't distill it. In my mind, this left me with only one real option, and that was to try and use sodium bisulfite. So I added a small amount of it to a beaker, along with about 15 mils of water. I then turned on the stirring, and when it had eventually dissolved, it was time to add all my oil. Considering that when I did this for the first attempt, it was a total failure, I was honestly a bit scared. It's finally the moment I've been waiting for. However, there wasn't anything that I could do about that, and I just dumped it all in. I was really hoping that it would almost instantly solidify, but it kind of just looked like it did with the first attempt. It was just a bunch of oil floating around in some water, and I honestly started getting really concerned. It's not doing anything. However, over the next few minutes, it slowly got cloudier and cloudier, and it eventually formed a little ball. The moment that I saw this, I knew that I'd successfully made benzaldehyde, and I was immediately relieved. It actually worked. But anyway, what was forming here was something called a benzaldehyde sodium bisulfite adduct, and right now it was all clumped as a ball because the reaction wasn't done yet. So I just let it continue stirring, and over the next 20 minutes, the ball slowly fell apart. Eventually, it had completely disintegrated, and what I had to do next was isolate all of this bisulfite adduct. So I just quickly poured it all into a filter, and I turned on my vacuum pump to pull away the water. I then poured in some diethyl ether, except now none of the benzaldehyde would be soluble because it was all trapped as the adduct. The magical part, though, was that everything that wasn't benzaldehyde was still soluble, especially that tear gas stuff, and it would all get washed away. Just to make sure that it was as clean as possible, I washed it several more times with ether, and when I was done, I had some crispy white powder. In theory, this was a bunch of nice and pure benzaldehyde adduct, but it didn't smell anything like cherries, and I was gonna have to turn it back into benzaldehyde. Thankfully, this was supposed to be pretty easy to do, and I just had to add a concentrated solution of sodium carbonate to a small separatory funnel. Then after that, to get the reaction started, I just had to dump in all of my powder. The moment that it touched the sodium carbonate, it should have been reacting, and the bisulfite adduct was supposed to be falling apart. It was supposed to be decomposing back into just regular sodium bisulfite and releasing the benzaldehyde. To really make sure that it would all react, I shook it around and added a bunch more base, and after that, I was really excited by what I saw. At the top, there was clearly a layer of oil forming, and this was my nice and pure benzaldehyde. In an ideal world, I could have just sucked the oil layer off the top, but the water was still super cloudy, which told me that a bunch of it hadn't separated. To get out all of it, I would have to use diethyl ether again, and I dumped in a decent amount. I then shook it around just like every other time, and when I was done, the difference was pretty obvious. Basically, all of the benzaldehyde was now in that upper ether layer, and I carefully drained away the water. I then did the super lazy method, and I just dumped the drying agent directly into the funnel. Now, the only thing left to do was to get rid of the ether, so for hopefully the very last time, I filtered everything into a small flask. I also chose to completely skip the distillation, and I just attached my vacuum pump, and I pulled a vacuum. Then after that, I patiently waited, and I watched the volume slowly go down, and eventually, it thankfully stopped decreasing. What I was left with looked like a really nice and almost colorless oil, and the moment that I saw this, I was really relieved. I was almost 100% sure that this was pure benzaldehyde, and the struggle was finally over. Just to be absolutely sure that it was pure, though, I had to do something called an HNMR. So I took a small sample of it and loaded it into the machine, and this was the result that I got. It basically confirmed that I had some nice and pure benzaldehyde, and now I could taste it without worrying that it would instantly kill me. I could also finally use it to make my cherry soda, but before doing that, I felt that I had to know what pure benzaldehyde tasted like. Okay, got this little pipette tip. Okay. That's so much worse than I thought. Oh, it's horrible. It burns. It's kind of bitter. Awful. Okay, that was pretty much as bad as I expected, because flavors on their own are usually pretty nasty. With that being said, though, it was now finally time to try and make some amazing cherry soda, and I decided to go with the same base recipe that I used for the grape soda. The only difference was that I used even more sugar, and I added about 65 grams. Then on top of this, I added 1.5 grams of citric acid and 0.1 grams of ascorbic acid, and I filled it up with a bunch of distilled water. It of course wouldn't be real cherry soda without the color, so I also added some green food dye. Then after that, I added a stir rod that was covered with red dye, and I mixed it around. Eventually, it was looking pretty good, and I now had the base of the soda. At this point, though, it was just red-colored sugar water, and the last thing that I had to add was my tasty benzaldehyde. I wasn't exactly sure how much I had to use, but based on something that I found online, it said that fruit juice usually contained 124 ppm and up to around 300. Most juices also have a bunch of other flavors though, and considering I'd only be using benzaldehyde, I decided to go with the max amount. So I quickly pulled out about 0.15 mils and I shot it into the soda base. Normally, benzaldehyde's almost completely insoluble in water, but I think that the citric acid I included acts as an emulsifier and allows it to actually dissolve. Either way though, I now had some really artificial cherry juice, and all I had to do was carbonate it. To do this, I just used one of those home carbonation things, and I blasted it with a bunch of CO2 gas. Then, when I eventually felt that it was looking good, I carefully took it off, and now I was apparently done. I could finally try the cherry soda that I had worked so hard for, and I was just hoping that it wouldn't be terrible. Smells good. Smells like super fake cherry. It's actually good. I'm like shocked. I feel like this is one of the first things I've ever made that is good. It just tastes good. I think it tastes pretty close to just regular cherry soda. I mean, with just benzaldehyde, it's not exactly the most complex flavor profile, but it's like 90% there. Just as an objective rating. It's like an 8 on 10. Maybe a 7. No, okay, no, an 8 on 10. I could 100% serve this to people, and they would have no idea that it was made from paint thinner. Okay, so my paint thinner soda turned out to be way better than I thought, and I'm still kind of shocked that it really did just taste like regular soda. To me, this made it even more of a success, and I'm glad that I didn't actually completely give up on this project. I still don't really understand why it was such a pain, but I think that trying to extract the benzaldehyde with a solvent, like many procedures said to do, just doesn't work very well. Either way though, I'm just happy that in the end, I was actually able to do it, and that I was able to turn a horrible combination of toxic and carcinogenic chemicals into a beautiful cherry soda. Now, on a bit more of a personal note, I think that some of you might have noticed that I haven't been posting a lot of videos lately. The reason for this is kind of complicated, and it's a combination of moving workspaces, making shorts, working on a lot of big projects, and honestly, a lack of organization. All of this year, though, I've been working on fixing that, and I've also been working on over 10 videos for this channel. I can't make any promises, but I plan to post at least 3 more videos after this one before the end of the year. That's more videos in 6 months than I've posted in 2 years. I'm also hoping to get out at least one of my really huge projects, which has been way more expensive and way more difficult than I could have ever imagined. All of this also wouldn't be possible without the support of all my patrons, so I want to give a big thanks to them, And I also want to say thanks to Opera for sponsoring this video. Opera is an internet browser that I've been using for a while, and honestly, it's the best browser that I've ever used. Not only is the whole experience super smooth and pleasant, it's also full of a bunch of extra features that now I just can't imagine not having. For example, they have this really useful sidebar where you can easily access things like Messenger, WhatsApp, and even TikTok. It also lets you directly access music apps like Spotify and Apple Music, and they even have a free built-in VPN service and an ad blocker. On top of this, they're the first browser to go live with integrated AI tools like ChatGPT. I actually use ChatGPT all the time when researching for projects, and it's been really useful to have it just right there. Besides all these features, though, they also offer a lot of ways to customize the browser, and one simple way that I really like is with their wallpapers. They offer a huge selection to choose from, and they have both animated and non-animated, and the art comes from artists from all around the world, and it only takes a few seconds to install it. Overall, I've been having a really nice time using Opera and all of the extra features, but honestly, I think it's worth switching over for just the sidebar alone. I definitely recommend checking it out and giving it a try, and you can download it right now by clicking my link in the description. Also, I've gone ahead and made a special pin board just for this cherry soda project, and a link for that can also be found in the description. That's it. As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here. This video has been sponsored by Brilliant.org. Ever since I started this channel, I've been making stinky chemicals, and some of my favorites have been things like putrescine and cadaverine, which are supposed to smell like a rotting body. I've also made some other fun ones, like butyric acid, which smells like vomit, and I've even recreated a horrible mixture that was developed by the US government. All of these, though, are apparently nothing compared to something called thioacetone, which is supposed to be the stinkiest chemical ever made. Everything that I've read about it makes it sound absolutely horrible, and according to Wikipedia, it's actually considered a dangerous chemical due to its extremely foul odor and its ability to render people unconscious and induce vomiting. What's also kind of concerning is that the smell itself has been described as just fearful, and it apparently has the ability to spread over large areas. This was unfortunately experienced firsthand in 1889 when some scientists accidentally released a small amount of it. The horrible smell was then able to quickly spread out over a large area of the town, and it caused people to faint and vomit, and it led to a panic evacuation. There are even some claims that diluting the smell makes it worse, and that it's possible to smell a drop of it downwind in seconds, even at a quarter-mile away. Based on all of this, it really does sound like the worst smelling chemical ever, but I honestly just don't really believe it. Even though all of these claims are coming from credible papers and reports, it just doesn't seem possible that something could be that horrible. All of this made me really curious, though, and I just felt that I had to know what it smelled like and to experience the horror myself. Sadly, though, I couldn't find anywhere to buy it from, and it doesn't seem like anyone has made it in the last 60 years. So, if I wanted to see if it was actually as bad as it's claimed to be, it was unfortunately looking like I only had one real option, and I was gonna have to make it myself. But anyway, to get started, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how to even make it. So I went online and I did a bit of research, and it seemed to be relatively straightforward. From what I found, the typical method was to start with just regular acetone, convert that into something called trithioacetone, and then split that apart to release the supposedly terrifying thioacetone. The only problem was that I couldn't find any real details on exactly how to do this, and I guess this makes sense because I don't think anyone actually ever makes it. However, I then noticed on Wikipedia that it mentioned the people who first discovered thioacetone. These were actually the same scientists who caused that disaster in 1889, and I figured if anyone knew how to make it, it would probably be them. So I just went back to Google, searched 1889 and their names, and their original paper was apparently the first result. I was honestly kind of shocked by how easy this was to find, except it took me way too long to realize that it was all in German. With Google Translate, though, I was hopeful that this wouldn't be a huge issue, and I just copy-pasted the part that I felt was important. The result that I got was actually surprisingly good, and I felt that it was more than enough for me to work with. So now, with a decent idea of what to do, it was time to make the trithioacetone. Based on the procedure, it seemed relatively simple, and pretty much all I had to do was get some regular acetone and bubble some hydrogen sulfide gas through it. This alone normally wouldn't have been too bad, but I apparently had to do it for 10 to 12 hours, which kind of disturbed me. This because hydrogen sulfide is almost just as toxic as cyanide, and 10 to 12 hours meant that I was going to have to make a lot of it. The only somewhat good part is that making it is relatively easy, and to get started, I just needed a bunch of powdered iron and some sulfur. What I had to do next was just mix these together, so I dumped a bunch of the sulfur into a container, along with some of the powdered iron. I then quickly sealed it by screwing on the lid, and I started shaking it around. I had to do this until it looked like one uniform color, and after a few minutes, I felt that it was looking pretty good. So I went and got a lid of a paint can, and I carefully poured out a bunch of it. I then did my best to spread it out a bit and clean it up, and now it was time for the fun part. To get things going, all I had to do was blast a glass rod with a blowtorch and then carefully touch the mixture. Normally, this would almost immediately trigger a reaction, except for some reason, it kind of didn't do anything. This made me a bit worried that my eBay sulfur and iron were bad or something, but that thankfully wasn't the case. They finally started reacting together and combining to form something called iron sulfide, and it was also letting off a lot of heat. Over the years, I've actually done this reaction many times, and it has always been one of my favorites. The last time I did it on a large scale like this was when I made my own glow toys a few years ago, and I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. It's just kind of mesmerizing, and I really like the sound that it makes. After a while, though, the reaction was eventually done, but it was still extremely hot, and I had to wait for it to cool down. When I came back to it about 30 minutes later, it was looking pretty good. Now, all I had to do was separate this crusty stuff from the lid, and it was surprisingly easy. I then started crushing it and breaking it into smaller pieces, and that was about it. What I had now was a bunch of iron sulfide powder, which is kind of a stored form of the scary hydrogen sulfide gas. To actually turn this into the gas, though, I'd have to put together a little gas generator, so I dumped it all into a flask. After that, I took away the funnel, cleaned up the joints using some paper towel, and started putting together the rest of the setup. To do this, I added a stopper, an addition funnel, and an outlet for the hydrogen sulfide to leave the flask. At this point, the scary generator was more or less ready, and it was time to put together the rest of the setup. So I went and got another little flask, and into it, I added some acetone. I had no idea how much I was supposed to be using though, and I just randomly decided on 15 milliliters. Then on top of this, I added the only other ingredient that I needed, which was an equal amount of concentrated hydrochloric acid. Now with the flask fully loaded, I got rid of the funnel, and I slid in some glass tubing that was connected to the hydrogen sulfide generator. I then sealed the middle one with a stopper, and into the one on the right, I added another gas outlet. This one would lead to something called an inverted funnel trap, which would hopefully destroy any hydrogen sulfide that made it through the system. The fume hood that I was doing this in should have been more than enough to keep me safe, but I just wanted to be extra careful. So, I just filled this beaker with concentrated sodium hydroxide, and at this point, things were looking pretty good. I then went back to the reaction flask, added a bowl under it, and filled it with water and ice. It was going to take a few minutes to cool down though, so while I waited, I went back to the gas generator. The last thing that I had to do was fill the addition funnel that was above it, and I just poured in a bunch of dilute hydrochloric acid. I then sealed it with a stopper, but for safety reasons, I didn't clamp it down. This way, if pressure were to somehow build up, this stopper would just pop out instead of the whole setup exploding. But anyway, at this point, it was pretty much good to go, and I was technically ready to start. I was honestly a little bit nervous, but when I eventually felt I was ready for a potential disaster, I carefully opened the addition funnel. The moment that the acid touched the iron sulfide, it started reacting and releasing hydrogen sulfide gas. All of this scary gas was then getting pushed out of the flask and through the tubing and into the reaction flask. It was then bubbling through the acetone and the hydrochloric acid, and honestly, it really didn't look like anything was happening. In theory, though, it was supposed to be reacting with the acetone and turning it into the trithioacetone. This form of it was still apparently really stinky, but it was supposed to be much more tame and easier to handle. The only part that made me a bit paranoid was that technically, thioacetone was being made in this reaction. It was just an intermediate though, and it was supposed to almost immediately combine and turn into the trithioacetone, but still. This meant that if I bubbled the hydrogen sulfide too quickly, it was possible that some thioacetone could get pushed out of the flask. This could then potentially escape my setup and get pulled away by my fume hood, and if it were as bad as the stories claimed, it could be a big problem. So, the amount of hydrogen sulfide that I was making had to be very carefully controlled. Besides that, though, things were actually looking pretty good, and I basically just had to keep it going until it was done, which was apparently 10 to 12 hours. The only sad part was that I couldn't leave it unattended, and I had to watch it pretty closely the entire time. For the next hour, though, it still kind of looked like nothing was happening, and I started thinking that I might have been wasting my time. However, it then suddenly turned cloudy when I wasn't looking, and I was really happy to see this. I then kept it going, and I definitely felt that it was getting cloudier and cloudier. It was only when it hit the 4-hour mark, though, that I really started to get excited. It wasn't super obvious, but it looked like there was a bit of oil that was forming on the surface. This was a really good sign because trithioacetone is supposed to be an oily liquid. Around the same time, though, I also noticed that the generator was running out of iron sulfide, and it was getting a little too full. So to continue, I was gonna have to swap out the flask for a fresh one that was full of new iron sulfide. I was also gonna have to do this every few hours, and it was far from ideal to say the least. With the fresh sulfide, though, I was able to keep it going, and about an hour later, when I slowed down the stirring, I saw something even more exciting. At first, it was hard to see, but there were actually some small blobs of oil that were floating around. Then, after another couple hours, there were a lot more. I was really trying not to get my hopes up, but at this point, things were looking pretty good. So it was, of course, right at this moment that my brother came in and told me that he smelled something. Yo, it kind of smells bad outside. And this kind of made me panic. So I quickly ran outside to investigate, and it did smell, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, and I figured it was just sewage or garbage or something. But anyway, I then went back to staring at the flask and adjusting the bubbling rate, which was honestly getting painful at this point. In the paper, though, it said that it was either 10 to 12 hours, or until it stopped absorbing. When I started this reaction, I was really hoping that it would magically stop way earlier, but I never saw any real difference. So, I just ended up going for the full 12 hours. When it was eventually done, though, I felt that it was looking pretty good, and the first thing that I had to do was get rid of the gas line. I was a bit nervous about opening up the flask and unleashing some sort of terror, but it turned out to be totally fine. I was able to just pop it out and replace it with a stopper, and I didn't smell anything. However, I wasn't sure if this was just because my fume hood was working really well, or that I hadn't actually made any trithioacetone. But either way, the next step, according to the paper, was to add a bunch of water to it. So I pulled out the middle stopper, and I started pouring in about 30 mils of cold water. This was supposed to knock out a bunch of the oil, and it definitely looked like it was getting cloudier. I figured this would take some time, though, so I resealed the flask, and I let it stir for a while. As it sat there, it seemed to be working, and I was really happy to see some nice drops of oil forming. However, I was also getting a bit concerned, because the paper made it sound like there would be way more. It claimed that there should be as much oil as acetone that I started with, but that definitely wasn't the case. It looked like there was a decent amount, but it was nowhere close to 15 milliliters. Either way, I then took away the stir plate and bowl, and I also got rid of the gas outlet and the trap. What I was left with was a raw reaction mixture, and now, assuming that I'd actually made any trithioacetone, I had to figure out how to get it out. According to the paper, all I had to do was steam distill it, but this was something that kind of concerned me. This is because steam distilling this reaction mixture is exactly how they caused that disaster in 1889. Even though I was skeptical of the stories, this still made me a bit hesitant to try it myself. I didn't really have any other good options, though, so I decided to just go for it. However, at this point, it was already around 2 a.m., so I had to leave it overnight. The next day, I actually woke up feeling pretty confident, but that was almost immediately destroyed the moment that I walked into the room. I was hit with a really strong sulfur smell, and I kind of panicked that there had been some sort of disaster. When I checked on the flask and the fume hood, though, everything looked totally fine. So, it was nothing catastrophic, but the question now was, where was this mystery smell coming from? Well, apparently, when I touched the flask the day before, an almost invisibly small speck of liquid had gotten onto my glove. I'd then thrown that glove into the garbage, and just that speck was enough to make the whole room reek. This actually kind of scared me, and I started worrying that all the stories might be true, and that I should absolutely avoid distilling it. However, there was also only one way to find out. So I started setting it up for a distillation, and unfortunately, this meant that I was going to have to touch the flask again. I wasn't super excited to do this, but I figured that it would probably be fine if I just left my glove in the fume hood. But either way, with the main part of the setup now in place, I then added a heating mantle and a stir plate, a thermometer, and an addition funnel filled with water. I also added the water cooling to the condenser, and I set up a vial to collect the stuff that boiled over. At this point, it was pretty much good to go, but I still wasn't feeling super confident. I guess I'm ready to start the distillation. There was nothing I could do about that, though, so I just switched on the heating, and I nervously waited for it to heat up. It actually ended up going way faster than I thought, and within a few minutes it was already boiling, and I started collecting something in the vial. When I looked at the thermometer, though, it was only around 56 degrees Celsius, and this told me that it was just unreacted acetone. This made sense because I didn't expect 100% of it to react, and I assumed I'd recover at least some of it. However, as I kept collecting it, I started getting a bit worried. It just didn't seem to stop, and it was slowly creeping towards the amount that I had started with. The reaction clearly didn't go as well as I had thought, but I still had hope. Thankfully, it eventually started slowing down, and the temperature started rising. It then gradually crept up to 100 degrees Celsius, and this was the beginning of the potentially scary part. This was when the trithioacetone was supposed to start vaporizing, and I quickly swapped out the vial. I then waited for something to start coming over, and I was eventually greeted with a nice drop of cloudy liquid. This was actually mostly water, but it was cloudy because the water vapor had carried something oily along with it. In theory, this should be the trithioacetone, and this process of distilling it from boiling water is called a steam distillation. It's basically allowing me to distill it at a much lower temperature, which reduces the risk of the trithioacetone falling apart and ruining my life. But anyway, I then covered the flask to help the water come over, and I just kept collecting it. I also opened the addition funnel, and I slowly added water at roughly the same rate that I was distilling it. Now, going back to the vial, I saw that everything that I'd collected up until now was just a hazy liquid. As I collected more, though, it actually cleared up a lot, and I started seeing some nice drops of oil. What I also really liked was that, unlike a lot of other oils, which float on water, this one was sitting at the bottom, which told me that it was heavier. This was a very good sign because trithioacetone is supposed to be slightly denser than water. Eventually, it looked like I was basically just distilling pure water, and I figured that it was probably done. Just to be absolutely sure that I got everything, though, I took away this vial and immediately sealed it and replaced it with a fresh one. I then kept collecting the water, but it didn't look like there was any oil in it. So at this point, I considered it done, and I was honestly kind of shocked by how well it had gone. It ended up being way more tame than I thought it would be, and at least as far as I knew, there hadn't been a major disaster. I then went and checked on all the oil that I'd collected before, and it had combined into a really nice blob. It was nowhere near the 15 mils that I was hoping for, but if this were trithioacetone, it was still way more than I needed. It was also probably pretty stinky, and I was really curious to know what it smelled like. However, I was also kind of scared to open it outside the fume hood, so I tried just smelling it through the vial. It actually doesn't smell bad at all. It kind of smells like grapefruit candy. I was honestly extremely surprised by this, and I was also a bit confused about how something so stinky had become good. So I looked up what it was supposed to smell like, and I was actually kind of surprised by what I saw. This is because, in very low concentrations, it can apparently smell tropical with a grapefruit nuance. But anyway, what I had to do next was separate this purified oil from all the water. So I went and got a pipette, and I carefully tried to suck it all out. I was doing my best to only get the oil, but I also did end up getting a little bit of the water. I then shot it into a much smaller vial, and I attempted to get rid of the extra water. It ended up being a bit of a struggle, and I lost some of the oil doing it, but I was able to get rid of pretty much all of it. At this point, things were looking really good, and the only issue was that the oil was slightly cloudy because there was a small amount of water still in it. So, to clear it up, I added some calcium chloride, and I let it sit for a while. About 10 minutes later, it was looking way better, but just for good measure, I added some more calcium chloride. Then, after another 30 minutes of waiting, I carefully pulled everything out. What I had now was a bunch of nice and crystal clear oil, and according to the paper, if this were trithioacetone, it should freeze when it's cooled down. So, to test this out, I put it into some ice water, and I let it sit there for a while. Then, when I came back to it about an hour later, I was really happy with what I saw. It had completely solidified, and it had formed some really nice crystals. The moment that I saw this, I was basically 99.5% sure that this was some nice and pure trithioacetone. To be absolutely sure, though, I was gonna have to run some tests. So I quickly ran it on my machine that can do something called FTIR, and this was what it gave me. It was basically a fingerprint of the chemical that I made, and all I had to do next was find a reference one for the trithioacetone. I then did the super complicated and scientific process of just comparing their shapes, and I saw that they were pretty much the same. Then, just for good measure, I also did an HNMR on it, and I again got exactly what I was looking for. Okay, so now I was 100% sure that I had successfully made the trithioacetone. However, before trying to turn this into the horrible thioacetone, I felt that I had to know what this smelled like in its pure form. It's supposed to only be a fraction of the terribleness, but I had to get at least some sort of idea of what I was dealing with. I kind of already smell it from here. It's like just sulfury. It reminds me a bit of durian fruit. It just has a nasty, sulfury, rotten smell. It's not that bad. But now, I'll open it and see if my opinion changes. Still not that bad. It's what's worse is just it permeates out of the vial and just kind of leaves a weird sulfury smell in the area. That's actually worse than its pure form, but it's still not that bad. It's yeah, it's not that bad.
You've done it so bad. It's so bad. What do you?
But you smell it from there?
God, dude, your nose. You don't smell it?
I smell it. It's not that bad.
Oh, that's the nastiest thing I've ever smelled. I'm about to throw up.
No.
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah. Oh.
In general, I'm pretty resistant to smells, so it didn't bother me that much, but having my friend react like this got me a bit worried. This is because the thioacetone is supposed to be insane compared to this. So there was no way I was going to be breaking apart the trithioacetone in my fume hood or anywhere near someone who could be assaulted by it, and in my mind, there was only one logical thing to do. I rented an entire island, so I'd be far away from any potential victims. The only downside was that if it were horrible, it would be way harder to get away. But I figured I'd deal with that later. When I eventually got to the island, I took a quick little tour, and I tried to find what I felt would be the best spot to do it. When I eventually found something that I liked, I went back and got all my supplies, and I started putting together my setup. This was thankfully really easy, and the biggest and most complicated thing that I needed was just the table. It's good. And besides this, the other main thing was just a lab stand with a small flask attached to it. With all this in place, I was able to get started, and the first thing that I had to do was put on a lab coat and some gloves. This wasn't so much for safety though, and it was just because I really didn't want to get stinky stuff on my hands or my clothes. With all my protection in place, I was able to pull out the trithioacetone, which I thought transporting would be a horrible, stinky experience. However, by sealing it in a Nalgene bottle and a larger vial, I was actually able to completely block out the smell, and it was totally fine. That wasn't the case now, though, because it was time to open the vial, and I was immediately blessed with its wonderful smell. Yeah, still smells terrible. I then got a glass pipette, and I carefully sucked out a small amount of it. I don't think we need to add very much, like just this. I ended up getting a bit more than I expected, though, which kind of scared me. So I went back and pulled out most of it, and left behind only a very small amount. Now, with it all loaded, I quickly resealed the trithioacetone, and there was just one final thing that I needed. It was a vacuum pump, and all I had to do was connect it to the flask. To do this, I just spun around the adapter to make sure that the grease made a good seal, and that was about it. I then turned it on, and started sucking out all the air. After about a minute, I felt that I had a nice vacuum, so I carefully turned the valve to seal the flask. I then turned off the pump and pulled off the rubber hosing, and at this point, I was pretty much good to go. It was now finally time to turn it into the thioacetone, and in theory, all I had to do was heat it up. I was honestly a bit scared that I was about to create a disaster. Lots of confidence. But again, there was only one way to find out. So, when I felt that I was ready, I very nervously started blasting it. The goal here was to just heat it up until it got to at least 500 or 600 C. Oof, it's boiling. This is because at that temperature, the trithioacetone was supposed to crack and split apart into the thioacetone. The vacuum was important because it helped keep everything sealed, and it should also prevent the trithioacetone from burning. But anyway, after blasting it for a while, I eventually felt that it had gotten hot enough. That's definitely at 500 C. Okay. There's a nice vapor in there. I feel scared. At this point, I felt that things were looking pretty good, but the flask was still really hot, so I had to wait for it to cool down. When I came back to it about 10 minutes later, it was only slightly warm, and I carefully took it off the stand. Now, I guess this was the moment that I was waiting for, and I really didn't know what to expect. I guess all we need to do is turn it to let the air back in. And open it. I really thought that I was just going to be assaulted the moment that it was opened, but even when I smelled the flask directly, I didn't notice anything crazy. It smelled pretty much the same as the original trithioacetone, and considering how much I'd been anticipating this moment, I smell something. I was kind of disappointed. It was possible that I just had a broken sense of smell or something, though, so I asked my poor friend behind the camera for his opinion.
It does stink.
But is it different than before?
No, smells like before. Smells the same. It just stinks. Nothing's changed.
So, it didn't seem like I had actually made any thioacetone, and I figured that it was because I hadn't gotten it hot enough. To properly split it apart, I was gonna have to have a bit more courage and to really blast it so that it for sure got to at least 500 degrees Celsius. What was nice was that it still looked like there was a bunch of trithioacetone in the flask, so I didn't have to reload it. All I had to do was reattach the vacuum pump and suck out the air. Then, about 30 seconds later, I turned off the pump and pulled off the tubing. I was now ready to blast it, and this time I decided to use a real blowtorch, and I would go until I was absolutely sure that it was hot enough. Okay. I think that was hot enough. And it's starting to like, oh, that's good. What I started noticing was that it was turning orange at the top. From what I read online, this was actually a very good sign that thioacetone was forming. This because thioacetone isn't very stable above negative 20C, so it tends to start polymerizing and turning orange. I was now very confident that I had actually made it, and I was getting pretty excited. What I had to do now was just wait for it to cool down, but I was kind of worried that all the thioacetone would polymerize. So instead, I just pulled the entire thing off the stand, and I did a quick test to see if it smelled. No. Then after that, I very nervously opened it up, and I was mentally preparing myself for something horrifying. Oh. Unlike last time, it actually smelled almost immediately, and it definitely wasn't pleasant, but it also wasn't nearly as bad as I was expecting. I don't know if it's worse. I then tried smelling the flask directly, but I just didn't feel like it was that bad. This whole time, though, I could hear my friend behind the camera suffering. Do you smell it?
Yeah, it reeks. It reeks. It smells so bad.
I felt bad for him, but I was also very surprised because he was not only far away, he was also slightly upwind. However, I then remembered that there were some claims that thioacetone actually smelled worse when it was less concentrated. So I decided to try holding the flask further away to see if it would make a difference. When it was up close, it had much more of a chemical smell, and it was kind of a slightly rancid version of a natural gas leak. Further away, though, I felt that it was more like garbage mixed with sewage, and it was definitely a lot worse. However, I still didn't think it was that bad, and I had a hard time believing that this was the chemical responsible for all the stories. I then started thinking, though, that maybe I was just working with way too little of it. All of the stories make it sound like this unbelievably terrifying chemical, but at the end of the day, it's just stinky and really potent. To get a big result, it would still need a decent amount of it, and when I went back and read about that disaster in 1889, they were apparently working with 100 grams of trithioacetone, which is absolutely insane. I didn't have anything even remotely close to that, but I put in most of what I had left, which was probably around 0.25 grams. I also felt that with a lot more, I didn't need to use a vacuum, and I just started blasting it. Just like before, as I heated it, the trithioacetone started fuming, and then it eventually all started boiling. Unlike last time, though, all of the vapor started slowly turning orange and pouring out of the flask. At this point, though, I still didn't smell anything because the wind was blowing it away from me. However, considering how much of it I was making, I was getting a bit concerned. But anyway, I eventually felt that I had blasted it enough, and it was time to test it out. But let's go downwind a little bit. Oh yeah, you can smell it right here. It was definitely a lot stronger than the other time, but it was also kind of the same thing, and I just didn't think that it smelled that bad. One thing that I hadn't tested yet, though, was how far the smell could travel. I'm gonna go deeper in the forest. This was something that was a big part of all the stories, so I tried going a bit further away. However, I quickly realized that I was probably the worst person to be doing this test, because I clearly wasn't very sensitive to it. Yeah, I think I can still smell it, but it's not that bad. So I asked my friend behind the camera for one final sacrifice. Up until now, the wind had been strong enough that he hadn't smelled anything, but that unfortunately changed for him when he got closer to the flask.
Oh. 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 Stinks.
What on 10, what is it now?
Like 10 on 10.
He was clearly a lot more sensitive to it than I was,
Oh, disgusting.
and it seemed to get even worse for him as he got further away.
Oh. When does it stop? Oh! No!
I honestly thought this was kind of funny, but then it looked like he was actually getting worried.
Dude, it still stinks. We gotta stop this.
It then continued to get worse,
Oh, it gets stronger right here.
and I still wasn't really concerned until he got to the water.
Oh, it's gonna travel across the lake.
I had honestly rented this island mostly because I thought it would be funny for the video, and I didn't actually think the smell would travel this much. However, we weren't exactly in the middle of nowhere. There were still a bunch of houses, only a couple 100 meters downwind, and I was genuinely starting to get worried.
Kind of concerned that, like, somebody might call 911.
It stinks.
Besides its horrible ability to travel, though, I was also starting to realize one of the other big issues with thioacetone.
It doesn't smell like
Yeah.
it's coming from anywhere.
No, it's 360-degree smell.
There was no clear direction that it was coming from, and I could see how this could be very overwhelming. Also, without knowing the source, I could see how someone could interpret it as a gas leak or something else dangerous. It also seemed to really stick around, and even after several minutes, it was still really unpleasant.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
He's angry too.
Eventually, though, the smell seemed to mostly go away, and at this point, I was done making the thioacetone. However, I was still somewhat concerned that someone would call the police, and I really didn't want to have to try and explain what I was doing. So I quickly dismantled my little forest chemistry setup, and I packed it all in my car. I then transported all of the horribly stinky stuff back home, and it was a somewhat unpleasant 2-hour drive. But anyway, in the end, I had successfully made the mythical thioacetone, and I'm very happy that I got to personally experience its horribleness. It wasn't quite as overwhelmingly bad as I was hoping it would be, but it made up for that by being almost unbelievably potent, and I was genuinely surprised by how far it could travel. I can totally see how a relatively small amount of it could terrorize an entire town, and on that scale, I wouldn't be surprised if at least a few people vomited or passed out. So for the most part, I think that it's pretty much as bad as it's claimed to be, and it's almost definitely one of the worst smelling chemicals ever made. In the future, I might try making some other smelly chemicals, but for now, I think I'm gonna take a break from the stinky stuff. Instead, I'm gonna try and focus on some less offensive projects, like turning paint thinner into cherry soda. Before I go, though, I want to quickly mention another YouTuber named Labcoats, who technically made the thioacetone before me. I only realized this after I'd already filmed everything and was putting the video together, but either way, I think he deserves credit for being the first one to do it, and I definitely recommend checking him out if you want another opinion. Also, I want to give a big thanks to all my patrons for making projects like this possible, and to Brilliant.org for sponsoring this video. If you haven't ever heard of Brilliant, it's a website with a whole bunch of lessons in things like math, chemistry, physics, and computer science, and I think they teach them in a really fun way. This is because all of their courses are fully interactive, and I think it makes it feel a lot more like a game. What I also like is that the lessons are very concise, and I don't ever feel overwhelmed with information. On top of that, each lesson and course is chopped up into many small sections, so there isn't even a huge time commitment. I'm actually working on a few courses right now, and I'm still progressing, even when I just randomly go on when I get the chance. In particular, though, I've been focusing on the astrophysics lessons, and I've been really enjoying them. With all that being said, though, I do really personally like Brilliant, and if you're interested in learning something new in a fun way, I definitely recommend checking them out. You can also get started for free by going to brilliant.org/NileRed, or by clicking the link in the description. The first 200 people who sign up using my link we'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription.
But yeah, that's about it.
I'm gonna go vomit.
Actually,
Probably not, but I feel like I have to.
as usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here.
This video has been sponsored by Micro Center. About a year ago, I turned plastic gloves into grape soda, and now I want to try turning them into hot sauce. This is something I've been wanting to do almost since this channel started, and in theory, it should be possible. This is because plastic gloves, specifically vinyl ones, can sometimes contain a chemical called DINP. It's used to make the gloves more durable, softer, and malleable, but I don't really care about any of that. All I care about is that it looks vaguely similar to this, which is a naturally occurring chemical that gives chili peppers their spiciness. These long tails in particular are almost exactly the same, and they were what I was most interested in. This was because I felt that it was possible to pluck them off the DINP and to then use them as a starting point to build the spicy molecule. Based on this, in my opinion, the general idea that it came up with was relatively simple. I first had to find some gloves that contained DINP. I could then extract it and turn it into pure spiciness, and then I could use that to make some hot sauce. The only issue was that this would be by far the biggest project I'd ever attempted. I also wasn't exactly sure how to do it, or if it would actually work, and there was a decent chance that it would be a total failure. But anyway, to get started, we first have to go back to when I turned plastic gloves into grape soda. This is because this hot sauce project actually kind of started at the exact same time. So now, this was almost 2 years ago, and I was about to start making my grape soda. I had a nice box of plastic gloves, and I started by pulling out about 20 of them. For this project, the gloves that I used were also vinyl, and I chopped them into smaller pieces. When I was done, I put it on a hot plate, and I added just enough rubbing alcohol to cover them. On top of this, I put a bowl filled with cold water, and I turned on the hot plate. After that, I waited for the alcohol to start boiling, and I was doing this to extract something called a phthalate. And the reason that I wanted the phthalate was because it was very close to the main chemical that gives grape Kool-Aid its flavor. There were many types of phthalates, though, and I really didn't care which one I had because it really didn't matter. It could have been any of the several that were commonly used in vinyl gloves, like DEHP, DBP, or DNOP. Just by complete chance, though, these were the only gloves that I could find, and they contained diisononyl phthalate, or DINP for short. After about an hour, it was ready, and all of the DINP should have dissolved into the alcohol. What I had to do next was get rid of all the leftover plastic, so I poured it into a funnel that was plugged with some cotton. When this was done, I was left with a solution of DINP, and I concentrated it by evaporating off half the alcohol. This ended up taking about an hour, but what I was left with was still a bit cloudy, so I had to filter it again.
I did the exact same thing where I just poured it through some cotton, and when it was eventually done, it was looking a lot cleaner. What I had now was a nice and clear solution of DINP, and what I did next was add a concentrated solution of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. This started reacting almost immediately with the DINP, and it was slicing off its tails. Now on their own, the tails were becoming something called isononanol, and the rest of the molecule was turning into sodium phthalate. To fully complete the reaction, though, I had to boil it for a while, and when it was done, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. This quickly separated into 2 layers, and for the grape project, I wanted the bottom one because it contained all of the sodium phthalate. So I drained it all out into a beaker, and I continued on with that mission. Left behind, though, was a bunch of yellow liquid, which was mostly rubbing alcohol. However, it also contained all of the isononanol tails, and this was where my hot sauce adventure began. Or, I mean, where it technically began, because I didn't actually end up touching any of this for over a year. This is mostly because it took me that long to get the courage to attempt this project. One day, though, I randomly decided that I was ready to commit to it, and I just got started. The first thing that I had to do was find all of that yellow juice that I'd made, which was actually 5 jars, and not just one. This was because I ended up needing a lot more sodium phthalate for the grape flavor, and I had to repeat the same extraction 4 more times on a total of 100 gloves. But either way, all this meant was that I now had a bunch more of it, and what I had to do next was pull out all of the isononanol that was in here. Then, once I had it isolated, I could start building it into my spicy molecule called nor-dihydrocapsaicin. But with that being said, to get the isononanol, it was relatively simple, and I was just gonna have to distill it. So, to get started, I poured everything into a large flask. After that, I dropped in a stir bar, and above the flask, I added a short path condenser and a thermometer. I then attached some water lines to cool the condenser, and I also added a heating mantle. The beaker was there to collect everything that distilled over, and when I felt that I was ready, I turned on the heating. It wasn't too long before hot vapor started climbing out of the flask, and it eventually made it to the condenser. This was turning it from a vapor back into a liquid, and it started dripping into the beaker. What I was collecting here was the isopropyl rubbing alcohol that I had originally used to extract the DINP. The goal here was to distill over all of it, and left behind should have been just the isononanol. So, I was just gonna have to wait for it all to make it over, and unfortunately, it was gonna take a while. It ended up taking even longer than I expected, and it took 4 hours to collect about 800 mils. I then swapped it out for a new beaker, and I continued waiting. It was only after another 2 hours that it was finally looking like it was close to being done. However, I then saw something that I didn't like. The liquid that was coming over had become cloudy, and this meant that there was water in it. And this was a problem because there was still way too much liquid in the flask. This told me that most of it was just water, and I had to stop the distillation. I then had to wait for it to cool down, and when it was only slightly warm, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. The stuff that I had now looked a lot thicker and goopier than before, and by the time I was done adding it, I could already see some water separating out. I then let it sit there for about half an hour, and I waited for it to fully separate. When it eventually looked like it was done, I opened the valve, and I drained it all out. left in the funnel should have been mostly isononanol, and I poured all of it back into a flask. It was all still really dirty and orange, though, and I was gonna have to clean it up. To do this, I'd have to do another distillation, and I put together almost the exact same setup as before. I then waited, and over the next 15 minutes, it eventually started boiling. Then not too long after this, something started coming over, and it was just water. The temperature then slowly started rising, and I started collecting some other weird oily junk. Eventually, though, the temperature stopped rising when it got to 205°C, and this was the boiling point of isononanol. The fact that it stopped here was a nice confirmation that I did in fact have isononanol, and I swapped out the beaker. What was coming over now looked really nice and clean, and I kept collecting it until it got to 208°C. At this point, the distillation was done, and I now had a bunch of fresh isononanol. In total, it was about 97 grams, and it was almost exactly how much I was hoping to get. It was also way more than I needed, which was nice, because it meant that I could screw up a lot and still be okay. But anyway, with that being said, I could finally start trying to build my spicy molecule, and the first step was to convert this isononanol into isononanoic acid. I wasn't exactly sure how to do this, but the first idea that I came up with was to use something called potassium permanganate. This was because I had already used it a few years ago to do a very similar reaction. I turned butanol into butanoic acid, which smells like vomit, and I figured I could just almost do the same thing. However, long story short, it didn't work at all. I tried many times, but it was always a complete and utter failure. So I was going to have to come up with another way, and I started thinking that something called Jones reagent might work. It was also pretty much the only other option that I had, and I decided to try it out. To get started, the first step was to make the Jones reagent, and I added 22 mils of water to a beaker. I then added 15.4 grams of chromium trioxide, and I stirred it until it all dissolved. When it was all gone, I moved it to an ice bath, and I waited for it to get nice and cold. When it eventually got to around 5°C, I started adding concentrated sulfuric acid. Every time it was added, though, it generated a lot of heat, and I had to do it in small portions. I also had to keep the temperature below 10°C, and it took about an hour to add everything. When it was finally done, I poured in some ice-cold water, and at this point, the Jones reagent was ready. I didn't need it right at this moment, though, so I just let it chill here for a bit. I then went and got another beaker, and into this, I added 350 mils of acetone. This was going to be the solvent for the reaction, and for now, the only other thing that I had to add was 5 grams of my fresh isononanol. I then turned on the stirring, and when it had all dissolved, I moved it to an ice bath, and I added a thermometer. I was also going to have to wait for this to cool down, and I left it here for about half an hour. When I came back to it, the temperature was around 5°C, and what I had to do next was start adding the Jones reagent. After it was added, it slowly changed color, and this was because the chromium in the Jones reagent was getting reduced. This was a very good sign that it was reacting with the isononanol, and hopefully, it was turning it into the isononanoic acid. The goal here was to eventually add all of the Jones reagent, but I had to do it really slowly. This was because every time that I added it, the temperature would increase, and to prevent side products, I had to keep it below 5°C. So I just kept adding it slowly and carefully, and at some point it stopped changing colors and kind of just stayed a brownish orange. This was happening because the Jones reagent was starting to build up, and this told me that most of the isononanol had probably reacted. In total, it took about 3 hours to add everything, and now I had to just let it stir for a while. About 2 hours later, it looked almost the same, and at this point, it should have been done. What I had to do next was destroy all of that extra Jones reagent, and this was thankfully pretty simple. All I had to do was add some isopropyl rubbing alcohol. This would quickly react with it and turn into acetone, which was the same as the reaction solvent. At first, I was adding it only a bit at a time because I didn't want to add too much. I eventually kind of gave up though, and I just dumped in a whole bunch. This quickly caused the color to change to a really nice blue. I then let it stir like this for about 30 minutes to really make sure that all of the Jones reagent was destroyed. When I came back to it, it looked pretty much the same, and the next thing I had to do was filter it. To do this, I poured it into a funnel with cotton and sea light, and I waited for it to slowly pass through. This actually ended up going somewhat quickly, and I was eventually left with a nice and clear solution. Left in the funnel was a bunch of dark blue chromium salts, and this was all waste. But anyway, what I had to do next was get rid of most of the acetone. So I put it on a hot plate, dropped in a stir bar, and cranked up the heating. I also set up a fan to blow on it to make it go faster, but it still took about 6 hours for most of it to disappear. When I eventually felt like I'd gotten rid of enough, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. On top of this, I added a bunch of distilled water to dilute it. Then I added a solvent called dichloromethane, or DCM for short. It wasn't able to mix with the water though, and it quickly sank to the bottom as a separate layer. With everything added, I took it off the stand, and I started shaking it around. I was doing this to really mix things up, and when I felt that it was enough, I put it back on the stand. As it sat there, the layers separated again, and all the DCM sank to the bottom. Now, assuming that I actually made any isononanoic acid, it should have been dissolved in the DCM. So, I drained it all out into a beaker. Everything that was left in the funnel should have been mostly water and sulfuric acid. There still might have been some isononanoic acid though, so I added some more DCM to it, and I extracted it a few more times. After every extraction, I drained the dichloromethane into the same beaker, and I eventually had a bunch of cloudy liquid. It was all cloudy because it was full of water, and before moving on, I was gonna have to dry it. So, I poured it into another separatory funnel. I then added some saturated salt water, which would pull out most of the water. I then shook it around, and when the layers eventually separated, it was looking pretty good. The only tricky part here was that the DCM was no longer the lower layer, and it was now the upper one. The bottom one was the salt water that I had added, and I drained it all away. I then poured everything into a beaker, and unfortunately, it was still a bit cloudy. So I turned on the stirring, and I added some anhydrous sodium sulfate to dry it even more. I let this stir for a while, and when I felt that it was done, I poured it all into another flask. The next step was to get rid of all the DCM, and I had to do another distillation. This went relatively quickly, and after a while, all that was left was a thick oil. This was all hopefully isononanoic acid, but I don't think it was very pure, and I was gonna have to clean it up. So I stopped the distillation, and when everything had cooled down, I transferred all of it to a much smaller flask. I then attempted to distill it, but for some reason, it absolutely refused to work. Instead, it just bubbled and frothed, and after several hours of trying, it was still a complete failure. It was at this point that I really started worrying that I might have been stuck. I still had no idea how much of this was actually isononanoic acid, and it was going to be a big problem if I couldn't purify it. There was still hope, though, because there was one other thing that I thought might work. So I got out a beaker, and I added 50 mils of distilled water. Then into this, I shot in all of my goopy liquid. It all just quickly floated to the top, and I turned on the stirring. As an oil, it didn't at all mix with the water, but then I started adding a solution of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. This was a very strong base, and if I did actually have isononanoic acid, it should react and turn into a water-soluble form. As I kept adding it, the oil slowly disappeared, and I was really happy to see this. This didn't fully confirm that this was isononanoic acid, but it was pretty good evidence. Even after adding a lot of base, though, it was still a bit cloudy, so I added a bunch more. However, this didn't really seem to do anything, and this was because there was some sort of impurity. I was going to have to get rid of it, and to do this, I was going to have to put it back into a separatory funnel. I then added a different solvent called hexanes, which would dissolve most of the impurities. After shaking it around, I drained out the lower layer, and I threw away the hexanes. I then put the lower layer back into the funnel, and I washed it a couple more times with hexanes. This would hopefully get rid of most of the side products, and any other junk that might be in there. When I was eventually done with that, it was time for the moment of truth. I had to add some dilute acid, and this would immediately tell me if everything had worked. I was pretty sure that it had, but I was also completely prepared to be disappointed. So I just dumped it all in, and it almost immediately turned everything white, which I was extremely happy to see. This was all isononanoic acid being regenerated, and it was going back to being insoluble in water. I then again added some hexanes, but this time, it would actually dissolve the isononanoic acid. I then shook it around, and I waited for the layers to separate. However, now, it was the hexanes part that I wanted. So I drained away the lower one, and I dumped all the hexanes into a beaker. I then did the same extraction a few more times, and I combined everything. When I was done, I added some sodium sulfate to dry it, and I stirred it for several minutes. Now, all I had to do was get rid of the hexanes. So I poured it all into a flask, and I did what felt like the billionth distillation. This thankfully didn't take very long, though, and about an hour later, it looked like all the hexanes were gone. I then let it cool down, and I transferred it all to a small vial. My final yield here was 3.5 grams of nearly pure isononanoic acid, and this was pretty much the perfect amount. Okay, so now, after a week or so of pain, I had the first major piece of my spicy molecule. This was only half of it, though, and getting this was also kind of the easy part. The hard part was going to be actually building it into the spicy molecule that I wanted, called nor-dihydrocapsaicin. This was mostly because I started this project without even knowing how I was going to do it. I mean, I had a few basic ideas, but nothing really concrete. By the time that I got to this point, though, I realized that there was only one decent way. I was going to have to build the entire other half separately, and then add it onto the isononanoic acid. Normally, this wouldn't be too bad, but in this case, not only was I unsure how to make it, I was kind of unsure how to add it. The only thing that I knew was that the chemical that I needed looked oddly similar to something called vanillin, which is the major flavor component of vanilla. So now, I had to update the plan for the project. I was going to have to get my hands on some vanillin and turn it into something called vanillylamine. I I could then add this to my isononanoic acid to make the beautiful and spicy nor-dihydrocapsaicin. So I guess now I would be technically turning plastic gloves and vanilla into hot sauce, which I honestly think is even weirder. I mean, it all makes sense on paper, but I still find it really hard to believe that these two completely unrelated things can be combined to make spiciness. But anyway, to get started, the first thing that I had to do was get some vanillin. From past experience, I found that the best and easiest source was vanilla sugar, and I found a bunch of it at a grocery store. I wasn't exactly sure how many to get, but I figured that 18 was a decent amount. I then started cutting them all open and dumping them into a beaker. In total, this was going to give me a bit over 300 grams of vanilla sugar, and it only took a few minutes to empty everything. When all of them were eventually added, I started pouring in some methanol, and I added just enough to cover it. In total, this ended up being about 300 mils, and then I started mixing it. What I was trying to do here was selectively dissolve the vanillin, which was kind of just mixed into a bunch of sugar. The sugar itself was practically insoluble in methanol, and pretty much all of it should be left behind. But anyway, I then let it sit there for about 30 minutes to really make sure that I dissolved as much vanillin as possible. When I came back, it looked pretty much the same, and what I had to do next was separate the methanol. To do this, I was going to have to filter it, and I scooped it all into my vacuum filter. When it was all eventually added, I washed the beaker with some extra methanol, and I mixed it around a bit. I then turned on my vacuum pump, and I pulled all the methanol into a flask below the filter. To really make sure that I got out all the vanillin, I washed the sugar a couple more times with methanol, and that was basically it. The only issue was that some of the sugar had made it through, and it made things a bit cloudy. This was relatively easy to fix though, and I just filtered it again through some cotton and sea light. It was kind of slow, but what came through was a lot better, and it was almost crystal clear. What I had now was a relatively clean looking solution, and what I had to do next was get rid of all the methanol. In theory, assuming it's actually in there, this should leave me with relatively pure vanillin. So I turned on the stirring and the heating, and I waited for it to warm up. Over the next 2 hours, the methanol slowly disappeared, and when there was only about 200 mils left, I transferred it to a smaller beaker. I then just waited again, and when it eventually got down to about 25 mils, I transferred it to an even smaller beaker. At this point, there really wasn't very much methanol left, and when it eventually got to around 10 mils, it looked like it stopped decreasing. So I pulled it off the hot plate, and I waited for it to cool down. As it was cooling, I was really hoping that it would solidify, but it apparently stayed as a liquid, and it looked like it separated into layers. This was a bit odd, but to fix it, I decided to try stirring it around and scraping the sides of the beaker. This can sometimes get things to crystallize, and at first, it really didn't look like it was working. However, I started seeing some little white bits, and then a whole bunch of solid stuff started appearing. This was all vanillin, and it looked like there was a decent amount. I kept stirring it for a couple minutes, but it still didn't look like everything had precipitated. There was probably still some methanol there, keeping it dissolved, so I added some water to force it out. This actually seemed to work pretty well, so just for good measure, I added a few more mils, and that was about it. What I had now was a bunch of wet vanillin, but I wanted a nice powder, so I transferred it all to a vacuum filter. When everything was was in there, I turned on my vacuum pump and I pulled away the water. I then mixed it around a bit, and I was starting to see the powder that I wanted. It was still contaminated with methanol and sugar, though, so I added some cold water to wash it. After mixing it around and pulling away the water, it was already looking a lot better. Just for good measure, I washed it a few more times, and when I was done, I dumped it all into a small dish. I was really happy with what I had so far, but it was still kind of wet, and I was gonna have to dry it. So, I put it into a small desiccator. I left it there for a couple days, and when I eventually opened it up, I was hit with the really nice smell of vanilla. What I had now was nearly pure vanillin, and I had about 3.6 grams of it. The only issue was that this was going to be just barely enough for what I had to do, and unlike with the isononanol, I didn't have much room to screw up. But anyway, now that I had the vanillin, I could try turning it into the vanillamine, and the first step was to make something called vanillin oxime. To do this, I got a beaker, and I added 1.81 grams of something called hydroxylamine hydrochloride and 6.44 grams of sodium acetate trihydrate. On top of this, I poured in 25 mils of water, and I stirred it until it all dissolved. Then into the solution, I dumped in all of the vanillin. As it sat there, the vanillin slowly mixed into the water, but I don't think much of it actually dissolved. This is because vanillin is almost insoluble in room temperature water, and I was gonna have to heat it up. So I covered the beaker with a small watch glass, and I turned on the hot plate. Over the next 10 minutes, it slowly got hotter and hotter, but it didn't look like too much was happening. That apparently changed, though, when it eventually got hot enough, and all of the vanillin quickly disappeared. I then continued heating it until it started boiling. At this point, the vanillin should have been reacting with the hydroxylamine hydrochloride and turning into vanillin oxime. This was also supposed to be a relatively fast reaction, and I just had to leave it for a bit. When I came back to it about 15 minutes later, it looked pretty much the same. I then took it off the hot plate, and what I had to do next was wait for it to cool down. For over an hour, though, pretty much nothing happened, and it only became slightly cloudy. However, it then turned white, and some really nice crystals started slowly growing. This was all supposed to be vanillin oxime, and it was separating out because it wasn't very soluble in water. When it eventually cooled to room temperature, I put it in the fridge overnight so that it could fully crystallize. The next day, I did pretty much the exact same thing that I did with the vanillin. I poured all of it into my vacuum filter, and I pulled away the water. I then washed it a few times with cold water, and when I was done, I had some nice crystals, but they were still kind of wet. So I transferred them to a dish, and I put them in the same desiccator as before. This time, though, when I took it out, there was absolutely no smell. To make sure that this was actually vanillin oxime, I tested it to see what temperature it melted at. It ended up being almost exactly the same as pure vanillin oxime, and I was pretty happy to see that. This told me that what I had was quite pure, but I was only able to make 3.2 grams of it, which again, was gonna be just enough. But with that being said, up until now, this vanillin part had honestly been pretty easy. What I had to do next, though, was the part that I was afraid of. I had to turn the vanillin oxime into the final molecule that I needed, called vanillamine, and I had no idea how to do it. What was even worse was that I tried to do this conversion several times over the years, and it always failed. I had even tried many completely different ways, and it just never seemed to work. However, there was still one very promising method that I hadn't attempted yet. The only issue was that I couldn't find a decent procedure for it, and it also used mercury, which wasn't ideal. Based on what I read, though, I had a lot of faith that I could make it work, and I decided to just go for it. I used all of the vanillin oxime that I just made, and the reaction seemed to be working. However, after a couple days, and after way too much testing, I finally accepted that it had failed. I have no idea where I went wrong or why it didn't work, and I honestly don't know what I expected. Either way, I had just lost everything that I'd spent a week making, but that's just kind of how it is sometimes. My much bigger concern was that I had no idea what to try next. Thankfully, though, after a bunch of searching, I stumbled onto something that I liked. In the past, I'd never tried to do something called the hydrogenation because all of the methods that I saw always used high-pressure hydrogen, which kind of scared me. This one, though, claimed that it could be done without high pressure, and it just took a lot longer. So, I decided to try it out, but first, I had to buy a bunch more vanilla sugar. I then quickly extracted the vanillin, and I made more vanillin oxime. For this new method, it probably would have been a good idea to be a bit safer and to try it with just a portion of the oxime. However, if this didn't work, I had no other ideas anyway, so I just decided to use everything again. To get started, I got out one of my nice flasks and I connected my argon line to the neck on the left. I then dropped in a funnel and I started shooting argon into the flask. This would push out all the air and replace it with the argon, which is an inert gas. After several seconds, I turned off the argon, and I carefully added a small amount of a catalyst called palladium on carbon. On top of this, I dropped in a stir bar, and then I went and got a beaker. Into this, I added 80 mils of pure ethanol, and this was going to be the solvent for the reaction. I then turned on the stirring, and I dumped in all of the vanillin oxime. It wasn't super soluble in the ethanol, but after stirring it for a couple minutes, it all eventually disappeared. I then turned the argon back on, and I poured in all of this oxime ethanol solution. It was very important to do this under argon, because if there was any air around, the catalyst can sometimes ignite the ethanol. I was very happy when I didn't see any fire, and I used a bit more ethanol to wash everything. I then turned on the stirring, and I added the last major ingredient, which was concentrated hydrochloric acid. Now, with the flask fully loaded, I took away the funnel, and I replaced it with a stopper. To the middle one, I added a 3-way adapter, and I also swapped the argon one for a stopper. Then, to this new 3-way adapter, I attached a vacuum line, and I added a balloon that I had filled with argon. Before doing anything, I had to be absolutely sure that there was no air or oxygen. So, I switched on my vacuum pump, and I turned the valve. I then quickly turned the valve back, and I repressurized it with argon. What I just did here counted as one cycle, and I was gonna have to do it 3 more times. When I was done, it was time to start the fun part, and I swapped out the inert argon balloon for a scary hydrogen one. In general, hydrogen balloons are actually pretty safe, but it is possible for them to explode in a giant fireball. But anyway, I then did the exact same thing that I just did with the argon. The only difference this time was that the hydrogen made my pump sound a lot higher pitched, which I thought was interesting. But anyway, after doing this 3 times, the flask should be completely filled with hydrogen gas, and now, I basically just had to wait. What was happening here was hopefully a hydrogenation, where the oxime was being reduced by the hydrogen and turned into vanillylamine. Any vanillylamine would then quickly react with the hydrochloric acid and turn into vanillylamine hydrochloride. Also, as I mentioned before, all of the black palladium on carbon was just a catalyst, and it was allowing the hydrogen to react with the oxime. As the hydrogen was consumed, the balloon would shrink,
and it was an easy way to track the progress. With hydrogen, though, there are almost always leaks, so it's not super accurate. But either way, this was going to take a while, and all I had to do was occasionally swap the balloon for a full one. When I came back to it about 24 hours later, I think the only difference was that it looked a lot messier. However, it was supposed to be done. What I had to do next was filter everything that was in this flask, but I couldn't just start taking everything apart. It was still full of hydrogen gas, and if I just opened it up, the whole thing could light on fire. I was first going to have to get rid of that hydrogen balloon and bring back the argon one. Then with that in place, I did the same vacuum cycles that I did before, and I replaced everything with argon. At this point, it should have been safe, and I carefully opened it up. I was very happy when nothing lit on fire, but the danger wasn't quite over yet. What I had to do next was filter it, and there was still a chance that it could spontaneously light on fire. So just in case, I set up an argon line above my filter funnel to protect everything from air. I then carefully poured everything in, and again, there was thankfully no fire. Everything that made it through the filter was also surprisingly clear and colorless, which I was really happy to see. It took about 20 minutes for it all to make it into the beaker, and then I washed the reaction flask in the funnel with some extra ethanol. I then waited for all of that to pass through, and by the time that it was done, it looked like it had become a bit yellow, and I'm not exactly sure why. Either way, what I had to do next was get rid of all of the ethanol and any leftover hydrochloric acid. So I poured it all into a round bottom flask, and I was gonna have to do a distillation. For this one, though, I decided to make it a bit more interesting, and I used one of my fancier condensers. But anyway, this ended up taking a few hours, and when it was close to being done, it was looking pretty good. However, it then suddenly got cloudy, and not too long after, it had apparently turned pink. I thought this was the most that it would change, but then it got even darker, and by the time it was done, it was a dirty brown. I'm not exactly sure why this happened, and I was also a bit worried that it would be a pain to get out of the flask. So I stopped the distillation and I waited for it to cool down, and I really thought this was going to be a disaster. However, when I tried shooting in some ethanol, it worked surprisingly well. Everything was almost immediately removed from the sides of the flask, and some of it even looked like it was turning white. I then transferred it all to a small beaker, and I used a bit more ethanol to wash out the flask. What I had to do now was turn on the hot plate and bring it to a boil. I was doing this to try to clean up all the solid stuff, which I was hoping was vanillylamine hydrochloride. After boiling it for a few minutes, I took it off, and almost immediately, I saw some white powder separating out. I was again hoping that this was the right thing, and when it eventually got to around room temperature, I put it in the freezer overnight. When I checked on it the next day, it looked like a bit more of it had appeared. But either way, what I had to do next was isolate it, and I poured it all into my vacuum filter. I then turned on my pump and I pulled away all the liquid, and I washed it a few times with cold ethanol. When it was eventually done, I dried it in the desiccator, and this was what I was left with. It was a bunch of nice and white powder, and I was really hoping it was the right thing. The only way to confirm this, though, was to run some tests on it, and I started by checking its melting point. However, unlike last time, I was very disappointed. It was supposed to start melting at 219°C, but it instead started melting at around 208, and then it looked like it burned. Another test was to see if it were soluble in water, and pretty much all of it disappeared, which was good. However, when I added some base to it, which was supposed to bring it back, it never seemed to work. This was exactly what had happened many times in the past when I had tried making it before. The properties of whatever I made just didn't seem to match up with vanillylamine hydrochloride.
I was honestly pretty sad at this point, but as one final and desperate test, I decided to run something called an NMR. Just by chance, a week earlier, I'd gotten my hands on a little NMR machine, and I figured I might as well try it out. I honestly assumed that it was just going to be a waste of time, but surprisingly, that actually wasn't the case. The result that I got matched up perfectly with what I was hoping for, and when I saw this, I really didn't know what to believe. According to the NMR, this was vanillylamine hydrochloride. According to everywhere else, though, that reported the melting point and its other properties, it was something else. In general, though, NMR is way more trustworthy, and I decided to just ignore all the other stuff. Did I actually make the vanillylamine hydrochloride? I wasn't entirely sure, but I figured that the best way to find out was to just move on to the next reaction. For this one, I would be finally combining it with the isononanoic acid to make the nordihydrocapsaicin. What was also nice was that if this worked, I wouldn't have to only rely on fancy tests to verify it, and in theory, I could just taste it and see if it burned my mouth off. The only problem with this step, like I mentioned earlier, was that I really wasn't sure how to do it. Thankfully, though, the paper that I'd used for the hydrogenation might have had the answer. They used a method that I'd never heard of before, and I think it's mostly used in biochemistry. However, their hydrogenation seemed to work, so I trusted them, and I decided to give it a try. I'd learned from my past, though, and I decided to not just do it with everything that I had. This was because I had a lot more than I expected to have at this point, and it seemed like I could get away with using half. This way, if I completely screwed up, I'd at least have one more try. But anyway, to get started, I got a little flask and I added 15 mils of a solvent called DMF. Then into this, I added 0.76 grams of my isononanoic acid. After that, I turned on the stirring and I added something called Dipia. This was a base, and it was supposed to react with the isononanoic acid. It should have been turning it into its deprotonated form, and this was important for the next step. To make sure that it all reacted, I let it stir for several minutes, and then I added another chemical called HAT2. This one should have been reacting with the deprotonated isononanoic acid and forming this new molecule. This reaction was a little bit slow, though, and I had to leave it for about 30 minutes. During this time, it slowly got darker and darker, and I wasn't exactly sure if that was a good thing. But either way, when I came back to it, it was time to add the last ingredient. This was the vanillylamine hydrochloride, and I was still really hoping that I'd actually made it. The moment that it was added, it should have been reacting with some of the Dipia and turning into free-base vanillylamine. This should then be able to attack that isononanoic acid molecule that I made before. If this were actually happening, the vanillylamine would be combining with the isononanoic acid. It would then kick off that extra junk from the earlier step, and the final result would be my precious spicy molecule called nordihydrocapsaicin. This reaction was supposed to be relatively slow, though, and I was gonna have to leave it here for a while. So just for good measure, and to protect it from oxygen, I filled the flask with some argon. I then covered the top, and I left it there overnight. When I came back to it about 20 hours later, it looked like it had gotten a bit lighter. I wasn't sure if this was a good sign, but it at least looked like something had happened. Either way, it was now time to try and separate out the nordihydrocapsaicin and to see if the reaction had actually worked. So I started the fun process by preloading a separatory funnel with some hexanes and dumping everything in. These two things didn't really mix together, and then I added a bunch of saturated salt water. I then did the extraction in the usual way, where I took it off the stand and shook it around. The idea here was to pull all of the nordihydrocapsaicin into the hexanes, and then to wait for the layers to separate. This was about 10 minutes later, and most of it should have been extracted into the upper hexanes layer, so I drained away the lower one. Left in the funnel was just the hexanes, but there was also a bunch of other junk that made it look really dirty. The hexanes itself, though, was relatively clean, and I dumped it all into a beaker. I then put that lower layer back into the separatory funnel, and I extracted it 4 more times. I did this just to really make sure that I got everything out, and I transferred them all to the same beaker. What I had now looked pretty clean, but the extraction probably pulled out some other junk as well. I was gonna have to get this out, and to do this, I had to put it all back into a separatory funnel. I then added some dilute hydrochloric acid, which would pull out any basic impurities. After shaking it around, I drained it away, and I repeated the same washing. I then did another washing with dilute base, and another with saturated salt water. When I was eventually done, I felt that it was looking pretty good. So I poured it all back into a beaker, and I added some anhydrous sodium sulfate to dry it. When it looked like it was done, I poured it into another beaker, and now in theory, I just had to get rid of the hexanes. This would hopefully leave me with just Nordihydrocapsaicin, and I was honestly pretty nervous. Over the next few hours, the hexanes slowly disappeared, and I ended up transferring it to a smaller beaker. I then kept going, and in my opinion, it was looking really promising. However, it was a total failure. All I ended up with was a very small amount of oily junk, and it was at this moment that I was really happy I only used half of my Vanillil amine. Like every other time, I initially didn't know what had gone wrong, and my biggest fear was that I hadn't actually made the Vanillil amine. However, it turned out that it was just entirely my fault. The procedure clearly said that a solvent called ethyl acetate was used, but this was just a general procedure, and I decided to swap it to hexanes. I did this because the hexanes had worked really well with the isononanoic acid, and I figured that it would work well again. However, I was completely wrong, and I was punished for my assumption. So now it was time to try it again, except using ethyl acetate, and I only had one chance to make it work. I set the reaction up in the exact same way as before, and when it was done 20 hours later, I added it to a separatory funnel. I also washed it with a bit of water to make sure that I transferred everything. I then added a bunch of saturated salt solution, and this easily dissolved everything. After that, I added some ethyl acetate, and I could immediately tell that it was better than the hexanes. It looked like it had actually dissolved stuff, and it had completely pulled out the color. I then did the usual shaking part, and this time, it was way cleaner. I didn't have any of that weird goopy stuff floating around, and it was a lot easier to drain away the lower layer. But anyway, like before, I transferred the ethyl acetate to a beaker, and I repeated the extraction 4 times. After that, I poured it all back into a separatory funnel, and I washed it a bunch of times with dilute hydrochloric acid, dilute sodium bicarbonate, and saturated salt solution. When it was done, it looked pretty much the same, and I put it all back into a beaker. I then dumped in some anhydrous sodium sulfate, and I turned on the stirring. Unlike hexanes, ethyl acetate really likes to pick up water, so this step was even more important than before. When I felt that it was ready, the next step was to filter it, and I was already much happier with how this was going. It all ended up making it through relatively quickly, and what I had to do now was get rid of the ethyl acetate. So I turned on the hot plate, and I was just hoping to be left with something this time. As it evaporated, the color slowly got darker and darker, and this was a good sign that there was something there. After a couple hours, there was almost nothing left, and I transferred it to a vial. I then continued evaporating it by blowing air on it, until eventually, it actually stopped decreasing. I was very relieved when I saw this because it meant that I actually had something, but I now kind of had the opposite problem. I actually had too much stuff, and it was more than I could have even theoretically made. If this were actually Nor-dihydrocapsaicin, it definitely wasn't pure. So I had to come up with a way to purify it, and what I came up with didn't seem too bad. It was very similar to what I had done for the isononanoic acid. All I needed was a 5% solution of potassium hydroxide, and then into this, I shot in all of the dark oil. Like last time, I was a bit worried that it wouldn't disappear. However, I was very relieved when I turned on the stirring, and most of it quickly dissolved. It was all turning into a water-soluble form, but after a few minutes, there was still some stubborn stuff left over. So I kept adding some more 5% potassium hydroxide, and I was eventually left with a nice and clear solution. There was still a bit of junk floating around, but that was okay, and what I had to do next was pour it into one final separatory funnel. I also washed the beaker with a bit of water, just to make sure that I transferred everything. I then added hexanes to dissolve all the junk that wasn't water soluble. This time though, it wasn't a mistake using hexanes, and I was specifically using it because I knew that it wouldn't touch the Nor-dihydrocapsaicin. I ended up washing it twice with the hexanes, and I got rid of those washings. Then after that, I drained all of my precious orange water into a beaker. The next step was to try and get back the Nor-dihydrocapsaicin, and to do this, I decided to use CO2 gas. I used a pipette to shoot in a gentle stream of it, and this should have been slowly acidifying the solution. Almost immediately, I started seeing some white stuff appearing, and I was very relieved to see this. At this point, I was 95% sure that I had actually made the Nor-dihydrocapsaicin, and it was also looking like it was nice and pure. Over the next 30 minutes, more of it slowly appeared, but it also started changing color. I was really hoping that it would become a white powder, but it was instead looking like a brown goo. A few minutes later, the solution had become completely clear, and I pulled out the pipette. It was stuck to all that goo, though, and I had to smear it on the beaker to get it off. I then dumped off all of the water, and I added some ethyl acetate. I used the CO2 pipette to shoot around the ethyl acetate, and I kept going until everything had dissolved. Just for good measure, I added a bunch of extra ethyl acetate, and then, like I did a bunch of times before, I added some sodium sulfate to dry it. This time, though, I didn't just filter it through cotton and sea light, and I also used some silica gel. I found that this was very important to take out polar impurities like salts, and it seemed to really help clean it up. It also seemed to take out some of the color, and I ran it through the same filter a few times. When I was eventually done, it was definitely a much lighter color. I also had twice the amount of solvent though, because I had to wash the funnel a few times with some extra ethyl acetate. Either way, this wasn't an issue, because the next step was to get rid of the solvent. This would hopefully leave me with nearly pure Nor-dihydrocapsaicin, and I turned on the hot plate. After a while, there was barely anything in the beaker, and like before, I transferred it all to a vial. I then continued evaporating it by blowing on it, and again, it eventually stopped decreasing. This time, though, it was actually an amount that was possible to make. It was also definitely way cleaner, but it looked like there was still some solvent in it. So to get rid of it, I stored it under a vacuum, and this was what I had a few days later. It was a much thicker oil, and I couldn't help but think that it kind of looked spicy. It was also barely anything, only around a gram, and it was honestly hard to believe that I spent months trying to make this. At this point, though, I still wasn't completely sure, that this was actually Nordihydrocapsaicin. To find out, I was honestly tempted to just taste it, but I didn't really want to potentially poison myself. It was much smarter to first run it through my new and fancy NMR machine. So, I carefully loaded a sample into it, and I nervously waited for the result. When it eventually popped up on the screen, I was extremely relieved by what I saw. It was almost exactly what I was hoping for, and it basically confirmed that I did have Nordihydrocapsaicin. However, I still felt that to be 100% sure, I just had to taste it. All I needed, though, was an extremely small amount, because if this were Nordihydrocapsaicin, it would be really potent. So I guess I just have to try it. Okay. Okay. It's definitely spicy. Took a couple seconds to sense anything. Yeah, okay. I was expecting to be much happier when I realized it was spicy. It's kind of just painful. Oh god. Oh, is that from the spice? Oh god. Oh no. I've never had spicy hiccups before. Oh, it doesn't feel good. Yeah, it's definitely. I can confirm that's spicy. Confirmed. So, I guess it worked. I did it. It worked. But anyway, with that all confirmed, I could finally try making my hot sauce, which was now almost 2 years in the making. To get started with this, the first thing that I needed were some ingredients, and most hot sauces are made from chili peppers. However, chili peppers are of course spicy, and it would kind of defeat the purpose if I used them. I was instead gonna have to make it from something that was completely unspicy, and I decided to just go with roasted red peppers. For the recipe, I wanted it to be as simple as possible, and I started by adding 2 of the peppers. Then on top of this, I threw in some onions, a small piece of garlic, and some salt. I kind of just made up this recipe, and I'm normally pretty horrible at cooking, but I felt like this was so simple that it couldn't possibly be bad. But anyway, what I had to do next was blend it for a couple minutes. When I eventually felt that it looked nice and liquidy, I turned it off. I then opened it up, and I was pretty happy with what I had. It actually looked like a hot sauce, and it smelled pretty good as well. Right now, though, it was still completely unspicy, and what I had to do next was add the Nordihydrocapsaicin. Adding it as that thick oil, though, would have been really hard, and I first had to dissolve it in some ethanol. So, I added a bunch of 94% ethanol, and I mixed it around until it all dissolved. When it was eventually done, it was way goopier than I thought it would be, and I also had no idea how much to use. Based on almost nothing, though, I felt that half of it would be a good amount, and I just went ahead and shot it all in. I then started mixing it around, and now I was basically done. Finally, after probably way too much effort, I had actually made some synthetic hot sauce. The only problem was that I had no idea how spicy it was, and after my last experience, I was honestly a bit scared. I was also a bit worried that it wouldn't even taste good, but I guess there was only one way to find out. Okay, so yeah, it's finally time to taste it, and I've decided to just put a bunch of it on
a chicken wing. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Hmm. It's not as bad. Okay. Honestly, it's pretty good. It's like right on that threshold of being completely inedible. I think I have to finish this wing, right? Do I put more sauce on? You know what? I need to put more on. I think the truly off. My whole face is burning. Why am I doing this? Oh god. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely like a chicken wing hot sauce challenge. But honestly, in terms of flavor, I rate it like 7.5, which is pretty good. In terms of spiciness, a 7. It could be worse.
Okay, so it had apparently all worked out, and I was actually able to turn plastic gloves into hot sauce. Or, I mean, technically plastic gloves and vanilla, which I honestly think is even better. Also, this was something that I'd been wanting to do since I started this channel, and I'm really glad that I was finally able to do it. For now, though, I think I need a break from doing so much organic chem. Instead, I think I'm gonna work on more cutting edge projects, like turning wood into a bouncy ball. But anyway, this project ended up taking way longer than I thought, and I think it took about 4 months to put it all together. So, I really want to give a big thanks to all my patrons for making long projects like this possible, and to Micro Center for sponsoring this video. If you haven't already heard about Micro Center, they're a great resource for tech, DIY, and just computer stuff in general. They have a huge array of parts and peripherals, and they sell almost anything you'd ever need. Whether you're looking to get into 3D printing, upgrade your computer, fly a drone, or to just do your own custom electronic stuff. They also have physical locations, so you can actually go in store and see exactly what you're buying. They also offer a really useful tool on their website if you're looking to build your own PC from scratch. One of the most annoying things is trying to figure out what is compatible, and this makes it really easy to put something together that you know will actually work. On top of this, they also offer a service where they can assemble the whole thing for you. But anyway, with that being said, I definitely recommend checking out Micro Center. Right now, they're also offering new customers a free 128 gig flash drive and a micro SD card. To get it, you just have to follow the link in the description to get a coupon code, which you can then trade in store for the drive and the SD card. With that being said, though, this video is finally done.
As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here.
I'm sweating, I'm covered in sauce, my mouth hurts, and I think this is exactly how it was supposed to end. About 2 years ago, I became convinced that there was a way to turn cotton balls into edible and hopefully tasty cotton candy. At first, this idea seemed a bit ridiculous, but I knew that it should have been possible. This is because cotton, even though it doesn't seem like it at all,
is technically entirely sugar. The only problem is that all this sugar, or more specifically glucose, is trapped in something called cellulose. As cellulose, it acts like a completely different material, and we can use it to make things like cotton balls and clothing. At its core, though, it's all just sugar. So, what I dreamed of doing was breaking down cotton balls back into sugar and then turning them into candy. I didn't just want to make any candy, though, and I specifically wanted to make cotton candy. I wanted to make literal cotton candy. To get started, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how to even do it. I had to come up with a way to break down the cellulose back into sugar, and my first idea was to use an enzyme. This was because I had already used an enzyme for another project where I turned toilet paper into drinkable alcohol, and it had worked really well. For that one, I used an enzyme called cellulase, and I was able to break down the toilet paper, which is also entirely cellulose. This gave me a solution of sugar, which I fermented to alcohol using yeast, and then I distilled it to make my toilet paper moonshine. The whole process ended up being surprisingly efficient, and I figured it was the best place to start. The only issue was that the enzyme I'd used wasn't pure, and it was mixed with maltodextrin and cornstarch. Both of these were sugars, but they weren't fermentable by yeast, so none of it turned into alcohol, and they didn't at all interfere with that project. However, for this one, I couldn't have any extra sugar floating around. It would be almost impossible to separate it from the sugar that I made, and it would just be a huge mess. I had to find somewhere to buy the pure enzyme, and the easiest and cheapest source seemed to be Alibaba. It was pretty easy to go on, find a listing, and order the enzyme, but actually getting what I wanted turned out to be a huge pain. The first and biggest problem was that I never knew if it was actually going to be sugar-free. I always asked, and they would confirm that it was, but it never seemed fully believable. Also, the Canadian government kept seizing the packages and holding them for months. This one, by far, had to be the worst one that I got. Customs had apparently torn it open and repackaged it by just throwing it into a loose plastic bag. It was also brown, which immediately told me that it wasn't very pure, and I could tell there was sugar in it because it was sticky when I touched it. It took months, but I eventually got one that seemed decent, and it of course arrived as ginseng extract. It was an off-white, but still pure powder, and it didn't seem to have any fillers or sugars. When I tried it on the cotton, though, it just didn't work very well. I think the enzyme itself was good quality, and the cotton was just really stubborn. I knew that it would be a bit harder to break down than toilet paper, but I didn't expect it to be as bad as it was. I was never really able to do it, and after trying for a while, I basically gave up. About a year later, though, I got really inspired for some reason, and I decided to attempt this project again. I read every single book, article, or paper that I could find, and I slowly put something together. My biggest challenge was that I didn't want to have to use any specialized equipment or weird chemicals, and I wanted it to be as simple as possible. I also ideally wanted the sugar that I made to taste good, or at the very least, not poison me. After about a week, I ended up coming up with something that I thought could work. Instead of using enzyme to break down the cotton, I would just use acid, and the process seemed to be surprisingly simple. So I decided to just jump right into it, and I picked up an entire bag of cotton balls. I went with the large ones, just because I felt like it, and it looked like a lot, but it was only about 77 grams. Now, the next main ingredient that I needed was some 98% concentrated sulfuric acid. For all this cotton, I calculated that I needed 230 grams of it, and I poured it directly onto 70 grams of ice. This almost immediately caused most of the ice to melt, and when it was all added, I turned on the stirring. What I was doing here was just diluting the sulfuric acid and bringing the concentration down from 98% to 75. I also used ice to do this because it generated a lot of heat, and the whole solution was now probably around 60°C, or 140 Fahrenheit. If I'd used regular water instead of ice, it probably would have violently boiled and splashed, which wouldn't have been ideal. But anyway, when it looked like it was all mixed, I turned off the stirring and I let it cool down to room temperature. About 30 minutes later, it was good to go, and I pulled out the stir bar. It was now time to add the cotton, and I started with just one ball. I then poked it around a bit, and it almost immediately started falling apart. In general, cotton's usually pretty tough, and I thought that it was interesting to see it just disintegrate. It only took a minute for it to become a little gooey blob, and I felt that I was ready to add the rest. So, I carefully loaded in a small handful, and it looked like it was barely gonna fit. At first, this was a bit concerning, because this was only a small fraction of what I had to add. With just a bit of poking around and stirring, though, it slowly disappeared into the acid. I then continued adding the rest of the cotton, and I was honestly a bit worried that it wasn't going to be able to eat the whole bag. Now, as far as I know, there was no major reaction going on here, and the cotton was just getting dissolved. I wasn't able to find much info about it, but it seems like the sulfuric acid was probably just interacting with the cellulose. It was forming a complex around their hydroxyl groups, which normally help the fibers stay tightly packed together. This was causing them to separate and fall apart and dissolve into the acid. It really didn't seem like it was going to work, but I was able to fit the whole bag. Now at this point, things were looking pretty good, but to fully dissolve the cotton, I had to warm it up a bit. So I dropped it into a hot water bath at 50°, and I let it sit there for 30 minutes. When it was done, it looked like all the cotton had disappeared, and I pulled it out of the bath. I then poured it into 456 milliliters of boiling hot water. This diluted the acid even more, and it brought it down from the 75% that I had before to 27%. I then washed out the beaker with a bit of water to make sure that I transferred everything, and I added a thermometer. I now had to keep this at 85°, and even though it didn't look like much was happening, it was the most important step. In the other one, the cotton had just been dissolved, but here, it was actually getting chopped up. The long cellulose fibers were being attacked by the acid and water, and they were breaking the bonds between the sugar units. This type of reaction is called a hydrolysis reaction, and they were breaking it down into smaller and smaller pieces. I had to keep it running like this for 2 hours, and in that time, it should fully break down into glucose. When it was done, it looked about the same, and I poured all of this into an even larger beaker. This one was surrounded with ice to help cool things down, but it was still gonna take a while. So, in the meantime, I prepared something else that I needed. I went and got some of my food-grade calcium carbonate, which is basically just chalk. I would be using this to neutralize all the sulfuric acid, but I couldn't just throw it in as a powder. I had to make it into a slurry, and based on my calculations, I needed about 245 grams. So I measured that out and added 125 mils of water. I then stirred it around, and after a few minutes, it was good to go. When everything eventually cooled down to around room temperature, I started adding the goopy chalk. It reacted almost immediately with the sulfuric acid, and it was releasing a lot of CO2 gas. This was all being generated as the acid was being neutralized, and the acid itself was turning into calcium sulfate. The only problem was that I had to add the chalk in small amounts, or else it would bubble out of the beaker. This was a very slow process, and it was going okay, until it eventually got a bit too thick. This happened because the calcium sulfate was practically insoluble in water, and it was all separating out. So to fix this, I occasionally added some extra water to loosen things up, and it seemed to help. I also added some more water to the chalk, and I slowly added the rest of it. At some point, it really started looking way too much like iced coffee, and it was a bit scary how much I wanted to taste it. That would have been a horrible idea, though, and it would have tasted absolutely awful. But anyway, I was eventually done adding the chalk, and when I tested the pH, it told me that it was roughly neutral. What I had now was hopefully a mixture of calcium sulfate and dirty sugar water, and the next step was to filter it. I poured in as much as I could into the filter, but it wasn't even close to fitting everything. I was only able to add what looked like half of it, and I was gonna have to do this in 2 batches. After loading up as much as I could, I turned on the vacuum, and I started pulling out the water. This was all being drained into a flask below the filter, and I was getting some nice and clear, dark liquid. When the stuff in the filter looked dry, I added some water. I then mixed it around, and I was doing this to wash out any sugar that might have been stuck in the calcium sulfate. This was then all pulled through, and I washed it a second time. Now I had to deal with the other half of the stuff, so I washed the filter, and I added everything that was left in the beaker. It was all just barely able to fit, and I turned on the vacuum. Just like before, I pulled it all through, and I washed it twice with some water. In the flask below, I was left with a bunch of dark liquid. This was all hopefully some dirty sugar water, but up until now, I had no idea if I had actually made any sugar. To figure this out, though, it was actually pretty easy, and I just had to use a glucose test strip. This is normally used to check for sugar in pee, and I was a bit worried that it would tell me that there was nothing. However, it actually gave me some really good results. It told me that there was for sure glucose in there, and that there was probably a decent amount. The only problem was that it was still full of impurities, side products, and leftover acid, and what I had to do next was try and clean it up a bit. To do this, I figured the easiest way was to use something called a mixed ion exchange resin. At first, this might sound a bit fancy, and it kind of is, but it's actually super simple to use. It's also commonly used to purify aquarium water, so it's pretty cheap and quite easy to buy. I got all my resin from Amazon, and all I did was put it in this plastic tube. Now to clean the dirty sugar solution, I just had to pour it through. As it passed over the resin, it pulled out anything that was charged, and this included things like acid and salts. The sugar itself, though, was a neutral molecule, and it shouldn't have been affected by it. It even got rid of some of the color, and after just one run, it was looking a lot lighter. I then swapped out the beaker for another container, and I passed it all through again. I was doing this just to really make sure that I pulled out as much junk as possible. When it was done, I washed the resin with some extra water, and at this point, it should have been relatively pure. Besides the obvious orange color, there should have been practically no salts or acid. However, the main issue now was that there was still way too much water, and I had to get rid of most of it. So, after pouring it all into this large dish, I threw it into a food dehydrator. This is normally meant for things like peppers or fruit, and it's basically just a warm box with a fan. I then ran it until I felt that it was low enough, which ended up taking about 35 hours. After that, I took it out, and I poured it all into a beaker. It was just slightly over 400 mils, and now that it was more concentrated, it was a bit darker. It was also slightly acidic, and it had a bit of a weird smell. This unfortunately meant that I had to go back to the ion exchange resin. This time, though, I did it in a different tube that I made from a water bottle. This one had a valve at the bottom that I could close, so everything wouldn't pass through right away. I also included a bunch of activated charcoal along with the resin, which I was hoping would help with the smell and color. After everything was added, I stirred it around, and then I let it sit there. I wasn't sure how long I had to leave it, and based on almost nothing, I decided that 5 hours was probably good. Over that time, I just randomly stirred it every so often, and it did get noticeably lighter. When it hit the 5-hour mark, I opened the valve and I drained everything out. I washed everything with a bit of extra water, and it was now hopefully cleaner. The only thing that I didn't like was that it looked a bit cloudy. To fix this, I tried pouring it through some cotton and sea light, but I don't think that did much of anything. In any case, what I had now was still way better, and it no longer had a weird smell. It basically just smelled like water, and it also wasn't acidic. The only issue was that there was still way too much water, so I put it back into the dehydrator. I then ran it until it looked like it was almost all gone. When I felt that it was done, I pulled it out, and I put it into an even smaller container. This one was made of silicone, and if I had made any sugar, I was hoping that it wouldn't stick to it. After that, I put it back in, and I ran it until it looked like the volume stayed constant. When it eventually looked like it was done, I took it out. I was really hoping to see some nice and crunchy sugar, but that of course wasn't the case. Only this part in the corner kind of looked like it was solid. I thought that maybe it was just having a hard time crystallizing, so I covered it and I put it in the freezer for a couple days. When I took it out, I thought that it was looking really promising. However, it wasn't. It was all goopy and honestly a bit disappointing, but I was still kind of happy. Even though it wasn't nice and crunchy, the texture more or less confirmed that it was sugar. There weren't very many other things that I could have made here that would be sticky and gooey like this. I wasn't exactly sure why it wasn't completely solid, but I figured it was probably because I just didn't dry it enough. There was still some water in there, making it all sticky, and unfortunately, I had to get it out. If I tried putting this into a cotton candy machine, it would be an absolute mess. To dry it, I put together this little setup, which is just an upside-down tray on a hot plate with a baking sheet on top. I then scraped off all the sugar, which totally stuck to the silicone, and I transferred it all here. I slowly turned up the heating, and I brought it up to just above 100°C to boil off the water. I let it bubble like this for a while, and after several minutes, it was probably pretty dry. I still wasn't done though, because even with it dry, I knew that it still wouldn't work to make cotton candy. This was because I had already done a few basic tests using pure glucose, and it had completely failed. I had no idea why, but it only seemed to work when the glucose was partially caramelized. So, I slowly raised the temperature of the hot plate, and I brought it up to 185°C. Under this high heat, the sugar was hopefully caramelizing, which actually meant that it was repolymerizing. This was basically the exact opposite of what I did to make the sugar, and I was rebuilding them back into slightly longer chains. It would still be edible though, and it would never go back to being like cotton. My only issue here was that I had no idea how long I had to heat it for, and I was also really afraid of burning it. I ended up letting it go until I felt that it looked good, which took about an hour. I then pulled it off the hot plate, and I waited for it to cool down to room temperature. After half an hour, it looked exactly the same, and for a second, I thought that it was still all goopy. When I poked at it though, it was completely solid, and it also looked and felt like candy. I was pretty happy with how it had turned out, and it was a lot more sugar than I needed. It was also a lot more than I ever expected to get, especially after my failures with the enzyme. However, the yield was technically kind of crappy, and I only got about 20 grams. In theory, I probably should have gotten at least 50. This meant that I had lost a lot along the way, and I honestly have no idea where it went. I'm thinking that a lot of it might have gotten trapped in the exchange resin or in all the calcium sulfate. Or maybe, in general, the process just wasn't super efficient. Either way, I never expected this process to be amazing, and 20 grams was more than enough. I was also honestly still kind of amazed that I had even managed to get any sugar at all. Even though I had done this all myself, I still thought that it was hard to believe that this used to be a bag of cotton balls. One thing, though, was that I still wasn't 100% sure that this was sugar. I mean, I had tested it with a glucose strip, but I felt that there was only one way to fully confirm it. Up until now, I had completely resisted tasting it, and I was really anxious to try it. If there was anything else in there, it would probably taste really bad or sour, and I was honestly kind of expecting that to happen. Okay, so I guess I'll just taste one of the little pieces. It tastes pretty good. It's just caramelized sugar. Yeah, that's it. That's my whole review. Done. Okay, so it was actually a lot better than I expected, and it didn't even have a hint of a weird flavor. But anyway, I guess it was now time to try and turn it into cotton candy. To do this, I figured that all I needed was a cotton candy machine, and I bought one from Amazon. Now, in theory, based on the instructions, all I had to do was wait for it to heat up and drop in my sugar. So I waited for about 5 or 10 minutes, and I nervously took out my precious little pieces. I then dropped some in, and I turned on the spinner. I was really hoping to see some nice puffs of cotton candy, but that didn't happen. All it did was shoot out a sad brown liquid. When I saw this, I was honestly pretty disappointed. Yeah. And I wasn't sure why it failed. It just shot it all out. It just shot it out as liquid sugar. Based on my small tests, I was really expecting it to just work. But then again, I'm not some sort of cotton candy master. Cut. It didn't work. See, that's what I feared. I ended up trying it a few more times, and it just never seemed to work. At first, I had no idea why it was failing like this, but I started thinking that the melting point of my candy was just too low. If that were the case, it might just be having a hard time freezing as it flew through the air. This machine was designed for table sugar, or sucrose, which melts at 186°C, but glucose melts around 146°C, and my sugar was probably even lower. I was hoping that this would have been fixed by caramelizing it, but I guess I didn't caramelize it enough. I think it just has to be more caramelized. So, I scraped off all the sugar from my sad and failed attempts, and I put it back onto the silicone baking sheet. I then heated it up again to about 200°C. I had no idea how long I had to cook it for, and again, I was a bit afraid of burning it. Over 20 minutes, it darkened a bit more, and when I eventually felt that it was good, I took it off the heat. I then let it cool down like before, and I broke it into a bunch of smaller pieces. Okay, so I was now ready to try again, and I was kind of expecting the same results. In theory, the caramelization should have fixed things, but I was a bit scared because if it didn't, I was kind of out of ideas. There was only one way to find out, though, and I dropped some pieces into the machine. I then turned it on, and now I just had to wait. In the meantime, I got ready, by climbing up on my little ladder. It was a little awkward, but I found that reaching over the camera was the only decent way to film this. I was half expecting it to almost immediately just shoot out as goo again, but that didn't seem to be happening. In fact, it didn't seem to be doing much of anything.
It's been taking you a lot longer.
I kept waiting, and I was a bit worried that it would just burn or something, but then there was suddenly a bunch of nice fluff. I then quickly used the stick, and I tried collecting it, and it was actually working. The first thing that I noticed, though, was that it looked a lot thicker than regular cotton candy. I mean, it was all yellow, and the machine sounded like it was dying, but it was still pretty exciting. When it eventually looked like it wasn't making anymore, I turned off the machine.
Oh my god.
Okay, so apparently it had worked, and even though it was probably the saddest and most pathetic cotton candy I'd ever seen, I was still really happy with it. I also really wanted to know how it tasted.
I mean, it tastes like regular cotton candy, just a lot more burnt. It's not bad, but it's also not good.
The only major issue with it, besides looking and tasting like industrial grade cotton candy, was that it didn't last very long. Even though it was able to solidify, it seemed like it wanted to melt. In just a few minutes, it had shrank quite a bit, and it had gotten a lot harder.
All the work, all of my work to get this.
Before it completely died, though, I broke off a piece of it, and I compared it to a cotton ball. In my opinion, they were shockingly similar, and the cotton candy kind of just looked like a really used and dirty one. But anyway, in the end, I guess I was successful at turning cotton balls into cotton candy. I mean, it wasn't the most efficient transformation, and the quality wasn't exactly the best, but it was still a lot better than I expected, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. For now, though, I think I'm done messing around with sugar, and I'm gonna focus on some other projects, like turning plastic gloves into hot sauce. Okay, so now is when I would normally have a sponsorship, but I've decided not to have one for this video. Instead, I want to take the time to announce that I'm finally selling t-shirts again. The first shirt is the original design that I sold years ago, and there have been a lot of people wondering where it went. The other one is a new design, and personally, I like how it's nice and discreet. Right now, these shirts will only be available for 2 weeks, and I'm not sure if or when they'll be available again. So, if you want to pick one up, or just support the channel, there's a link in the description. My goal in general with this is to be more self-sustaining and to not rely on sponsorships anymore, but I guess I'll have to see how this goes. As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here. This video has been sponsored by KiwiCo, but more about them later. A couple years ago, I attempted to make transparent wood, which is supposed to be almost as clear as glass, but much stronger and shatterproof. My main reason for making it, though, was mostly just because I thought it looked cool. My results were kind of okay, and I was able to make a few almost decent pieces, but I had a lot of problems with the process. It was a lot more difficult than I thought it would be, and none of my pieces were as nice as I would have liked. I also really wanted to make some larger ones, but every time I tried it, it ended up cracking after a day or so. Instead, I settled for some smaller ones, which didn't crack, and they just became really warped. It was transparent though, and at the time, I felt that it was good enough, but this was what it looked like after sitting around for several months. They were all yellow and cracked, and clearly this wasn't the best method. So, I've decided to try it again, and there was recently a paper about transparent wood that kind of went viral. I'm not going to be using their method though, and I'll mention a few reasons why throughout the video. Instead, I wanted to try something from a paper published in 2016, which was actually 2 years before my first attempt. I have no idea how I didn't find this back then, but it seemed to avoid all the problems that I ran into. To get started with it, the first thing that I needed was a piece of wood, or more specifically, a piece of balsa wood. What was nice was that I was able to find it at a local art store, and it was already made into a thin strip. For the thickness of the strip, I went with 1/8 of an inch, which was about 3.2 millimeters. The first thing that I had to do was cut it using a knife, and I made some small squares that were about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters. This size was kind of arbitrary, but I figured it was best to start small and then scale it up. Now, on a quick side note, a lot of papers, including the one that went viral, made the pieces a lot thinner, and they were usually at most 1 millimeter. I felt that that was way too thin though, and at that point, it was getting closer to being paper than wood. Also, the last time that I did this, the pieces kind of fell apart, and I was worried that it was because I'd made them too thin. But anyway, when I was done cutting them, I dropped them onto a dish, and I put them in an oven to dry. The paper said to keep it at 105°C for 24 hours to get rid of any moisture in the wood. I think they were already pretty dry though, and when I pulled them out the next day, they looked exactly the same. Now, what I had to do next was chemically treat the wood and remove something called lignin, and I also had to bleach them white. In my last attempt, I pulled out the lignin using a boiling solution of sodium sulfite and sodium hydroxide, and then I bleached it using 30% hydrogen peroxide. That method seemed to work okay, but I didn't find that it was very efficient doing it in 2 steps. The method that I wanted to try, though, used sodium chlorite, which was able to do both at the same time. Also, in general, it's a lot easier to buy sodium chlorite than it is concentrated hydrogen peroxide. At least here in Canada, anything above 30% peroxide is controlled because it can be used to make explosives, and if you do manage to buy it, you can sometimes end up on a list. This is very different than the sodium chlorite, which has little to no regulation, and you can just buy it online. The reason that it's so available, though, is kind of unfortunate. It has a legitimate use as a disinfectant or cleaner, but more often than not, it's sold as some sort of alternative medicine. People use it to make something called Miracle Mineral Supplement, or MMS for short, and they claim that it can cure everything from cancer to autism. The only problem, though, is that at least chemically, it's kind of similar to drinking dilute bleach. There's no real evidence that it does anything besides destroy your insides. So now, just like that other time when I bought cyanide almonds, I was a bit conflicted because I didn't want to support a market like this. However, it was on Amazon, and it was by far the cheapest and easiest way to get it, so when it eventually arrived, I was able to put together my wood treating solution. According to the paper, I had to make a 1% sodium chlorite with acetate buffer solution with a pH of 4.6 at 80°C. At first glance, this kind of seemed like a complicated and maybe hard thing to do, but it was actually relatively simple. To put it together, I started by adding 125 mils of water, followed by 1.67 grams of sodium acetate and 1.15 mils of acetic acid. I then turned on the stirring, and when all this had dissolved, I was already almost done. I only had one more ingredient to add, which was 1.3 grams of the sodium chloride. When all of this had also dissolved, I added a thermometer, turned on the heating, and waited for it to get to about 80 C. As it warmed up, the acetic acid was slowly reacting with the sodium chloride and releasing chlorous acid, which quickly broke down into chlorine dioxide. When it eventually got to 80 C, I turned off the stirring and I dropped in the pieces of wood. I did my best to spread them out, but unfortunately, there just wasn't enough space. So, I poured everything into a bigger beaker. As it sat there, the chlorine dioxide solution was attacking and dissolving one of the major components of the wood, called lignin. In general, wood is around 25% lignin, which is kind of like a glue that holds the wood fibers together. By taking it away, I was making the wood more porous, and I was opening up the space between the wood fibers. I was also getting rid of the natural yellow color that wood has, which mostly comes from the lignin. According to the paper, this process should bring the lignin content down from the 25% that I mentioned before to only about 3%. What I was supposed to be left with was mostly cellulose and hemicellulose, which were naturally colorless. About 7 hours later, they eventually looked almost completely white, and I felt that it was done. So I pulled them all out, and I dropped them into some distilled water. I then left them overnight for all the chemicals to slowly diffuse out. The next day, I filled another bowl with 100% ethanol, and I transferred them all over. I waited another day, and then I did the exact same thing with a 50-50 mixture of ethanol and acetone, and then with pure acetone. As far as I know, the paper doesn't really go into detail as to why all these solvent washings have to be done, but I think the major reason is to just get rid of the water. After a few days of mostly waiting, I was eventually left with some little dry pieces of wood, which were hopefully close to lignin free. They clearly still weren't transparent though, and that was because I still had one major step to do, which was infuse them with plastic. However, before doing that, I took a closer look at one of them. The first thing that I tried was bending it a bit to see how strong it was. The last time I did this, the pieces all became super soft and bendy, and I was kind of expecting the same thing to happen. However, they were actually still pretty tough, and they felt similar to before the treatment. I'm not exactly sure whether this was because I used balsa this time, or if it was because of the different process. My opinion, though, is that it was probably a combination of the two. Either way, it was a pleasant surprise, and it meant that it was probably possible to safely make pieces that were both thinner and larger. Something else that I noticed was that even though they weren't exactly transparent, they were definitely more transparent than regular wood. It was still way too hazy to see any details through it, but it was vaguely possible to see something. But anyway, it was now time to try and, hopefully, make it completely see-through. To do this, as I mentioned before, I had to infuse the wood with some sort of plastic, and the last time that I did this, I used an epoxy resin. There were at least a few things, though, that I didn't like about the epoxy. The first was that it was a two-part mixture, and the moment the two parts were mixed together, they would start to react. This gave me a limited time to work on it before it started to harden, and I found that this made things really rushed, and it was hard to do a good job. The second, and probably more important reason, is that epoxy has a tendency to turn yellow. This is often because of exposure to UV light, but I kept mine in a cupboard, and it still somehow happened. What I did find interesting, though, was that a lot of papers on transparent wood used epoxy, including the one that recently went viral. In fact, they often use the exact same stuff that I used. In my opinion, though, this was a major problem, especially considering that transparent wood is supposed to be a potential replacement for glass windows. Windows are constantly exposed to the UV and sunlight, and if epoxy were used, you'd probably end up with a nasty yellow window. This was one major thing that I liked about the paper that I decided to follow. They didn't go with epoxy, and they instead went with something called methyl methacrylate, or MMA for short. When this polymerized, it would make acrylic, also known as plexiglass, and it didn't have the same yellowing issue. Its polymerization was also triggered by heating it, and this meant that I could actually choose when I wanted it to harden. This all sounded pretty good to me, so I ordered some methyl methacrylate as well as an initiator called AIBN. Unfortunately, I couldn't just add them both directly to the wood, and I first had to partially polymerize the MMA. To do this, I started by adding a very small amount of the initiator. After that, I poured in about 50 mils of the methyl methacrylate, and I dropped in a stir bar. I then turned on the stirring, and when everything had dissolved, I moved the flask to a hot water bath. When the temperature got above about 40 C, the initiator was supposed to start breaking down and releasing free radicals. These free radicals would then attack a molecule of MMA, which would turn it into a more reactive form, which could attack another molecule of MMA. This process, known as polymerization, would then keep going, and it would slowly grow chains of methacrylate molecules. The length that these chains grew to was mostly determined by temperature and time, and the paper said to react it for 15 minutes at 75 C. So, after 15 minutes, I pulled it out, and I dropped it into some ice water. This quickly dropped the temperature, and it was supposed to stop the polymerization at whatever level it was at. I let it sit there for about 10 minutes, and I was now ready to add it to the wood. To do this, I got out my vacuum chamber, and I added some of the pre-polymerized MMA to a small dish. I then dropped in one of the pieces, and I made sure that it was completely submerged. I also covered it with another dish, because this step can sometimes splash a lot, and I closed the chamber. After that, I turned on my vacuum pump, and it started to bubble because air was getting pulled out of the wood. Then, as I pulled a stronger vacuum, it started boiling off the acetone, as well as some of the unpolymerized MMA. Over the next 15 minutes, the bubbling gradually slowed down, and eventually became more or less constant. I kept it going for another 15 minutes, and then I released the vacuum. This should have caused the MMA to start rushing into the wood and filling all the spaces that the air and acetone used to occupy. I really thought that at this step, it would have started looking transparent, but it looked almost exactly the same. This didn't concern me too much though, and I thought that maybe it only cleared up when the MMA was fully polymerized. I then did 2 more vacuum cycles of 15 minutes, and at this point, the wood should have been completely filled with the MMA. Now, what I had to do next, according to the paper, was sandwich it between 2 pieces of glass. So what I did was drop it onto a glass square that I found on Amazon, and this part was actually the main reason why I chose to do this method. It was the only one that seemed to wedge it between glass, and their final pieces were nice and flat. When I looked closely at almost every other paper that I found, their samples were wavy or warped. But anyway, I then put another glass square on top of it, and I wrapped it all up with aluminum foil. I wasn't exactly sure what the aluminum foil was for, but the paper said to use it, so I just did what it said. With it all nicely packaged, I put it in my oven that I had preheated to 70 C, and I left it in there for 4 hours. As it sat there, the methacrylate was supposed to start polymerizing again, and when all of it had eventually reacted, I should have been left with solid acrylic. When I came back and took it out of the oven, I was hoping to see a super nice and beautiful piece of transparent wood. But that, of course, wasn't what I saw. It looks the exact same. Looks like I didn't do anything to it. Okay, so that was nothing short of a complete failure, and I was gonna have to try again. The MMA had all apparently just disappeared, but that was what the pre-polymerization was supposed to be preventing. By polymerizing it a bit and making some short chains, it should have been making it a lot harder for the MMA to vaporize, and so that it wouldn't just disappear in the oven. Something clearly went wrong though, and I thought that maybe it was the initiator. It was possible that it might be old or bad or something, so this time, I tried using twice the amount. Unlike last time, it started releasing some small gas bubbles, and this was all nitrogen. It was forming as the initiator was being degraded, and it was a good sign that it was actually working. The fact that I didn't see this happen last time probably meant that I'd barely done anything. Over the next 15 minutes, it also got thicker and thicker, which was another good sign, and it meant that it was actually polymerizing. Like before, I then pulled it out, and I dropped it into ice water. When it got to around room temperature, I added the thicker MMA to the dish. I then dropped in another piece of wood, added a bit more MMA, and started the same vacuum cycle. After turning on the vacuum though, I realized that I had gotten a bit too excited, and I had forgotten to add the cover dish. This wasn't a huge issue though, because besides that first pop, it wasn't actually splashing very much, and I just added it after the first cycle. Unlike last time, as I continued pulling a vacuum on it, the MMA slowly got thicker and thicker. I think this was because it was pulling off a lot of the unpolymerized methacrylate and concentrating the partially polymerized stuff. This evaporation was also causing it to cool down, which would thicken it even more. After the last vacuum cycle, the wood still wasn't completely clear, but it did look a bit more transparent. I then took it out, squished it between some new glass squares, and threw it in the oven. I was again hoping that it would just magically clear up and look amazing, but that wasn't the case. I mean, it was definitely better than before, but I wouldn't call it good. Also, a major problem that I was noticing was that it looked like the acrylic was stuck to the glass. As far as I know, this issue was never mentioned in the paper, and I kind of just assumed that as it cooled, that it would pop itself off. However, that clearly didn't happen. The good news is that it actually worked this time. Kind of. The bad news is, it sucks. Even at room temperature, it was completely stuck, and to get it off, I made some score lines in the glass. I then got out my hammer, and I carefully smashed it to pieces. I also did the exact same thing to the other side, and I was eventually able to free my piece. There was unfortunately still some glass stuck to it though, so again, I carefully hit it with the hammer. After that, I used a Dremel, and I cut off the extra bits of plastic. I also sanded it, just to clean it up a bit. The final piece was only kind of transparent, and it was a bit disappointing. What was good though was that it was completely flat, and it didn't look bent at all. When I tested it, I had to use a lot of backlight, but it was possible to see through it. It was still super hazy though, and a lot of it was still very yellow. This yellowness told me that I clearly hadn't treated the wood pieces for long enough, and there was still too much lignin in there. I think the biggest problem, though, was that I'd made the pieces way too thick. I did this because I was really worried that they were going to fall apart, but they turned out to be totally fine. So, this extra thickness wasn't really doing anything, and it was basically just making it hazier. It was making the whole thing a lot less transparent, even in the non-yellow parts that kind of looked okay. Based on this first, and kind of successful run, I had a bunch of issues to fix, and the first thing that I did was cut some thinner pieces. I was clearly a bit too ambitious trying to make them so thick, and they for sure had to be reduced, but I didn't want to go all the way down to 1 mm. I instead settled for 1.5 mm, and I found these thinner balsa strips on Amazon. I then did the exact same process as before, except this time, I made sure to keep going until they were completely white. This ended up taking about 7 hours, and when I felt they looked okay, I dropped them all into some water, and I compared them to the older pieces. The difference was pretty obvious, and what I had now was definitely a lot better. I then dried the pieces using solvents, but this time, because it was way cheaper, I used 99% isopropyl alcohol instead of the ethanol. This again took a few days, and when it was done, they were already kind of transparent. Now, for the pieces of glass, I stopped using those thin and flimsy ones. I instead found these coasters on Amazon, which were much thicker and hopefully a lot stronger. I also decided to spray them with some mold release to prevent the acrylic from getting stuck to the glass. The only issue was that I had no idea how to properly apply it, and I ran into a bunch of problems. After a few small tests, though, I found something that seemed to work. Both of the plates were first cleaned with some alcohol, and then I lightly sprayed them with the mold release. After that, I used a brush to spread it out and to try to give it an even coating. I let it evaporate for about 10 minutes, and when it started beating up, I wiped it around to even it out. I then added a second layer by repeating the exact same thing, and when that was done, I polished it with a microfiber towel. This left me with a pretty shiny and clean surface, which the acrylic hopefully wouldn't get stuck to. With this all ready, I prepared some more methyl methacrylate, but even with twice the initiator, it didn't work in 15 minutes. It instead took 30 minutes to thicken, and I have no idea why. But either way, I now had everything that I needed, and I started treating one of the pieces. I did the exact same thing as before with 3 vacuum cycles, and when it was done, it was looking pretty good. I then carefully dropped it onto one of the new pieces of glass, sandwiched it with another one, wrapped it, and put it in the oven. With all the changes, I was extremely hopeful for this one, but it of course also kind of failed. The wood was definitely more transparent, but the glass had somehow tipped over. The combination of the stronger glass and the mold release seemed to work though, and I was able to easily pop off the top one. It actually worked. However, the actual piece of wood unfortunately didn't pop off as nicely. This made it even sadder than I had hoped. Why? But at least the problems were quite fixable. So, I decided to quickly try it again. This time, after dropping on the treated piece of wood, I added some spacers that I'd cut out of the untreated balsa. I figured it was an easy fix to stop the glass from tipping over, and I also used aluminum tape to hold it all in place. This felt a lot more solid than before, and it was way better than just trying to balance everything on a piece of wood in the middle. Also, because of the issue before with the piece of wood still getting stuck, I treated the glass with 4 layers of mold release instead of just 2. The result from this run, finally, wasn't a complete disaster. For a second, though, I did think that the piece was stuck again, but that wasn't the case. The piece from this one was even better, however, it was still a bit problematic. The side that was touching the bottom plate was almost completely smooth and shiny, but the other side looked like it was missing acrylic in the middle. I wasn't sure why this happened, and I thought that maybe it was just because the surface of the wood wasn't perfectly flat. It was possible that the glass was only touching it in a few high spots, and there was a slight gap between the rest. To fix this, I thought that it might work to just put some weight on it and to really squish it together. So now, for the hopefully final attempt, I did it pretty much in the exact same way as the last one. I then put it in the oven, and for the weight, I needed something that was small, but really heavy. I initially had no idea what to use, and I probably spent 15 minutes just walking around the room looking for something. What I ended up finding turned out to be perfect, though, and it was the 5-pound tungsten cube that I had randomly bought over a year ago. I then waited the usual 4 hours, and when I opened it up, I was pretty happy with what I saw. I let it sit for about 30 minutes to cool down, and then I took it apart. It was a bit stubborn, but it was pretty easy to crack it open with a screwdriver. Like before, I got rid of the extra plastic using a Dremel, and I also sanded it a bit. This one was by far the best result, and I felt that it looked pretty good. The top side was still a bit rough, but the bottom was close to perfect. So the extra weight apparently didn't do very much for the top, but it seemed to help the bottom. Now, when I tested it, it was way more transparent, and I could easily read the text through it. My only issue with this piece was the rougher top, and I started thinking that maybe the top just had problems. However, I thought that the fix was relatively easy. I figured that all I had to do was just selectively treat the top rough side by painting some more methacrylate on it. I would then do the exact same vacuum cycle, and I would squish this treated side against the bottom glass. In my mind, this made total sense, and I was almost certain that it would work. So I did the really smart thing, and I completely skipped trying it. I instead just assumed it would work, and I jumped right into scaling things up. I honestly thought that it was just going to be really straightforward and easy because I assumed it was just what I had done before, but bigger. However, that turned out to be a terrible assumption. I quickly learned that the larger scale had a whole bunch of its own issues that never even occurred to me. For example, any gas bubbles that formed now had a much harder time escaping, especially if they formed near the middle of the piece. This gave me a couple attempts where there were clearly some bubbles that got trapped. I also had one run where the piece cracked as it was cooling down, and another one where the methacrylate drifted away from it while it was in the oven. There was also my favorite one, which absolutely refused to separate from the glass, and I had to help it a bit. I think the saddest part, though, was when I found out that it wasn't going to work to selectively treat one side. I mean, it did technically work, and I was able to get 2 sides that were smooth, but it also introduced a bunch of weird cracks. I did think it was kind of interesting, though, and it had a cool effect when I turned the piece 90 degrees. But with all that being said, the main point here is that scaling it up turned out to be a lot trickier than I thought. On the surface, the process appeared really simple, but every small detail seemed to matter. Eventually, though, after a week of what felt like constant failures, I came up with a process that I felt would work. To try it out, I cooked up what I was hoping would be my last piece, and I soaked it in the same solvents. When that was eventually ready, I started making the pre-polymerized methacrylate, and this time, I used a lot less initiator. Instead of twice the amount, I now only use 20% more. Also, in general, I found that this was actually one of the hardest parts. This was because I found that there was an optimal thickness or viscosity that I had to bring it to, but it never seemed to take the same amount of time. Sometimes it was ready after as little as 15 minutes, and other times it took closer to 40. It's very possible that I was just doing something wrong, but either way, I ended up having to use a method that wasn't exactly super scientific. I basically just got good at shaking it around and looking at it, and knowing when it was ready. When it eventually got to what I felt was the right thickness, I pulled it out, and I dropped it into ice water. When it had cooled down to around room temperature, I poured it all into a large dish. I then dropped in the piece of wood, and I made sure that it was completely submerged. I again had to do the 3 vacuum cycles on it, but this time I had to do them for much longer, at around 45 minutes each. I also pulled the strongest vacuum that I possibly could to try to get rid of all the acetone, as well as any unpolymerized methacrylate. I found that this was important because otherwise they would boil off as they sat in the oven and potentially introduce bubbles. There was a side effect to the extended vacuum though, and it caused the methacrylate to thicken a lot more. This made it very important to start with methacrylate that wasn't too thick, otherwise it would sometimes start to solidify before the end of the 3rd cycle. When it was done, I pulled it out, and I dropped it on a much larger glass plate. This plate was originally meant for 3D printers, and I had already treated it 4 times with mold release. I also made sure to completely polish the entire thing. Any unpolished parts could cause the acrylic to stick, and this was why one of my pieces ended up cracking. It could also cause it to not separate at all, and I really didn't want to have to smash any more glass. In most of the other runs, I used small wood spacers to help stabilize the glass plates, but I realized that they were actually sabotaging me almost the entire time. I think it took me way too long to find this out, but apparently methyl methacrylate contracts as it polymerizes, and it can lose up to 21% of its original volume. This meant that my piece was potentially shrinking quite a bit as it cured, and with the wood spacers in place, it was pulling itself away from the upper glass plate. This made it so that all the weight that I had added was basically doing nothing, and I had to stop using them. When I first realized this, I thought it was going to be a problem, and that I'd have to come up with some other way to balance the plates. However, it turned out that on this larger scale, they weren't even needed. The piece of wood was now big enough that there wasn't really an issue balancing the glass plate on it, and as long as I kept it more or less centered, it was totally fine. At this point, things were looking pretty good, and I put it in my oven. I then loaded it up with a much larger tungsten cube, which was coincidentally the perfect size, and it weighed about 40 pounds. I had bought this one around the same time as the smaller one, and I had originally planned to use it for a video. I never really ended up getting around to doing that. However, I like to think that this technically counts. With everything in place, I made sure that everything was all level so that the methacrylate wouldn't drift. Then, when I felt that it looked good, I closed the oven and I turned it on. In a lot of the other runs, I had preheated the oven, but I found that it worked better when it heated up slowly from room temperature. Now, it was just a matter of waiting, and I was pretty anxious to see the result. When I came back to it 4 hours later, I pulled it out of the oven, and I was kind of happy with what I saw. I then waited for it to cool down and slowly separate from the glass. This part can sometimes be surprisingly loud, and it sometimes really sounded like something was breaking. There was also one time where the acrylic actually did snap, so I couldn't help but be a bit nervous. When I came back to it about 30 minutes later, it thankfully wasn't broken, and I cut all the pieces of tape. To open it up, I pulled on the top plate, and it came off pretty easily. I was a bit worried that the piece itself would be hard to remove, but it also came off without much effort. Now, looking closer at what I had made, and it was kind of bad and good at the same time. The part that was touching the bottom plate was almost perfect, but the top wasn't nearly as beautiful. I mean, it was still by far the best result that I had ever gotten, especially when you compare it to what I was getting before. Even without the spacers, though, the top part still wasn't turning out as well as I had hoped, and I think that was just because of gravity. As it sat in the oven, the methacrylate was slowly sinking down and away from the top plate, and there wasn't much I could do to stop that. Thankfully, though, I felt the fix was relatively easy, and I just had to treat it a second time. To do this, I first had to clean it up a bit by cutting off all the extra plastic. I then lightly sanded both sides, and when I felt that it was good, I dropped it into some freshly prepared methacrylate. I then did the typical 3 vacuum cycles on it but this time, they were much shorter. This was because there wasn't any acetone to get rid of, and I only did them for about 10 minutes. When it was done, there was unfortunately a small part in the bottom corner that refused to fill with resin. However, I was kind of hoping that it would just magically disappear in the oven. I then dropped the piece onto the glass plate, and I made sure to flip it so that the side I wanted to fix was against the bottom plate. I did this because the bottom side always seemed to turn out nicer, and I thought this might help. After that, I added the upper plate, and I taped it all together. I then loaded it up with the cube again, made sure that it was level, and turned on the oven. I was again really anxious to see how it turned out, and I patiently waited the 4 hours. When it was done, I took away the cube, and I was almost immediately disappointed. To know exactly how bad it was, though, I first had to wait the 30 minutes for it to cool down. It didn't end up being as bad as I thought, but it also wasn't great, and to be honest, I kind of expected that. This process was just way too unpredictable, and the likelihood of having both sides come out perfect was extremely low. To a certain degree, I was hoping that luck would be on my side and a miracle would happen, but I really didn't expect it to. Up until now, my main goal was mostly just to fill the wood with acrylic and to get it to the point that it only had minor imperfections. This was almost exactly what I had now, and to make it nice, I figured I just had to use some sandpaper. I started wet sanding it with 600 grit paper, but it wasn't coarse enough, and I ended up going down to 320. I kept going until it looked like the surface was perfectly even, and then I slowly moved up to finer and finer sandpapers until I got to 2500. At this point, it was starting to look pretty good, and for some reason, I feel like it actually started looking more like a piece of wood. It was still a bit too hazy though, because the surface was still a bit rough. So what I had to do next was polish it, and based on what I saw online, this plastic polish by Novus seemed to work pretty well. The instructions were pretty simple, and it said to start with the number 3. I spent a few minutes polishing both sides, and when I felt that it looked good, I washed it all off, and I moved on to the number 2. This one said to keep going until the polish disappeared, and I again did it on both sides. I then wiped it down with a microfiber towel, and I finished it with a good rinsing. Now, with it all polished and clean, I cut off the extra plastic. After that, I sanded the edges to clean them up a bit, and this was the final result. It was honestly way better than I ever thought it would be, and I was really happy with how it turned out. It technically still isn't perfect, but I think that's kind of a good thing. I think all the slight imperfections on the surface actually make it look more like a piece of wood, and less just like a slightly hazy piece of plastic. Also, I think the sanding made the grain of the wood much more obvious, which I thought was really nice. Now, for a quick transparency test like I did before, and it was way better. The text below it was extremely easy to see, and I didn't even need a backlight. One thing that I did notice though, now that it was against the white paper, was that it did have a slight yellow tint to it. Despite this though, and all of its flaws, it was still better than I ever expected, and I guess my revisit was successful. I mean, it was one of the most finicky and frustrating projects I've ever worked on, but it turned out almost exactly how I wanted it to. It also ended up still looking like a piece of wood and not a chunk of plastic, which I was really happy about. In the future, I think I would like to try and scale things up even more, and it would be really cool to make a proper full-size window. However, for now, and at least for a while, I'm kind of done thinking about transparent wood. Now, on a bit more of a personal note, I mentioned in my last video that I was moving to a new space and building a new lab. And well, it's turned out to be way more work than I thought, and for those of you wondering where I've been, I've basically just been doing construction for the last few months. It is very close to being done though, which I'm very happy about. What I'm not as happy about is how much it has cost, and it's been way more expensive than I could have ever imagined. So now, more than ever, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon and to KiwiCo for sponsoring this video. If you haven't already heard about KiwiCo, they make these really fun and engaging monthly crates that are designed to give kids a hands-on experience in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Let's do this. Every crate comes with detailed kid-friendly instructions, as well as all the supplies that you need to put it together, so you never need to make any runs to the store. The projects that they have are also extremely well thought out, and I'm actually really impressed with what they offer. For example, this one that I'm putting together is supposed to be a fully functional ukulele. However, I've never played a ukulele, so we'll see how functional it ends up being. Yeah, I got some practice to do. The main thing that KiwiCo offers is monthly crates, and they have 8 subscription lines for a variety of different ages. However, they also have a shop where you can just buy single projects, and I kind of want this experiment one. But with all that being said, if you're looking for a fun project for your kids, or even yourself, I recommend checking out KiwiCo. If you decide to try them out, you should also be sure to use my special link in the description, kiwico.com/NiallRed, to get 50% off your first month of any crate. That's it. As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here. This video has been sponsored by Displate. I've been doing YouTube now for about 6.5 years, but in the last few years, it's grown at a pretty crazy rate. When I first started, I was just in my parents' garage, and I pretty much had nothing. I remember that it was a struggle to get even basic chemicals and glassware. Now, though, I have this office that I work in, and I also have this entire lab that I built with my dad. And when I think about it, it's almost unbelievable. I mean, I have things like real chemical storage cabinets, you know, equipment like gas cylinders. I have a fume hood, or actually 2 fume hoods, which are slightly better than what I used to have, which was just a fan and an open garage door. I also have a drawer almost exclusively for hammers and another drawer just for blowtorches. And when I think about all of this,
I am super happy with how things are, and I'm really thankful for all the support and everything that I've gotten over the years. But I can't help but kind of miss how bad it was. Like I said before, I used to do everything in my parents' garage, and it was far from ideal to say the least. I filmed all my projects on one table, and there was barely any space for anything else. I almost didn't even have space for a camera stand, and everything was so crammed. I did my best to organize it and to be safe, but it was still undeniably some sort of hazard. However, I found that the added danger factor was kind of fun and exciting. The chemistry itself was challenging and dangerous enough, but I think I liked the bonus that my terrible setup added. It made everything that I did much more difficult, and I had to be way more precise and careful. This made many of my projects a lot more nerve-wracking and high stakes, but I think it also made them significantly more exciting. Now, though, it's much more official. I pay rent for my own space, and I have my brother and my friend working with me. I mean, it's way safer and still a lot of fun, and I'm able to do some higher-end stuff that I never even dreamed of. However, I've been feeling that there's a part of me that misses that struggle and that danger. So, what I've been wanting to do for a while is go back and do some chemistry in my parents' garage. I've been really wanting to relive how things were and to see if I actually miss it. I didn't just want to do any random project though, and I specifically wanted to make bromine. Bromine's an element that's similar to chlorine, and it's a very angry, blood red liquid. It's also one of my favorite elements, but that isn't the only reason that I wanted to make it. It's because it was one of my first garage projects that I felt was really pushing the boundary of safety. It has always stuck out in my mind as the first video that I really started to challenge myself and to push the limit of what I could do at home. I remember preparing for ages to make sure that I could handle everything and anything that could go wrong. I also remember some of my chemist friends telling me that I was going to die doing it. But anyway, now to get started, the first thing that I had to do was ask my dad for permission to use the garage. I have a question to ask you. Can we use the garage sometime this week to make some bromine?
You need just like a verbal contract or something? There's nothing in the garage is totally flexible all week.
To make bromine?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. If it's
That's it?
not a nuclear weapon, I'm fine.
With that out of the way, I started putting together a little chemistry kit that I could take home. To know exactly what I needed, I just rewatched my old bromine video, and I did my best not to forget anything. Based on what I saw, this seemed about right, and it was mostly just basic glassware and equipment. Some of it, like the funnels, the condenser, and the stands, were actually the exact same ones that I used in the original video. Now for the chemicals, the main ones that I needed were muriatic acid, sodium bromide solution, and chlorine pool tablets. I originally bought all of these at my local hardware store, and I figured I could just get them there again. When I went to go buy them though, they only had the acid and the pool tablets. They'd apparently stopped selling the sodium bromide years ago, which I think might be good because we don't need more people making bromine in their garage. However, this did make me a bit sad, and I started worrying that this project wouldn't be possible, or at least possible in the way that I wanted to do it. But luckily, after searching my lab for a while, I actually found the sodium bromide that I had used in the original video. It was super old and only half full, but I figured that it would still be okay. Now, with all the chemicals and equipment, I took the 40-minute drive back to the garage. The moment I walked in, though, I remembered exactly why I left. This sucks. Okay, that's a start. Oh god. Okay. I don't know what to say. I don't feel good about this. It was even more cluttered and worse than I remembered.
But either way, the first thing that I had to do was clear the table. This ended up being a lot easier than I thought, and there wasn't actually very much to move. The hardest part was finding somewhere to put everything, and I ended up just shoving things wherever they would fit. Okay. With the table open, it was more or less good to go, but I wanted to see if I could find something to cover it. I spent a few minutes looking around the room, and I was very surprised to find my old glass tabletop. For most of my time in the garage, though, I actually used a different one that came from my grandma's old table. However, in 2017, that one exploded from an accidental lithium fire, and I replaced it with this one. It was just a cheap tabletop from IKEA, but what was kind of funny was that for years, I thought that it had a zebra pattern. I also called it a zebra pattern at least a few times while setting it up, and my friend couldn't help but say something.
It's also a fingerprint, not a zebra.
Oh, I thought it was a zebra thing. It definitely looks a lot more like a fingerprint now that I look at it. I think it was even called fingerprint tabletop. Either way, good to go. Now with a completely clear and covered table, I was ready to start doing some chemistry. In my later garage videos, I filmed from the side that was closer to the bench, and I attached a backdrop to the garage door track thing. In the beginning though, when I made the bromine video, I wasn't nearly as advanced, and I filmed everything from the other side. I'm not exactly sure why I did it like that, because there was definitely less space on that side, and I think it was just because I liked the workbench background. But either way, I decided that I had to do it just like I did in the original video, and I started putting things together. Awesome. What was sad though, was that after not even 5 minutes, I was already starting to get a bit frustrated. In my normal videos, I kind of obsess about having everything clean and proper, and that just wasn't happening here. The background's gonna be this garage. Everything's gonna be crooked. I'm gonna be doing stuff out of mop buckets. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to make it look nice. Oh well, no. The point of this is to relive what it was, and I should enjoy it. Here we go. Amazing. With both my stands in place, I attached a large flask to one of them. What I had to do next involved concentrated sulfuric acid, so it was time to put on my lab coat and goggles. Up until now, I think most of what I had felt was just annoyance, but after getting geared up, I started getting hit with that sense of danger. It feels very inappropriate to be in a lab coat and goggles in this garage. It doesn't feel illegal or too sketchy, actually. It just feels dangerous. I don't even have a running tap around here, so if I spill any of this acid on me, what do? I can run to the tap down there, but it's just over 24 obstacles. What I had to do now was put together the rest of the setup, and I had to seal every joint with the sulfuric acid. This would prevent any bromine that I made from leaking out, and I couldn't use regular grease because the bromine would just instantly react with it. After I'd covered most of it, I wiped off the lower part with a paper towel, and I dropped it into the flask. I then added a 3-way adapter and an addition funnel, along with a thermometer and a condenser. To the other end of the condenser, I attached a smaller flask, and this was where I'd be collecting all the bromine. Now with all this glassware in place, the main part of the setup was done. So far it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Just safety-wise, it's awful still. But we also haven't started anything, so... I guess we'll see. There still might be a disaster. Now the next thing that I had to do was weigh out some of the pool tablets. To do that though, I needed a scale, and I had totally forgotten one. But thankfully that wasn't a problem, because earlier when I was just looking around the garage, I happened to find one. We have a high quality scale right here. It's broken. It's just permanent. Oh, maybe it's not broken. It works. I don't know if I'll trust it. I mean, it's all we have. But anyway, with this hopefully accurate scale, I had to weigh out about 75 grams of the tablets, which were made of something called TCCA. It turned out that each pellet was almost exactly 15 grams, and I ended up only needing 5 of them. This was very convenient when it came to weighing them out, but in this large puck form, it would be impossible to get them in the flask. So, I was gonna have to turn them into a powder. When it looked good enough, I found some scissors that I last used when I was like 6, and I cut off part of the bag. I then went back to the large flask, swapped out one of the stoppers for a funnel, and dropped in a stir bar. On top of this, I then dumped in all the powdered TCCA. After that, I added 30 mils of water to a beaker, along with another 30 mils of the muriatic acid. This was all added to the addition funnel, and I sealed it with another glass stopper and some sulfuric acid. The next thing to do was to add a hot plate, and unlike the original video, I also included a container. This container was very important in terms of safety, just in case the flask broke or started leaking or something. It still wasn't the most ideal setup, but at least now, if some sort of catastrophe happened, it would at least be somewhat contained. Now, under the other flask, I added a bowl, and I filled it with ice. This would help keep the bromine cool, and it would reduce how much angry vapor it let off. There would still be some vapor that managed to escape out this part here, though, and I had to put together an inverted funnel trap. To do this, I basically just connected a tube to a funnel and hovered that in a beaker. I then got another beaker, and I had to add something called sodium thiosulfate.
Power supply, but I forgot that I can live without it. Whatever.
You forgot this
I
operation?
forgot there was an operation box.
This thiosulfate is really good at neutralizing bromine, and I just had to dissolve a bunch of it in some water. It took a while because they were all big crystals, but they did eventually all disappear. After that, I poured it into the inverted funnel trap, and I brought it up until it was just above the funnel. With this setup, there shouldn't be any bromine vapors that are able to get out, and I'll talk more about how it all works later. Now, as another quick point of safety, I also mixed up a bunch of extra sodium thiosulfate solution. It was very important to do this, just in case I had any accidental spills or splashes. If any bromine ended up somewhere it shouldn't have been, I had to be able to destroy it as quickly as possible. Now, at this point, I thought that I was good to go, but then I realized I completely forgot about the water for the condenser. To make this happen, I first had to fill a mop bucket with some hose water. I then dropped in a small water recirculator, which is usually meant for a pond or a fountain. After that, I brought it back into the garage, connected the tubing to the condenser, and I plugged it in. I was expecting water to immediately start rushing through the condenser, but nothing happened, and it was apparently broken. I wasn't too surprised by this, though, because it was the same pump that I'd used in the original video, which meant that it was super old. I kind of thought that this might happen, so just in case I'd bought a new one, and I quickly swapped it out. This time, when I plugged it in, it worked, but the water was moving way too quickly, and I was a bit worried that the tubing might pop itself off. I feel like there's way too much pressure in that for no reason.
Hopefully one of the tubes don't just fly off.
After all this, the setup was finally ready, and everything was more or less good to go.
So this is the moment to make the bromine. I feel a bit anxious. I'll admit it.
When I felt that I was ready, I started pouring in 400 mils of that sodium bromide pool solution. The moment that it touched the TCCA, it started turning yellow, and I think this was because bromine was forming. I'm not exactly sure what the reaction is, but I think somehow the chlorine in the TCCA was swapping with the bromine in the sodium bromide. If this were happening, it could be turning it into sodium chloride and releasing bromine. I then turned on the stirring, and I let it sit there for a few minutes. When I felt that it all looked okay, I opened the funnel with the acid in it, and I let it slowly drip in. This caused it to start getting even darker, and this was because a lot more bromine was being made. Unlike the other reaction, this one was very well known, and the acid was reacting with the TCCA and releasing chlorine gas. This chlorine gas was then reacting with the sodium bromide to make sodium chloride and bromine. After all the acid was added, I let it stir for a few minutes, and I took away the funnel. I also filled the bucket with a bunch of ice, and I cranked up the hot plate. Now, I basically just had to wait. I should mention, though, that this method of heating the flask with an open hot plate wasn't exactly ideal. I mean, it's okay and it does work, but it's much better to use something else, like a heating mantle. I just did it this way because, again, it was how I did it before, when I didn't have any equipment. As it warmed up, it didn't get that much darker, but it was slowly climbing out of the flask. I also started seeing it at the beginning of the condenser, and I eventually started collecting some blood red liquid. This was all bromine, and from this point on, it was usually pretty steady state. It was mostly just a matter of waiting for all the bromine to make it over. This would take at least a few hours, though, and I decided to use some of the time to ask my parents a few questions that I'd somehow never asked.
Good Lord, what's happening? It's excellent. I applaud the effort.
funny, I
This
was
is
saying-
science. This is science, everyone.
What did you think was going to be the outcome of donating the desk?
I didn't have an outcome.
You thought it was just indefinitely going to
It
be...
was just a hobby. I couldn't tell. I mean, you were a chemistry student. I figured, if you were a musician, you'd be playing music, or a football player, you'd be exercising. So I figured it was just part of the ritual of being that. I knew that possibly being interrogated as having a meth lab might be on the, because when the door is open and the neighbors are looking in, what else can they conclude? Okay, that's excellent. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Carry on.
What did you think when I first started doing this in the garage?
It was interesting.
That's it? Were you ever scared? Were you ever, thinking that it was dangerous?
Maybe.
Did you ever have fears that there would be a disaster?
No, I had fears that we might be all getting poisoned.
Slowly.
Slowly.
But, yeah, so you were never afraid when you saw something like that?
No.
Why?
Because I thought you had it under control.
No, it was all under
I
control.
trusted you.
But what happens if I just had too much confidence in myself?
Then we'd all die.
But anyway, now back to the bromine. As I kept distilling it, the flask slowly cleared up, and it gradually looked less and less scary. I then looked over at the other flask, and I had a decent amount of bromine. There was also a bunch of water in there, though, that had come over as well, but it was just really hard to see. Also, up until now, I hadn't smelled any bromine, and when I looked at the trap, I could tell that it was working hard. It was now completely white because of sulfur, which was being released as the bromine reacted with the thiosulfate. Eventually, after a total of about 7 hours, It was looking pretty good, and even the condenser was becoming colorless. At this point, there was probably still some bromine left, but it just wasn't worth waiting for it. So I decided to end it here, and I turned off the hot plate. I then left it there for a couple hours to cool down to room temperature. When I came back to it, the flask was colored again, which meant that there was definitely still some bromine in there. But either way, now that it was back to room temperature, it was safe to take apart, and I started by pulling out the thermometer. I then shot in some water to wash out any residual bromine that might have been in the adapter or the condenser. With this all clean, I was able to pop it apart, and then I moved on to the other side. I started by removing the trap, and then I got rid of everything else. Now, taking a closer look at what I had, it was actually about half water. It was a little bit hard to see, but almost all of this water was floating as a layer above the bromine. This was happening because bromine and water don't mix very well, and bromine is also over 3 times denser. Up until now, the bromine had been clamped to this stand and had been either partially sealed by the distillation setup or completely sealed by a stopper. So, while making it was still definitely dangerous, it wasn't terrible. The real dangerous and scary part was what I had to do next to get rid of the water. I was gonna have to pour it, and bromine just loves vaporizing, which meant that I was gonna be making a lot of fumes. Also, handling it in general meant that there was a risk of dropping it, which would be a catastrophic disaster.
That'd actually be a huge disaster.
As a basic safety precaution, I was going to be doing everything over a plastic container so that any disaster could at least be somewhat contained. Just in case, I also mixed up even more sodium thiosulfate solution, which I figured I could throw on the bromine before running out of the room. When I felt that I was ready, I got out my respirator because I no longer had the luxury of a fume hood. I also opened the garage and I turned on the fan that I used to use, which I was honestly surprised was still there. With the mask on and the fan going, I was pretty much good to go. The only thing that I was still missing was a face shield, but I didn't bring one. That wasn't a huge problem though, and I'd just have to be even more careful and not let any of it splash. When I transferred everything to a separatory funnel, I washed things down with some distilled water. The lower, almost black bromine layer was then drained directly into a smaller separatory funnel. Now, what I had to do next was the worst part. Even though there wasn't any visible water left, there was still a small amount dissolved in the bromine that I had to get rid of. To do this, I had to add some concentrated sulfuric acid, which wouldn't mix with the bromine, but it loves to pull and hold on to water. The danger here is that if there were a lot of water left, it could cause the sulfuric acid to heat up enough that it could boil the bromine. So, I added it very carefully, and it turned out to be okay. However, the boiling risk wasn't quite over yet, because like with the water, it doesn't mix very well with the bromine. It was just floating on top of it, and I was gonna have to shake it. And in case it wasn't already obvious, shaking a mixture of sulfuric acid and bromine isn't exactly the safest thing to do. Also, it was possible that there was still a decent amount of water left, which could cause things to heat up, build some pressure, pop out the stopper, and spill bromine everywhere. That exact accident actually happened to me once, but it was thankfully with something that wasn't dangerous. To prevent this, I had to make sure that I vented it often and quickly by opening the valve. Another added danger was something that didn't really have anything to do with chemistry. It's something that you can't really tell from the videos, but to make it look nice, I often have to awkwardly reach over and around the camera. In my entire time filming chemistry, I've never really had a major accident because of this, but it definitely increases the risk. Thankfully, though, this wasn't the day for a disaster, and it all went okay. Now, as we saw before, bromine is very angry, and it likes to build up pressure. It's not so much that it would crack the container that it's in, but it's bad because it really likes to push itself out of everything. When it escapes, it then reacts with everything around it, and it turns it all rusty and crusty. The only way to really tame it is to completely seal it in a glass ampule. To do this, I had to make one using a big test tube and a blowtorch. I heated it until it got nice and gooey, and then I pulled it to thin it out. After waiting about 10 minutes for it to cool down, I started draining the bromine into it.
This ventilator makes so much noise. So I hold my breath.
With it now safely in the ampule, I blasted it again with the blowtorch, and as I pulled away the top part, the glass sealed itself. When I looked at it closer, it seemed like it was completely sealed, but I had to wait for it to cool down to room temperature before actually testing it.
One of the biggest mistakes someone can make is making the ampule and then testing it right away. You have to wait till it's like completely cooled, otherwise flip it over, boils.
When I came back about 10 minutes later, I did the old flip it upside down and see if it leaks everywhere test. It was thankfully totally fine though. I then made a special padded chamber for it using a water bottle and some random foam that I found. Then, as an extra layer of protection, I then put this into another container. Now at this point, the bromine was safe and secure, but I wasn't quite done yet. I still had a bunch of dirty glassware and waste all over the table. In general, I often don't show how I cleaned everything up, but it's a major part of chemistry, and it has to be taken seriously. When I was working out of the garage, this was always the worst part, and it brought back some bad memories. I just really wasn't set up to deal with waste, and cleaning my glassware in general was a huge pain. Thankfully, though, this stuff was pretty easy to deal with. For the most part, I just had to neutralize things with baking soda and then blast it with sodium thiosulfate. This destroyed all the bromine, and it made the waste much more inert. However, the problem was that it was still waste, and even though it wasn't deadly anymore, I still couldn't just pour it down the drain. I'll instead be taking it all with me and storing it temporarily, and eventually giving it to a chemical waste company. But anyway, with that all dealt with, I cleaned up the garage, and I put it back to how it was. I then thanked my parents, and I very cautiously brought the bromine back to the lab. Thankfully, I was able to make it back without dying, and I guess that meant that I survived making bromine in my parents' garage. When I first came up with the idea for this video, I assumed that I'd know exactly how I felt about the whole experience the moment it was done. However, it took at least a few weeks to actually get my thoughts in order. I honestly still don't know exactly how I feel about it, but one thing that I do know for certain is that what I have now is better in almost every way, especially in terms of space and safety. I've also realized that the excitement that I thought I felt back then had very little to do with danger, and I think that danger might have actually taken away from the enjoyment. When I think about it, I actually still feel that excitement with all my projects, and in fact, I think I'm a lot more excited about the stuff that I'm doing now. I think I was just suffering from the classic problem with nostalgia, where I was only selectively remembering the good parts. After experiencing how things were, I think it's pretty clear to me that I never want to go back. I'm now even more thankful for all the support I've received over the years, and I'm really excited about what I have planned for 2021. And the first big project that I'm going to be doing is moving again. But now, with all that being said, I want to give a big thanks to all my patrons for supporting me, and to Displate for sponsoring this video. Displate's a company that sells posters, but what makes them different is that all their posters are made of metal. This makes them a lot more durable, and they're also a lot easier to set up. I'm kind of lazy, and I just lean them on stuff, but they do have a simple magnet mounting system that lets you easily put them on any wall. A couple years ago, I had them print a few of my own photos, including the one that I just mounted. Some of these can actually be seen in the intro of some of my older videos, and I've always been really impressed with the quality. They also recently sent me these much larger ones, and I'm really happy with them. These are just a few examples though, and they have about 800,000 other designs in almost all possible areas. They also offer really fast delivery, and they plant a tree in Africa for everyone that's sold. But anyway, if you're someone who's into high quality posters and art, I definitely recommend checking out Displate. If you decide to pick some up, you should also be sure to use my special link in the description. It'll give you up to 35% off, depending on how many you get. It also applies automatically at checkout, and you don't need to put in a code or anything. But with all that being said, I hope you liked the video, and that's it. As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here. This video has been sponsored by Audible. In general, I've always liked weird chemical transformations, and over the years, I think I've done a few good ones, like turning my pee into an artificial sweetener and tasting it, and turning toilet paper into drinkable alcohol. Something that I've always wanted to do, though, was turn plastic gloves into grape soda. At first, this might seem a bit ridiculous, but like all of my other transformations, it's possible because the chemical world is often weirdly connected. In this case, there happens to be a chemical in plastic gloves, specifically vinyl ones, that's distantly related to fake grape flavor. It's not found in every vinyl glove, but a lot of them contain something called the phthalate ester. It's included to make the vinyl more durable, soft, and malleable, and this is chemically what it looks like. This, on the other hand, is one of the most commonly used fake grape flavors called methylantranilate. Considering that one just smells like plastic and the other is supposed to smell and taste like fruit, they're shockingly similar. There are at least a few main differences, but the core of them is almost the same. They share this ring and this small portion here, and in theory, it should be possible to convert one into the other. So basically, my goal was to pull the phthalate ester out of some vinyl gloves, turn it into grape flavor using some chemistry magic, and then use that to make some grape soda. It unfortunately wouldn't be super easy though, and it would take at least 5 major steps. Also, just like all my other transformations, I had no idea if it would actually work. But anyway, to get things started, I first had to find some vinyl gloves that had the phthalate ester in them. Over the years, though, they've become a lot rarer because phthalates have been associated with some negative health effects. A lot of companies have replaced them with safer or greener alternatives, and these wouldn't work at all. I was only able to find one company called Adena that for sure had the phthalate in it. So I ordered a box of it, and it arrived a couple weeks later. I then cracked it open, and I pulled out 20 gloves. The next thing to do was to cut them up into a bunch of small pieces, which kind of ended up being a huge pain. It turned out that cutting 20 gloves at the same time with a pair of scissors was a lot more annoying than I thought. When I was eventually done, though, I put the beaker onto a hot plate and I added isopropyl alcohol until it was completely covered. I then pushed down some of the pieces and I put a bowl filled with ice on top of it. After that, I turned on the hot plate and I brought it all to a boil. What I was doing here was using the alcohol to dissolve the phthalate ester and to pull it out of the glove. The phthalate ester actually represents a huge portion of the glove, and it's apparently around 41% of it. The rest of it is mostly just vinyl plastic, which is insoluble, and that just gets left behind. I let it boil like this for an hour, and then I poured it all through a funnel plugged with some cotton. This was done to get rid of all the glove pieces, which I didn't need anymore. At this point, everything that I wanted should have been in the alcohol. After this, I put it back on the hot plate, dropped in a stir bar, and brought it back to a boil. The goal now was to concentrate it by getting rid of about half of the alcohol. So this time, I didn't include the bowl on top to condense the vapors, and I left the beaker completely open. When it was done, I pulled it off the plate, and I let it cool down. When I came back to it, something had separated out, and there was a film at the bottom. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but it was either a bit of vinyl plastic or some of the other additives that were in the glove. To clean it up, I filtered it again, and I drained everything directly into a large flask. After this, I got out a beaker, and I added 25 grams of sodium hydroxide drain cleaner to 300 mils of water, and I stirred it until it all dissolved. I then poured all of this into the flask with my alcohol, and it kind of separated into two layers. The top yellowish one was the alcohol mixed with the phthalate ester, and the bottom one was the solution that I just added. I then set it up for a reflux by adding a heating mantle and a condenser column. When it all looked good to go, I started the stirring, and I cranked up the heating. As it warmed up, it got less and less cloudy, and by the time it was boiling, it had completely cleared up. Now what I had to do was keep it boiling for 2 hours. What I was doing here was splitting apart the phthalate ester, which was called diisononyl phthalate, or DINP for short. The sodium hydroxide was attacking it and breaking it into sodium phthalate and isononyl alcohol. The sodium phthalate was the part that I specifically needed for this project, and the isononyl alcohol was technically just a side product. When it was done, I turned off the stirring, and I took away the heating mantle. I let it cool down a bit for around 20 minutes, and then I poured it all into a separatory funnel. I waited a few minutes for the layers to separate, and then I drained the bottom layer into a beaker. This bottom layer was mostly water, and it contained the sodium phthalate. The upper one was a mixture of the isopropyl alcohol and the isononyl alcohol, and I poured it all into a separate container. I mentioned before that the isononyl alcohol was just a side product in this project, but just by chance, it happened to be something that I needed. I have no idea when I'll actually get around to using it, but in a future video, I will probably use it to make some synthetic hot sauce. Now, to this cloudy solution, I added 50 milliliters of concentrated hydrochloric acid. The first thing that this was doing was just reacting with leftover sodium hydroxide drain cleaner, and it generated a lot of heat. It was also reacting with the sodium phthalate, though, and turning it into phthalic acid. After a few minutes, I tested the pH, and it was around a 4, which was barely acidic. It had to be much more acidic and closer to something like 1, so I added some more hydrochloric acid. This time when I stirred it, it started getting really cloudy, and this was all phthalic acid that was separating out. I again tested the pH, and it was now about 1, which was perfect. The mixture that I had here was still quite hot, and to get out as much phthalic acid as possible, I had to cool it down. To do this, I just put it in the fridge, and I left it overnight. The next day, it looked like there was a bit more, and I used a vacuum filter to get rid of all the water. I also washed it a few times with some fresh water, and I eventually had some relatively clean phthalic acid. Now, the next thing that I had to do was convert all of this into something called phthalic anhydride. To do that, I just dumped it all into a big beaker, and I turned on the hot plate. As it warmed up, it started giving off water vapor because the crystals were still a bit wet. I then stirred it until it looked like all the steam was gone, and I quickly put a flask on top of it. At first, it looked like it was just fogging up again. However, it was also forming some fluffy white crystals. This was all phthalic anhydride, and this was basically the entire reaction. The high temperature was splitting apart the phthalic acid and turning it into the phthalic anhydride and water. Normally, phthalic anhydride is a solid, but because of the high temperature, it was getting vaporized as it was formed. This vapor then rose to the top and started depositing itself on the flask and the colder part of the beaker. What I had to do now was wait until a decent amount had formed and then harvest it. However, I had to let it cool down first, because if I took the flask off while it was still hot, it would shoot out a bunch of the phthalic anhydride. After sitting there for a couple minutes, though, it usually wasn't angry anymore, and I could open it up and scoop out all the crystals. It initially looked like there was quite a bit, but it was all just super fluffy. I moved it around until it kind of looked like a cotton ball, and then I was able to lift it out. I then put it back on the heat, and I again waited for more crystals to form. Now what I had to do was keep repeating this cycle until all of the phthalic acid had been converted. At first, I was having a lot of fun harvesting these puffballs, and I naively thought that it wouldn't take very long. However, I slowly realized how wrong I was when I was still doing the same thing over an hour and a half later. It turned out that because it was so fluffy, it just looked like I was making a lot. In reality, each run barely gave me anything, and it started feeling like it was a never-ending process. Eventually, though, about 3.5 hours later, it stopped making any crystals, and the pain was finally over. In total, I ended up getting 11.5 grams of really pure and fluffy phthalic anhydride. So far, everything was going really well, but I was starting to get a bit worried. 11.5 grams was a decent amount of phthalic anhydride, but the rest of the process was really inefficient. I would lose a lot of product with every step, and I might not have much of anything by the time that I got to the grape flavor. So last minute, I decided to process the other 80 gloves that were still in the box. Ideally, I would have done this in one shot on a much larger scale, but unfortunately, I didn't have the equipment for it. So, I just did 4 runs of the same thing, all at the same time. The first extraction part wasn't too bad, and it felt like I was running a little factory. The phthalic anhydride part, though, was really painful, and it took another 3.5 hours. It was actually even worse than before, because this time I had to keep cycling between 4 of them, and I wasn't even able to take a break. When it was eventually done, I had a bunch more phthalic anhydride. What I did find odd, though, was that the batches weren't very consistent. I had two that were closer to 11, one that was around 12, and one that was above 13. I have no idea why this happened, but either way, I now had 58.4 grams in total. This was way better than just 11 and a half, and this made me feel a lot more confident. Now, the next thing to do was turn all of this phthalic anhydride into something called phthalimide. To make this happen, the first step was to compress the puffballs because right now, they were mostly air. I did this by just stabbing them and mixing them around, and I did it for every bottle. When I was done, it was still mostly air, but it was significantly better than it was before. I then shoved everything that I had into a large flask, and it almost filled the entire thing. Now, with all the phthalic anhydride loaded, I dumped in the only other ingredient that I needed, which was 12 grams of urea. In the past, I purified urea from my own pee, and I do still have some of it, but it unfortunately wasn't enough for this. So instead, I got this urea from an instant cold pack. But anyway, with everything in the flask, I shook it around to mix it as best as I could. When I felt that I had done a decent job, I put it back on the stand, and the next thing to do was heat it up. Normally, I would have used a heating mantle like I did before, but I had to accurately monitor the temperature. The easiest way to do this was by using a hot oil bath, and I set one up using vegetable oil. When it all looked good to go, I turned on the hot plate, and I waited for it to warm up. As it got hotter, the volume of the stuff in the flask slowly decreased, and there was some vapor coming off. Besides that, though, it didn't look like much was happening, and this was because there probably wasn't. Right now, the urea and the phthalic anhydride were still in the solid phase, and they had a hard time reacting. When it got to around 130 C, though, they started melting and mixing together. As a liquid, they were reacting much more efficiently, and they were combining to make phthalimide and CO2 gas. When I had done this reaction before, it had completely liquefied, but that didn't really happen this time. I mean, it kind of melted, and I did see some bubbling liquid. However, this didn't last for very long, and I think it was because the phthalic anhydride was way too puffy. This started getting me really worried that this reaction was a complete failure. So what I decided to do was just try and force the reaction by slowly heating it up to 170 C. I was hoping that it would melt again or something, but it didn't look like too much happened. As a last attempt to fix it, I decided to try mixing it around. I thought that maybe the puffiness of the anhydride had prevented it from properly mixing with the urea. Even though it hadn't really melted, it had compressed a lot, and it was quite hard. This made me think that it would be really hard to break apart, but it was surprisingly easy. I then heated it for another 30 minutes at 170 C, and again, it looked like nothing happened. It was producing some ammonia gas, though, so it seemed to be doing something. After this, I had no idea if it had actually worked, but I had faith that it did. I figured I would just move on to the next purification step, and I would find out pretty quickly if it had failed. I dumped everything that I had into a beaker, and on top of it, I added 500 mils of hot water. What I had to do next was bring this all to a boil and to keep it boiling for at least several minutes. For some reason, though, the hot plate that I was using just didn't get hot enough, and I had to swap it out for a different one. I then cranked up the heat, and it only took a couple minutes to start boiling. The goal here was to get rid of any unreacted urea or phthalic anhydride. In the boiling water, any urea would easily dissolve, and the phthalic anhydride would get turned back into phthalic acid and then dissolve. The chemical that I was hoping I made, though, phthalimide, was nearly insoluble and it would just stay as a solid. So what I was waiting for here was to see how much of this stuff would disappear. I was honestly really scared that it would all just dissolve, but it didn't. Even after boiling it for a while, there was a lot of solid stuff, and this was a really good sign. I didn't know how much phthalimide there was, but I had definitely made some. While it was still hot, I poured it all into a vacuum filter, and I pulled off the water. I washed the powder a few times with boiling water, and then I dumped it all into a bowl. At this point, it was still kind of wet, so I threw it into an oven for a few hours. When it was done, I had 46.7 grams of nice and dry phthalimide, which was way more than I had expected. I mean, it still wasn't as good as it could have been, but it was more than good enough. Now the next step was to make anthranilic acid, and this was the part that I really wasn't sure about. Making it from phthalimide is notoriously annoying, and it has a tendency to completely fail. Everything had to be done very carefully, and even slight mistakes could turn it into a huge mess. However, I had done it years ago, and I had found what I thought was a decent way to do it. I figured if I just repeated exactly what I did, it should turn out fine. The first thing that I needed was to get some concentrated bleach, which usually has a concentration between 8 and 10 when it's fresh. Bleach slowly degrades over time, though, and I had to know its exact concentration. To do this, I put together this little setup. In the main flask, I loaded it with a very specific amount of bleach, and in the addition funnel above it, I added some 3% peroxide. When I opened the stopper and I let them mix together, they reacted to make oxygen gas. I added enough peroxide to destroy all the bleach, and all of this oxygen was bubbled into an inverted grad cylinder. This let me measure how much oxygen was being made, and from this, I was able to do some calculations and find out the concentration of the bleach. I did it 5 times to get a good little set of data, and it averaged out at around 11%. Now that I knew this, I could get started, and I added water to a flask along with some sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. I let it stir until it all dissolved, and then I put together an ice bath. I also added a thermometer, and I waited for it to cool to around 0°C. When it eventually got there, I started adding the bleach, and the amount that I used was based on that 11% concentration that I had just calculated. As I did this, the temperature would increase a bit, and it was important to keep it below 5°C. To help with this, I pre-cooled the bleach in the fridge, and I also only added it in small portions. When I was done, I took the flask out of the ice bath, and I dropped in a funnel. Now what I had to do was add all the phthalimide, and I started dumping it in. As it mixed with the bleach, it didn't look like much was happening, and this was mostly because it wasn't very soluble. After everything was added, I washed the funnel with some water. At around the same time, though, the mixture in the flask got a lot thicker, and the magnetic stirring stopped working. To fix this, I basically just had to wait, because the phthalimide was slowly reacting with the sodium hydroxide drain cleaner. This was turning it into sodium phthalimide, which was actually soluble in water. Over the next few minutes, the stirring started working again, and the phthalimide slowly disappeared. Up until now, everything seemed to be going pretty well, but then it started turning yellow, and it quickly became orange. The temperature also started to rise, and it eventually peaked around 45°C. This was unfortunately exactly what I wanted to avoid. When I did this reaction before on a small scale, it was totally fine, but apparently on a larger scale, there are some temperature issues. What was supposed to be happening was a reaction called the Hofmann rearrangement, where the bleach was reacting with the phthalimide to make sodium anthranilate. The major problem, though, is that if the temperature gets above around 20°C, it starts making colored side products. Ideally, it would have been colorless, but at this point, it still didn't look too bad. I had faith that it could still be okay, and I figured it was worth continuing. I mean, I had also used everything that I had, so I didn't really have a choice. After this, I added some more cold sodium hydroxide solution. I was kind of expecting it to make the color even darker, but it pretty much stayed the same. Now at this point, the temperature sensitive part of the reaction was done, and the next thing that I had to do was heat it up. So I put it in a hot water bath that I'd set up at 80°, and I left it there for 30 minutes. This just really helped drive the reaction to completion and to push it all into being sodium enthranolate. When it was done, it looked almost exactly the same, and I poured everything into a beaker. I then washed the flask with a bit of water, and I set up another ice bath. When it had cooled down to around 0°C, I tested the pH, and it was strongly basic. This was from all the drain cleaner that I had added, and what I had to do next was make it acidic. To do this, I started adding dilute hydrochloric acid. This would generate a lot of heat though, so I did it slowly to keep the temperature around 0°C. I also had to keep checking the pH using some pH papers. Every time it was added, it released some bubbles, and this was all CO2 gas. Eventually, though, some solid stuff started appearing, and I think this was the anthranilic acid that I wanted. However, the solution was still too basic, and it just quickly redissolved. When it got to around a neutral pH of 7, it was starting to get cloudy, which was good, but there was also some junk floating around. I decided to quickly get rid of this by just filtering it through some cotton. I'm really not sure why, but as it was filtered, it somehow got darker. When it was done, I put it back on ice, and I continued adding the acid. It made more CO2, and the anthranilic acid that appeared stayed longer and longer. It again got darker though, which I didn't really like. Eventually, the anthranilic acid started to actually stay, but by this point, it was almost black. I checked the pH and it was around 5, which was slightly acidic, but I wanted it to be 4. This is because it's at that pH that the anthranilic acid is the least soluble. Above or below 4, it tends to act as a base or an acid, and it becomes more water soluble. At 4, though, it's a neutral molecule, and it becomes almost insoluble in water. Ideally, the anthranilic acid would have been white or maybe slightly yellow, but what I had here kind of looked like a bunch of dirt. This again was because it got too hot and caused a bunch of side reactions to happen. If I had the chance to try it again, I'd mix the chemicals in a different way to avoid the temperature issue. But I really only had one shot at this, and I was gonna have to deal with the mess that I made. When it eventually got to that pH of 4, I poured it all into my vacuum filter. I then washed it a few times with water, and I was really hoping that it would magically take away some of the color. However, it didn't seem to make any difference. What I had now was a bunch of crude anthranilic acid, and it was way more than I ever thought I'd get. I was really tempted to just move on to the next and last step with this, but it was a little too dirty. I was gonna have to at least try and clean it up a bit, and I decided to do a recrystallization. So I dumped it all into a beaker, along with a bunch of boiling water. I also added some activated charcoal to see if it would get rid of the color. I boiled it for a few minutes, and then I filtered it all into a flask that was kept hot by a hot plate. When everything had passed through, I took it off, waited for it to cool to room temperature. It took a while, but some really nice, white crystals started forming, which I was really happy about. The liquid was so dark that it was hard to see, but there were also crystals growing inside. I let it fully cool overnight, and the next day, there were a lot more crystals. They unfortunately still kind of looked brown, but I was hoping that it was just the really dark solution that was making it look like that. I then filtered them off, and I was really hoping to see some nice white crystals, but they were still really dark. I feel like they might have even looked worse, which was a bit discouraging. Despite the color, it was still probably better than before, but I wanted to fix it up a bit more. However, I figured that doing another recrystallization with water was just a waste of time. So what I did instead was put it all in a beaker, and I started adding methanol. The anthraquinolic acid was much more soluble in methanol, and the goal here was to add just enough to dissolve everything. When it had all disappeared, there was still a small amount of junk floating around, so I quickly filtered it through some cotton. After that, I added cold water, which reduced the solubility of the anthraquinolic acid and caused it to separate. I then added a whole bunch of extra water just to make sure that I knocked it all out. This time, it looked way better than before, and when I filtered it, it actually kind of looked okay. To completely dry it, I put it into a vacuum chamber and I kept it under vacuum overnight. I opened it up the next morning, and what I had now was a light brown powder. Ideally, it would have been white, but as far as I know, not even chemical companies sell a perfectly white version. It's always light brown, or at least slightly yellow. What I also find interesting is that even though this is only one step away from the final grape flavor, it doesn't smell anything like grape. But anyway, overall, this reaction was a mess. I only ended up getting 10.2 grams, which wasn't amazing. If everything had gone well, it probably would have been closer to 25 or 30 grams, so this was a bit sad. But either way, in theory, this was still more than enough for the last step. I was slightly concerned, though, for what is probably now the millionth time, because this last step was also kind of bad and inefficient. But there wasn't much that I could do about that, and I kinda just had to hope for the best. So now, to make the final grape flavor, I put everything back into a flask, and I added 75 mils of methanol. I stirred it until it all dissolved, and then I added some concentrated sulfuric acid. As it was added, it was reacting with the anthraquinolic acid to make a sulfate salt, which wasn't very soluble in methanol. It initially didn't look like too much was happening, but then a bunch of solid stuff suddenly separated out. There was so much of it that it caused it to freeze, and to loosen it up, I had to stir it manually. That didn't seem to be working too well, though, so I took it off the stand and I shook it around a bit. After that, I added some more sulfuric acid and I let it stir for 30 minutes. I also turned on the hot plate to try to get some of the sulfate salt to dissolve and to prevent it from freezing again. When I came back to it, I added the last bit of sulfuric acid, which caused the methanol to heat up even more, and everything dissolved. I then added a heating mantle and a condenser column, and I cranked up the heat. After that, I waited for it to come to a boil, and then I kept boiling it for 2 hours. The reaction that I was doing here was called a Fischer esterification, and I was reacting the anthraquinolic acid with the methanol. The reaction was catalyzed by the sulfuric acid, and the result was the methylantranolate grape flavor. However, it wasn't a freebase, and it was still in its sulfate salt form. When it was eventually done, I took away the heating mantle, and I let it cool down a bit. I then took off the condenser column, and I was hit with the smell of grape candy. So clearly, it had worked, but I still had no idea how much I actually made. But either way, what I had to do next was try to isolate it, and I poured it all into some water. What I had now was still very acidic from all the sulfuric acid, and I had to neutralize it. To do this, I started adding a solution of saturated sodium carbonate. It immediately started reacting and releasing CO2 gas, and the pH slowly increased. Besides just neutralizing the sulfuric acid, though, it was also reacting with that sulfate salt of the methylene and turning it into its pure freebase form. When I was done adding all the sodium carbonate, I dumped in a bunch of extra water. After this, the pH was close to neutral, and it was kind of hard to see, but it looked like there was a thin layer of oil at the top. Now, to separate the grape flavor from this mess, I poured it all into a separatory funnel. I then added something called dichloromethane, or DCM for short. This is a solvent that can dissolve the methylene, but it isn't able to mix with water. After that, I dropped in a stopper and I shook it really vigorously, and then I waited for the layers to separate again. The lower layer was the DCM, and I drained it all into a beaker. I then did it 4 more times, which should have, in theory, pulled out close to 100% of the methylene. After this, I cleaned out the funnel, and I poured all of the DCM back into it. I then added some water to pull out any water-soluble junk that the DCM might have picked up. I shook it around, and I again drained out the DCM. I then cleaned the funnel, and I did one last wash with a saturated salt solution. This was done to dry the DCM and to get rid of any water that might have dissolved into it. When I was done, I drained out the DCM, and the next thing to do was one last drying step. To do this, I just dumped in some anhydrous sodium sulfate, and I stirred it for 15 minutes. After this, I got rid of the sodium sulfate by filtering it through some cotton, and I collected everything in a round bottom flask. What I had to do now was get rid of the DCM, so I put together another distillation setup. I turned on the heat and I brought it to a boil, which didn't take very long because the boiling point of DCM is only around 40°C. It also distills off really easily, and it didn't take very long for pretty much all of it to be gone. I was eventually left with a dark red colored oil, and I transferred it all to a much smaller flask. What I had now was really crude and dirty methylene, and I had to clean it up a bit more. To do this, I had to do another distillation, but it couldn't just be a regular one, and it had to be under vacuum. Doing it under a vacuum was very important because it would let me do it at a much lower temperature and without any air present. This would prevent the grape flavor from just decomposing or reacting with oxygen in the air. After a while, I started seeing vapor forming and condensing, and stuff started coming over. I'm not sure what this stuff was, but it was mostly side product and other junk. It was only when it got to around 131°C that the methylene started coming over. I then turned this adapter to a new vial, and I kept collecting it here until the temperature started rising again. I had no idea how much I was actually going to get, and I was a bit worried that it would only be a few drops. That didn't turn out to be the case, though, and I was really happy when I saw that I was collecting a decent amount. The moment that I saw it increase above 131, I turned it to another vial, and I collected it for a few minutes. I then turned off the heating, and I let everything cool down to room temperature. While I was waiting for that to happen, though, I wanted to try shooting it with UV light. I had read online that it was supposed to fluoresce, and I really wanted to try it out. So I turned off all the lights, and I turned on my UV lamp. The color that it made was honestly one of the nicest things that I've seen working on this channel. It's a bit unfortunate, though, because I don't feel like the camera really did it justice. When it eventually got to room temperature, I released the vacuum, and I took the whole thing apart. I then pulled out the 3 separate fractions, and I put them into different vials. Just for fun, I smelled the first and last vials, and they weren't great. I'm really not sure how to describe them, but they kind of had a weird plasticky smell. The main stuff, though, smelled completely different, and it had a strong grape smell, but it also had an odd mustiness to it. I again don't really know how to describe it, but it was honestly a bit off-putting. This surprised me because from everything that I had read, I thought it was going to be exactly like grape candy. At first, I thought that maybe it was just from an impurity. So, to compare it, I ordered a small amount of pure methylantranolate from a chemical company. It ended up smelling exactly the same, though, which honestly kind of surprised me. After that, I did something called thin layer chromatography to compare what I made with the stuff that I knew was pure. It confirmed that I did have methylantranolate, and it showed that it was pretty clean, so I guess that's just how it smells. But either way, after weeks of work, I was finally done, and I had more than enough to start putting together my grape soda. Before that, though, I just quickly wanted to taste it. Okay, so I'm hoping that it tastes a little bit better than it smells. God, it's awful. It's so much worse. And it also kind of burns. Oh. I'm going to be honest and say that I knew it wasn't going to be very good. But anyway, now to make the grape soda, I had to find a recipe, and it was surprisingly hard. I couldn't find anything that gave quantities, and it was always just generic ingredients. I also started realizing that I might have misread some of the info about methylantranolate. A lot of sources said that methylantranolate was used for the flavor of grape Kool-Aid and other grape products, and I thought this meant as the only flavor. However, I think it meant more that it was just one of the flavoring agents. I never thought my grape soda was going to be great, and this was making me doubt it even more. After not finding any recipes, I decided that the best thing to do was to just try and copy grape Kool-Aid. The ingredients were very simple, and even if other flavors were used, the methylantranolate was apparently the major one. From the ingredients list, I was able to get the amount of sugar that was in it, and I assumed that I would just have to do trial and error for the citric and ascorbic acid. However, I didn't have to do any of that at all, because figuring this out is apparently a common high school lab. From their results, I was able to do some quick math, and I came up with my own bootleg recipe. I based the amount of acids on the Kool-Aid, but I jacked up the amount of sugar to match other grape sodas like Fanta. Before doing this, I had no idea, but grape sodas apparently have an insane amount of sugar in them. So now, to put it all together, I started by adding a crazy 55 grams of sugar. After that, I shot in about 1.1 grams of citric acid and 0.1 of ascorbic acid. I then poured in just enough water to get it above the fill line. It wouldn't be grape soda if it weren't purple, so I added some red and blue dye, and I stirred it until everything dissolved. After this, I was done making the base of the soda, which at this point was just some slightly acidic purple sugar water. What I had to do now was actually flavor it by adding the methylantranolate, and I shot in 2 doses of 12.5 milligrams. Normally, methylantranolate would be almost insoluble in water, but I think the acidity of the citric acid might help it dissolve. So what I had now was hopefully some pure chemical grape juice, and the last step was to carbonate it. I did this using one of those household carbonator things, and I blasted it with a bunch of CO2. When I eventually felt that it was good, I pulled it off very carefully to prevent it from overflowing. After all this, I was now apparently done, and I could finally taste my soda and see how terrible it probably was. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is smell it. And it actually does kind of smell like grape, but it also still has that weird mustiness or kind of off-putting scent that the pure stuff had. I was hoping that it would just magically go away, but it's clearly still there. But hopefully, unlike the pure stuff, it's not going to taste horrible. Okay, it does taste like grape soda, but it's maybe just a really bad version. It definitely has, like, it's hard to describe. It definitely has a grape profile to it, but it's really limited in flavor, and it's kind of like there's just that part that makes you know it's grape and nothing else, which I guess makes sense because I only added one ingredient. But honestly, I'll try it again. I think it's still better than diet soda, and I think if I were really desperate, I could drink it. I don't know if I'd enjoy it, but it's more than drinkable. It's really just the smell that's kind of weird. Okay, so my plastic glove soda wasn't amazing, but it did taste like grape, and that was all that really mattered. To me, just the fact that I started with vinyl gloves and ended up with something that tasted fruity was more than a success. Also, as an added bonus, I was really happy to find that chemical that I was missing to make synthetic hot sauce. I have no idea when I'll actually do that though, because these long synthesis projects take forever to film and put together. It doesn't seem like it from the final video, but it's really time consuming, and I think this one took over 40 days. But anyway, with that being said, I want to give a big thanks to all my patrons for making long projects like this possible, and to Audible for sponsoring this video. Audible is one of the biggest providers and producers of spoken word content, and they have a huge library of audiobooks and podcasts. They offer something in almost every genre, from mysteries and thrillers to romance or self-development. For a long time, I was always someone who preferred to read a physical book, but I've come to really like audiobooks. They're especially useful because I don't have to actually dedicate time to reading a book, and I can just listen to them while I drive or edit videos. The last time that I talked about Audible, I was listening to Shoe Dog, which was written by the founder of Nike. Now, though, I've moved on to Apollo, which tells the story of the first moon landing. So far, I'm only halfway through it, but I've been really enjoying it. But with all that being said, if you're interested in getting into audiobooks or podcasts, Audible's definitely the best place to check out. Right now, they're offering a free trial, which gives you a free audiobook of your choice and access to their new Plus catalog. This gives unlimited access to thousands of select audiobooks, podcasts, and Audible originals. You can get started by going to audible.com/NileRed or by texting NileRed to 500 500. Done. That's it, right?
As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here.
This video has been sponsored by Raycon. Also, please don't try recreating anything that you see here. Cyanide is probably one of the most well-known poisons, and in many movies and shows, I've heard them say that it smells like almonds. I've also heard chemists say it, and I've seen it written in a lot of articles and warnings. However, I've never actually smelled it myself, which is probably a good thing, but I've always wondered how true it was. It just seemed weird to me that something so toxic could smell good. This is because when toxic things have a smell, they're usually bad, which lets you know to get away from it. If cyanide smells like nice almonds, though, I feel like I'd be more likely to go towards it. This just didn't really seem right to me, so I decided that I had to see for myself. To make this happen, what I had to do was pretty simple, and I just had to smell some cyanide. However, I didn't just have a bunch of cyanide sitting around, and I had to order some. I was originally planning to just get a few grams of it, but for small quantities, it was really overpriced. I'm really not sure how I rationalized it, but I somehow convinced myself that it was much smarter to get a full kilo instead. However, I have no idea how I'm even going to use a fraction of this, and if you guys have any interesting suggestions, I'd love to hear them. Okay, so I now had a bunch of cyanide, and it was all in the form of sodium cyanide. This is one of the most common forms of it, and what I've always found interesting is how boring it looks. When I first saw sodium cyanide a few years ago, I really thought its appearance would match its scary reputation, but it was about as fear-inducing as table salt. It also wasn't as poisonous as I thought. I always assumed that it was insanely dangerous, and that just a speck of it could kill you. However, for the average adult, you need a few hundred milligrams, which is actually quite a bit. I mean, it's also not a lot, but there's no way that you would just accidentally eat this much. Either way, I now had the cyanide, and ideally, I would have just smelled it to get my answer, but it unfortunately wasn't that easy. This is because sodium cyanide is a solid, and like a lot of other solids, it doesn't smell like anything. It's just not letting off enough vapor to detect it, and it's the same reason why you can't smell table salt. When people talk about smelling cyanide, they're usually referring specifically to hydrogen cyanide, which is a gas. This can be detected in extremely low concentrations, and it's one of the most dangerous forms. This is because you really don't need that much of it in the air for a few good breaths of it to be fatal. But anyway, with that being said, the next thing that I had to do was make some hydrogen cyanide. To do this, I started by measuring out just 3 milligrams of the sodium cyanide, which was basically a single crystal. I then added about 25 mils of water, and I stirred it until it completely dissolved. What I had now was a solution of sodium cyanide, but it was insanely dilute. It would probably take 100 times more cyanide to kill me, and even if I took this whole thing as a shot, I'd still be fine. I then put the beaker into a small chamber, along with a cyanide meter that I had rented. Initially, it didn't look like much was happening, but after a few minutes, the meter started detecting cyanide. This was happening because when sodium cyanide is exposed to water or moisture, it slowly hydrolyzes and turns into hydrogen cyanide. As a gas, this then escaped the beaker, and it started filling the chamber. The goal now was to get it concentrated enough that I could for sure smell it, but not enough that it would be dangerous. To find out what this would be, I did a little research online, and I was able to find this table. It was honestly a bit scary to see the words immediate death, but it was also only at very high concentrations. When it got down to between 20 and 40 parts per million, or ppm for short, it said that it only caused slight symptoms after a few hours. For me to smell it, though, it would probably take at most a few seconds, so I figured this would be totally fine. I also found this on the CDC website that said up to around 50 ppm can be tolerated for 30 to 60 minutes. Based on this, and a lot of other info that I was able to find, it seemed totally fine to go with something like 40 ppm, but I wanted to be as safe as possible. So, I decided to start at around 15 ppm, and I figured if I couldn't smell it, I could always just increase it. After a few minutes, it was only around 3.5 ppm, and it was gonna take a while to get to 15. So, I decided to give it a little boost by shooting in some extremely dilute sulfuric acid. This would immediately react with the sodium cyanide and convert it to the hydrogen cyanide. I then closed the chamber, and very quickly, the concentration started increasing. In this case, adding this acid was okay because I was working with barely any cyanide. However, it can be extremely dangerous. If it were added to a concentrated solution, or pure cyanide, it would start pouring off a crazy amount of hydrogen cyanide. This can be very hard to control, and depending on the scale, it can quickly fill a room with a fatal concentration. In general, you usually do everything you can to avoid mixing the two, and there are very few circumstances that you ever need to. When it got just slightly above 14 ppm, I was ready to test it. Okay, so I have my scary little box here, and I guess I just have to smell it. Honestly, it's not as strong as I thought it would be. But it's also, it's not at all like an almond. I would not associate this at all with food. It really has a chemical smell. It kind of smells like weak bleach or chlorine. And maybe a little bit like an indoor pool that has too much chlorine in the air. Either way, it's not almonds. I don't smell anything that resembles almonds here. Maybe I just don't remember what almonds smell like. Maybe I've just never smelled an almond before. I think that's possible. So I think I have to go and see what an almond actually smells like. Okay, so what I had to do next was smell some almonds, and I picked up a pack of some gourmet ones from the dollar store. Now, all I had to do was cut it open and test it out. It kind of just smells like nothing. Yeah, nothing. It smells like nothing. I was honestly a bit surprised by this, but I figured that it was just because they all still had their skin on them. So I started thinking that maybe if they were crushed up, it might make a difference. When they all looked more or less destroyed, I tested them again. Okay. Okay. It still kind of smells like nothing. As a last attempt to get anything from it, I added some water. I was hoping that by turning it into kind of crappy almond milk, that it might help release something. Just smells like almond milk. It just smells like almond milk. Tastes like really bad almond milk. Actually, it's not bad. After all of this, I think the main thing that I learned was that almonds don't actually smell like much of anything. From what I could smell, though, it wasn't anything like the cyanide. However, I have to be honest and say that I kind of expected that. This is because when people say that cyanide smells like almonds, they aren't talking about the regular sweet almonds that you find at the store. They're instead referring to bitter almonds, which are very different. Unlike the sweet ones, bitter almonds contain a decent amount of cyanide, and they're a lot harder to get a hold of. I tried buying them years ago, but I gave up because I couldn't find them anywhere. However, recently I did a random search and I found them on Amazon, which kind of surprised me. I mean, they do have some limited and legitimate use in cooking and stuff, but it seemed like they were there mostly because of alternative medicine. Some of the reviews were genuinely scary, and at least a few of them talked about using it as a treatment for cancer. One of them even claimed that they were using it on their sick dog, which is kind of not okay. After reading all this, I was a bit morally conflicted because I really didn't want to support this type of market. However, it was also my only source of them, so. They arrived a few weeks later, and I figured I'd test them in the same way as before. Okay. And it smells like nothing. Okay. So, just like last time, they were practically odorless, and the next thing that I had to do was smash them. But before doing that, I really wanted to taste one. They did have cyanide in them, and eating them wasn't ideal, but just one wouldn't have enough to hurt me. I'd probably have to eat a good handful of them before I really started to have problems. I think I have like a dud. This doesn't taste like anything. I literally taste air. It's not even bitter. I think I have a dud. I'll take another one. Okay, hopefully I'm not dying of cyanide. Okay, there. Oh god. Tastes like a hint of cherry, but it's like really bad. It's like super bitter. It tastes like a bit of cherry. Ah. No, this is no good. It's awful. It also just occurred to me now, these are raw almonds and I don't know if they've ever been washed. Oh, it's awful. No. Okay, so I think I overreacted a bit, but it really didn't taste good at all. It was way more bitter than I expected, and it kind of made my tongue feel numb. Before this, I was kind of scared about the idea of accidentally mixing up the bitter ones with the regular ones. However, at least from my little experience here, there's just no way that you could eat this by mistake and somehow not notice. But either way, I then moved on to smashing them. Okay, so, it smells. It actually smells like something this time, but it's really faint and kind of just smells like generic plant with a bit of earth. So this time, it might have actually kind of smelled like almonds, and it was probably because of all the benzaldehyde. Unlike sweet almonds, bitter almonds have quite a bit of benzaldehyde, and it gives off a characteristic almond or cherry smell. Because of this, it's often used as an artificial flavor for both of those things, but in my opinion, it reminds me a lot more of cherry. But anyway, based on what I smelled here, I started thinking that it was also wrong about the bitter almond because it still wasn't anything like the pure cyanide. However, I hadn't tried adding water to it yet. Unlike before, though, I didn't just pour the water directly into the bag, and I instead dumped all the almonds into a beaker. I then put this into the chamber, along with the meter. After that, I added a bunch of water, and then I waited. For the first few minutes, it didn't do much, but then it jumped to half a ppm and started slowly climbing. The reason this was happening was because the almond didn't just have free cyanide floating around, and it was all trapped in something called amygdalin. In this form, it's kind of like the sodium cyanide, and it's not something that you can smell. In the water, though, enzymes from the almond are able to attack the amygdalin, and split it apart into benzaldehyde, sugar, and hydrogen cyanide. To get it going a bit faster, I tried just stirring it around, and it did work. However, it was maybe working too well, and it was making way too much hydrogen cyanide, and it quickly maxed out the meter. To be fair, I was kind of expecting this to happen because between all these almonds, there was quite a bit of cyanide. From what I found, each one can contain between 4 and 9 milligrams, with an average of around 6, and I had at least a dozen here. I thought that maybe I could get rid of some of it by venting it, but right when I put the lid back on, it would quickly max out again. To make a safe setup like before that I could actually smell, I decided to try it with just one almond. So I quickly smashed one and dropped it in a fresh beaker. I then put this in the chamber, added some water, and mixed it around. Over the next several minutes, the concentration slowly rose, and when it got to around 14 ppm, I was ready to test it out. Okay, so I guess it's time to smell some cyanide again. It just smells like cyanide, but it might be a bit different. I think I can detect some of the benzaldehyde, which has a slight cherry hint to it, but besides that, it still doesn't at all smell like almonds. So, I guess my conclusion from all this is that it is technically accurate to say that cyanide smells like bitter almonds, but it's also kind of misleading. It's confusing because you tell people that it smells like bitter almonds, but nobody has smelled bitter almonds, and then people have never heard of them, so they just assume they're like regular almonds, and then they're prepared to smell something like sweet and nice like almond cookies, and that's not at all what you get. Also, a lot of people apparently aren't even able to smell cyanide at all. It was hard to find sources for it, but some said that up to 50% just can't detect it at all, even at toxic levels. So it's pretty misleading, and I think maybe even dangerous and bad, because you're preparing people to smell something that they're never going to smell. I think that's worse than just not even knowing at all what it smells like, or even having an idea. Now, besides just myself, I wanted to get at least a couple other people to try it out, and I was able to convince my brother and our friend Reggie, who works with us, to also try it.
It smells like like a pool towel that you forgot to wash. Basically.
Okay. Yeah, it smells like chemicals, and I used to have a swimming pool, and we would dump buckets of chlorine into it to clean it, and it smells like that, except stronger. And
Wait, stronger.
stronger, yeah, it's like a stronger smell of chlorine right now from what I'm getting. And it pierces my brain.
Their opinions ended up being pretty similar to mine, but it was still only a sample size of 3. I really did want to go out and find other people to give their opinion, but none of my friends were really very excited to help out. Sounds so sad at the end. Okay, so I think that's about all I have to say about cyanide. I really did enjoy putting this whole project together, though, and I would like to do something like this again. I already have a few things that I want to try, but if you guys have any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. I also want to give a big thanks to all my patrons for supporting me, and to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Earlier this year, Raycon sent me a pair of their everyday E25 earbuds to try out, and since then, I've been using them pretty regularly. When I first got them, I was a bit worried that they would fall out of my ears, but they fit really well, and I've had no issues.
I was also able to easily pair them with my phone without reading any instructions, which I really liked. On top of this, they have good bass and a noise isolating fit, and with 6 hours of playtime, they can easily last for most of the day. In terms of price, they're surprisingly affordable, and despite sounding just as good, they start at half the price of other premium wireless earbuds. I personally really like them, and I definitely recommend checking out Raycon. They also have a 45-day free return policy in case, for whatever reason, you don't end up liking them. With all that being said, though, if you decide to pick some up, you should be sure to use my special link in the description, buyraycon.com/NileRed, which will give you 15% off your order. But anyway, I hope you guys liked the video, and I will,
As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here. This video has been sponsored by Audible.
For a long time now, I've been kind of fascinated by bath salts. Maybe surprisingly, though, I'm not talking about the drug that's commonly known as bath salts, and I actually just mean the salt that you can get at the pharmacy to make a relaxing bath. At least here in Montreal, the most common one is Epsom salt, and this is specifically the one that I'm interested in. In stores, they sell it in huge bags or containers, and it's usually just a bunch of white crystals. However, what has always kind of blown my mind is that despite being completely dry, a huge portion of it is actually water. In fact, it's not even just a huge portion, and it's technically mostly water at around 53% by weight. All this water, though, isn't just absorbed on the Epsom salt like a sponge or something, and it's actually chemically part of it. This is why the proper chemical name for Epsom salt is magnesium sulfate heptahydrate, where hydrate is referring to water. The core compound is magnesium sulfate, but it has 7 water molecules that are chemically bound to it. In this form, the water's no longer a liquid, and it's part of the solid crystal structure. What I've always found really interesting, though, is that this water is only loosely bound. With just a bit of heating, the bonds should break, and the water should fall off. Also, as I mentioned before, 53% of it is supposed to be water, so from this 4-kilo container, there's at least in theory over 2 liters of pure water. That's almost enough to fill about half of it. To me, this all made sense on paper, and the science behind it appeared to be relatively simple. However, I still had a really hard time believing that there could actually be that much water. So I decided that I had to try it myself and to see if I got anything close to 2 liters.
To make this happen, the plan that I came up with was relatively simple. I first had to heat up the Epsom salt to release the water, and then I had to distill off the water to separate it from the salt. To get this whole thing started, I pulled out the biggest flask that I had, and I filled it with as much Epsom salt as I could. At most, though, it would probably only hold about 1.5 kilos, and I figured that to do all of it, I'd have to do a few separate batches. When it looked pretty full, I took it off the stand and I dropped it into a big heating mantle. After that, I added a stopper, a short path condenser, and another stopper. I also had to add a thermometer, as well as the tubing that would be feeding the condenser with cold water. The last thing that I still needed was something to collect the water, and I just went with a 1-liter beaker. Now, in theory, I was good to go, and I turned on the heating. At first, it didn't really seem like much was happening, and that's because there really wasn't. The water was only supposed to start coming off at around 150 C, and it was going to take a while for it all to heat up. After about 10 minutes, I noticed that the salt had sunk down a bit, which told me that something was happening. What was much more exciting, though, was the small amount of water that had condensed at the top of the flask. It wasn't anything even close to 2 liters, but it was definitely a good sign. Over another 10 minutes, it sank down even more, and there was a lot more water on the flask. This was kind of how I thought it was going to be the whole time, and I figured that the salt would just keep shrinking and slowly giving off water. However, barely a few minutes later, a small hole opened up in the corner, and I saw some boiling water. So apparently, there was a lot more water than I thought, and there was actually a huge pool that was hidden underneath. After this, it only took about 5 minutes for it to almost completely liquefy. At this point, I don't know exactly what form the magnesium sulfate was in, but I think it had given off most of its water. So now, instead of being the heptahydrate with 7 waters, it was probably the di or the monohydrate with only 2 or 1. After seeing this, I got pretty excited, and I really started to believe that getting 2 liters was actually going to be possible. Around the same time, the water vapor started slowly climbing the column, and it eventually made it to the cold condenser. This was turning all the vapor back into a liquid, and a small amount was building up. When there was eventually enough, it was able to make it out of the condenser, and I got my first drop of beautiful bath salt water. It was also coming over at a surprisingly decent rate, and within 10 minutes, I already had quite a bit. Now, going back to the flask, it looked like there was even more water, and it was all fully boiling now. It also looked like it was barely half full, which gave me an idea. My original plan was to keep heating it until there was absolutely no water left, and then to process the rest of the salt in a few separate batches. However, I started thinking that it might be possible to just keep topping up what I had here and to do it all in one shot. So I pulled off the stopper, added a funnel, and started pouring in some fresh bath salt. I filled it up with what I felt was a decent amount, and I sealed it again. I then waited for it all to heat up and for the water to fall off. It all eventually completely liquefied, and about 10 minutes after that, it was back to a boil. From this little test run, it definitely seemed that adding more was gonna be a viable method. I wanted to maximize the space before the next edition, though, and I decided to wait until there was almost no water left. So I patiently waited, and it ended up taking about 5 hours. I also kept collecting the water, and it was slowly adding up to a decent amount. When it eventually started slowing down, it was already up at around 900 mils. Looking back at the salt, it still seemed a bit wet, but I didn't see any actual liquid water. I then popped out the stopper again, and this time, I really tried to load it up. However, I kind of overestimated things, and I added way too much. I tried jamming it in, and it didn't work at all, and for a second, I was worried that I'd messed up. But then I realized that all I had to do was wait for the stuff in the flask to liquefy and to make more space. After that, I was easily able to shove in everything, and there was still a whole bunch of space left. So, I decided to just keep adding more. I forced in as much as I could, and when it was completely full again, I waited about 15 minutes. Even after this, it was still barely over half full, and it definitely seemed like it was possible to add everything. It took a bit of effort and like 5 minutes of mixing things around, but I was eventually able to completely empty the container. I then waited for it all to melt again, shoved in everything that was in the funnel, and dropped in the stopper. A few minutes later, the water started coming over again. I let this beaker fill until it was around a liter, and then I swapped it out for a new one. At this point, I had 1 liter out of the theoretical 2, and I assumed that it would take about the same amount of time to get the other liter. Like before, The amount of water in the flask slowly decreased, and I collected more and more in the beaker. It seemed to be going just like it did before, and after around 5 hours, it looked like all the water in the flask was gone. This time, though, over in the beaker, there was only about 600 mils, and it wasn't even close to the liter I was hoping for. I think this is because the last bit of water is just a lot more stubborn. I imagine that most of the stuff here was now the monohydrate, and this had a much stronger bond with the water. To break it apart, it was going to take a much higher temperature, and unfortunately, probably a lot more time. Right now, it was at around 250 C, and I tried pushing it all the way up to around 350. Over the next 2 hours, I was able to squeeze out another 100 mils, but it was insanely slow. It was also getting really late, and I was now stuck with a problem. I could leave it overnight and let it finish, but I was worried about leaving something that hot completely unattended. On the other hand, though, I was really scared that if I turned it off now, that the flask would break. This is because, in general, it never ends well when you have to cool down a flask that has a huge chunk in it. When I started this, I kind of knew that the flask would die, and I was willing to sacrifice it. However, I only wanted it to die when I was actually done with it, and there was still a whole bunch of water that I had to get out. Ultimately, I decided to avoid the fire risk and to take my chances letting it cool down. So, I took away the beaker and I turned off the heating mantle. It all initially seemed okay, but as I was getting ready to leave, I heard a pop from the other room. So I ran over and checked on it, hoping that it was just something else. That was sadly not the case, though, and there was a huge crack in the back of it. I wanted to take it all apart and to get a closer look at it, but it was still way too hot to touch, and I just left it overnight to cool. The next day, I took out all the pieces, and I poked at the magnesium sulfate. I was expecting it to be tough and probably hard to break apart, but I was hoping that it wouldn't be too bad. However, what I had here felt like a block of cement. Now at this point, I basically had two options. I could keep going and get out the rest of the water, or I could just give up. I honestly did kind of just want to quit, but I decided to at least try. To do this, I had to move all this magnesium sulfate into a new and unbroken flask. So the first step was to get it out of this one. This left me with a solid brick of magnesium sulfate, which I now had to crush into a powder. To do this, I figured I'd start by just dropping it and letting it break itself. If anything, it sounded like my table was the only thing that broke. It was apparently even stronger than I thought, and to destroy it, I was gonna have to use a bit more force. I expected one hit to easily split it, and the fact that it took 3 kind of scared me. This was because it meant that this whole part was gonna be an absolute nightmare. Even the sharp end of the hammer didn't really work, and it still took way too many hits to break it. It really felt like I was trying to break apart a rock, and I had no idea how I was gonna turn this all into a powder. Doing it manually like this seemed like it was gonna be way too much work, and I decided to try and automate it. So I went online, and I found a random comment that said an electric food grinder worked well for chalk. I of course didn't actually have chalk, but I felt that it was similar enough that it might work. In my mind, I was hoping that it would just get shredded like a piece of cheese. At first, it actually seemed like it was working, but it quickly stopped doing much of anything. The magnesium sulfate was just way too hard, and it had already dulled out the blade. Just for the fun of it, I swapped the blade out for a fresh one, and this one failed even worse. It kind of caught an edge, and there was way too much force on it, and part of it snapped. This was unfortunate, but to be fair, I have no idea how I thought it would actually work. It was way too ambitious to try basically grinding a rock using something that's meant for carrots and cheese. I was gonna have to use something a little more heavy duty, and a blender was the only other thing that I could think of. I was too afraid to use my good and expensive one though, and I got this one on sale for $20. Unlike before, it actually seemed to work, and it was making some powder. However, it wasn't very efficient, and it was mostly just bouncing the chunks around. I then tried it with just one piece, and it still had the same issue. It didn't have the power to break it, and it was just slowly shaving off small bits of it. This was really inefficient, to say the least, and it would take forever to process everything like this, assuming the blender would even survive. So unfortunately, the power tools weren't working for me, and it was looking like I was gonna have to do things manually. I definitely wasn't going back to just trying to use a hammer though, and I instead used this pipe with a cap on it. I dropped in one of the pieces that failed to blend, and then I smashed it with a smaller pipe. This is a method that's commonly used to crush rocks, and it seemed to work pretty well. There were still some chunks left in it, but it was mostly destroyed. In this dry powdered form, the magnesium sulfate really likes to pull moisture from the air, so it was important to transfer it all to a sealed container. After that, I continued smashing the rest of it. At first, it seemed like it was going to be okay, but it was honestly kind of a nightmare, and I spent the next 5 hours just smashing 2 pipes together. It was also a bit messy, and it was impossible to not lose some of the powder. When I was eventually done, there were still some pieces that I felt were too big. So I put everything through the blender, which actually worked for these smaller pieces. This left me with a decent and very dry powder, and it really didn't look like it had any water in it. Again, in theory though, I knew that there had to be, but I had that same doubtful feeling that I had with the original stuff. But either way, I now had to do pretty much the exact same thing that I did before. The only difference was that this time, I was going to crank the heat up a lot higher and bring it to around 400 C. When it got to around 350, I started to see some water vapor condensing on the sides. Shortly after that, I got some water drops coming over. The rate was much slower than before, but it still seemed to be decent. So, it was looking like that last bit of water was breaking off, and I was really hoping that I'd be able to get everything that I was missing. Of course, this decent rate didn't last for long though, and it really started to slow down. To squeeze out the last bit, I was gonna have to insulate it with aluminum foil and wait for it to get to 400 C. It actually started coming over again at a decent rate, but it had a slight murkiness to it, which slowly got worse and worse. It also had a really strong sulfur smell, and it made the room smell like I had just set off some fireworks. At first, I thought that it might have been from the magnesium sulfate breaking down under the high heat. However, I don't actually think that's the reason, because magnesium sulfate only starts decomposing around 1000 C. I think it was just from some sulfur contamination and maybe some other impurities that were in the bath salt. When it got to around 100 mils, it got insanely slow. I was really hoping to get the full amount that I was missing, which was about 394 mils, but at this rate, it would take days. So I ended up quitting when it got to around 240 mils, which took almost 10 hours. After this, I slowly ramped down the temperature of the heating mantle, and I kept the flask covered. I was hoping that this would reduce the shock on the flask and prevent it from cracking. I came back to it a few hours later, and it had actually survived. I then took everything apart, and I emptied out the now super dry magnesium sulfate. It was still not completely water-free, but it was very close. So now, coming back to the water from the last run, I was actually able to get quite a bit. However, it was also way nastier than I expected. So, I decided to try and clean it up. I initially planned to just pour it through a Brita filter, but I didn't think that it would be powerful enough. So instead, I made my own industrial strength one. To do this, I filled a funnel with some activated charcoal that I got from the pet store. I then poured all my gross water through it, and it looked just as bad on the other side. However, I wasn't surprised by this, and the charcoal was mostly to get rid of the smell. One pass wouldn't work though, so I swapped it with a clean beaker, and I poured it all through again. I then did this 3 more times, and it got rid of most of the smell, and it cleared up slightly. After that, I tested the pH, and it was decently acidic, which wasn't good. So I set up another filter using something called a mixed ion exchange resin. This can sometimes also be found at the pet store because it can be used to clean aquarium water. Along with the charcoal, this is the other main part of a typical Brita filter, and it pulls out dissolved ions. From just the first pass, it already looked a lot less cloudy. I also repeated it 3 times, and it looked significantly better each time. Now when I tested the pH, it looked like it was slightly above 6, which was very close to neutral. The water now also had almost no smell, and it was definitely way better than before. So in the end, this was all the water that I was able to get out. Even though I believed the science, and I expected it to work, the amount was somehow still surprising. In total, I was able to get a bit over 1900 mils, which wasn't quite the theoretical 2067, but it was extremely close. I'm assuming that the missing 151 mils was still just stuck in the salt. Now to really get an idea of how much water this was, I had to pour it all back into the original container. As I thought from the beginning, it was enough water to fill nearly half the container, which is kind of crazy. But anyway, I now had a bunch of bath salt water, and I just had to know what it tasted like. Okay, so it's unfortunately time to taste it, and see how horrible it probably is. So the first thing I'll do is smell it. And it doesn't smell very good. It smells like a weak version of kind of the nasty sulfur stuff that I just cleaned up. It's not horrible, it just kind of smells a bit like stale old water. So I guess I'll just taste it now. It kind of just tastes like bad tap water. But not sure why. The first taste was much better than the second one. The second one was kind of a bit sour. And it makes me think that I definitely didn't get out everything from that nasty third run. It was still a bit acidic, and I think that's what I'm tasting. But either way, I don't think it was going to be very good anyway. So the taste is kind of horrible, but what I do kind of find interesting is that I have no idea where this water really came from. I mean, I know I took it out of the Epsom salt, but where the Epsom salt picked that water up is kind of a mystery. I originally assumed that it was probably from the manufacturing process that's used to make the Epsom salt, but what it seems to be more likely is that Epsom salt is just mined from a natural source, and it probably just picked it up from its environment. And I guess depending on how old this Epsom salt was, it could be really old water. Maybe this is ancient water. But either way, I have a whole bunch of it, so I've decided that I'll give away a few bottles of it, a few little small bottles of my own bath salt water. And if you guys want it, there's a link in the description that you can sign up for a chance to get it. I mean, I don't know why you want it, but in the end, this project took way longer than I thought, and it was kind of a disaster, but I think it was worth it. One thing that I did want to mention, though, was that this video wasn't meant to show that Epsom salt is a scam or something. I mean, it might be, but as far as I know, there are actually some practical reasons to sell it as the heptahydrate. The first is that the dehydrated form reacts strongly with water, and it can generate enough heat to cause serious burns. It also doesn't dissolve very well, and it tends to clump up and form bricks, like the one I had to deal with. But either way, I now just want to thank the sponsor of this video, Audible, for supporting this very important scientific endeavor. Audible is one of the biggest providers of spoken word content, and they have a huge library of audiobooks and podcasts. They also offer a lot of other stuff, like Audible Originals, and even guided meditation. Over the years, I've been telling myself that I would read more books, but I just somehow never feel like I have the time. With Audible, though, I can listen to them while I edit or work on a project, and I've actually been able to finish a bunch of books. A couple years ago, I recommended Ignition by John Clark, and it's still one of my favorites. Right now, though, I'm about halfway through Shoe Dog, which was written by the founder of Nike, and it's all about how he started the company. The whole journey that he went through has honestly kind of amazed me. With all that being said, though, if you're interested in getting into audiobooks or podcasts, Audible's definitely the best place to check out. Right now, they're offering a free trial, which gives you a free audiobook of your choice, access to Audible Originals, and access to daily news digests like the New York Times. You can get started by going to audible.com/NileRed or by texting NileRed to 500 500. But, with all that being said, I don't know, I'm done. That's it.
As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here. This video has been sponsored by ExpressVPN. About 2 years ago, I think I was doing research for my ferrofluid project, and I ended up watching a short video about superconductors. I don't remember exactly what video it was, or where I even saw it, but I do clearly remember that it kind of blew my mind. They showed that if a magnet is dropped on top of a superconductor, it just floats there like some anti-gravity magic. At first, I thought that it was just carefully balancing there or something, but it could be easily pushed around to different positions. On top of this, what was even cooler in my opinion was that when it was gently nudged, it was able to just freely spin around. After seeing this, I immediately went to Google to see how hard it was to make a superconductor myself. Based on what I saw, it seemed like it was possible, but it also seemed like it was really complicated.
So, I kind of procrastinated for the next year and a half until this past January when I decided to finally commit myself to it. When I looked into it a bit more, I found that superconductors can technically be made from a lot of different materials. However, for most of them to work, they need to be cooled to ridiculously low temperatures. For example, just mercury can apparently be a superconductor, but only when it's lower than negative 269 C, which for me is just impossible. The superconductor that I saw in that video, though, was called a YBCO superconductor, and it didn't have to be nearly that cold. It only had to be lower than negative 181 C, which I could easily do by just soaking it in liquid nitrogen. I did a bit more research, and I found that there were other ones that also worked with liquid nitrogen. However, I couldn't find much info on how to make them, and from what I did find, they all seemed to be a bit more difficult. So, YBCO really seemed like it was the best option. Okay, so I committed to making YBCO, and now I had to put together some sort of procedure. Like before, I reached out to Google for help, and the first result that I got was probably the best one. It was a video by Ben over on the channel Applied Science, and he was able to make a working superconductor. He covered almost all the essential info about the process, and it was extremely helpful. The only thing that I wanted to change was the final shape of the YBCO. Ben had just used a crucible as a mold, so it wasn't exactly the most beautiful looking thing, but I wanted mine to be some nice and pretty pellets, just like I had seen in that video. In the description, he also gave a link to the full-length procedure that I assume he followed. It was probably the most detailed procedure on the internet, and it made everything seem relatively straightforward. So, I decided to do exactly what they did, except on a larger scale. However, when I actually sat down and started doing some calculations, I realized that none of their numbers made any sense. YBCO is called YBCO because it's a combination of yttrium, barium, copper, and oxygen. However, it's also sometimes called yttrium-123 because of the ratio between the components. There's always 1 yttrium, 2 bariums, and 3 coppers. In this case, though, they don't seem to be using this 1-to-3 ratio, even though they say that they are. On top of this, they did a whole bunch of seemingly pointless calculations, and they also used a number that was blatantly just wrong. This isn't to blast them or anything, though, because calculation errors happen all the time, but it meant that I couldn't rely on what I had here. It was very possible that the rest of the info was still good, and it probably was, but after seeing this, I really just didn't trust it. So, I scoured the internet for a new procedure, and a few days later, I was thankfully able to find this one. It wasn't nearly as detailed, and it didn't have any photos, but it actually gave numbers that were accurate. Now, before I could actually get started, I had to buy a bunch of chemicals. The first two were yttrium oxide and copper nitrate, and I was able to find both of them on eBay. I also needed barium nitrate, but I wasn't able to find it anywhere online. So, I unfortunately ended up just overpaying for it and ordering it from a chemical company. The last thing that I needed was citric acid, which is commonly used in food, so it was really easy to find, and I got 2 pounds of it from Amazon. At this point, I had all the ingredients that I needed, but I started to worry about the purity of the eBay chemicals. The copper nitrate was all nice crystals and it looked okay, but I really wasn't sure about the yttrium oxide. The eBay listing said that it was over 99% pure, however you can never really trust those claims. So unfortunately, I was gonna have to purify it, and the best way that I found was to convert it to yttrium nitrate. To do this, I added 200 mils of water along with about 100 mils of concentrated nitric acid. I let it stir for a couple minutes, and then I started adding some of the yttrium oxide. The amount that I added here was kind of random, but when I eventually felt that it was enough, I turned on the hot plate. Right now, nothing was really happening, but when it got hot enough, the yttrium oxide suddenly started reacting with the nitric acid. This quickly turned it all into yttrium nitrate, which unlike the oxide, was soluble in water. This caused the solution to slowly clear up, and after this, I just kept adding the oxide whenever it looked like it was fading. It eventually got to a point where it stopped clearing up, and this meant that all the nitric acid was gone. I then added a bit more nitric acid, just enough to destroy the extra oxide. This caused it to clear up again, but it was still a bit cloudy, and there was a whole bunch of solid junk that was floating around. I had no idea what this was, and it was all just some sort of impurity. So, it was apparently a good thing that I decided to clean it up. To get rid of it, I filtered it all through some cotton and sea light, and this left me with a nice and clear solution. I then put it all back on the hot plate, and I got rid of most of the water. I honestly didn't know exactly how much I had to get rid of, and I just went until it was roughly half the volume that I started with. After that, I took out the stir bar, and I waited for it to cool to room temperature. I let it sit like this for a few hours, but nothing really happened. So I started poking at it a bit to force the yttrium nitrate to crystallize. I wasn't sure if this was going to work, but it did, and there were a bunch of small crystals that formed around the stir rod. I then gently stirred the whole thing, and I let it sit overnight. The next day, there was a whole bunch of yttrium nitrate at the bottom, and I broke it into smaller pieces. To separate it, I poured it all into a vacuum filter, and I was eventually left with some clean and fluffy crystals. It was all still covered in water though, and to fully dry it up, I put it all into a vacuum chamber that had some drying agent at the bottom. I pulled a full vacuum on it, and then I took it out a few days later. What I had now was some dry and crunchy yttrium nitrate. This of course wasn't the oxide that I had started with, and if I specifically needed it to be the oxide, part of the purification process would have been converting it back. But conveniently, turning the oxide into the nitrate is actually the first step in a lot of YBCO procedures, including the one that I was following. So, this whole purification was kind of just a slightly more complicated first step. At this point, it was still a bit wet, so I put it all back into the vacuum chamber and I let it dry for a few days. After this, I had some dry and pure yttrium nitrate, and now I could actually start making the YBCO. To do this, I started by adding 225 mils of distilled water, and I turned on the stirring. Then into this, I dumped in 72.48 grams of the copper nitrate. It immediately turned a really nice blue, and I waited for it all to dissolve. When I came back to it a few minutes later, it was still a bit cloudy, probably because there was a bit of copper carbonate in there. This wasn't much of an issue though, and I just added a couple drops of nitric acid to convert it all into copper nitrate. This caused it to all quickly clear up, and the next thing that I added was 52.27 grams of the barium nitrate. This, however, really wasn't very soluble, and I had to heat it a bit with the hot plate. I let it stir for about 20 minutes, and it had gotten quite hot, but there was still a decent amount of solid stuff. This was fine though, and I just went ahead and added 38.3 grams of the yttrium nitrate that I had just made. I then waited until it looked like all the yttrium had disappeared. However, exactly when that happened was a bit hard to tell because there was still so much barium floating around. When it eventually seemed okay, I added the final ingredient, which was a bunch of citric acid. I let this stir for about 20 minutes, and then I checked the pH. The red color told me that it was quite acidic, and it was probably around a 1 or 2. What I had to do next was neutralize this and bring the pH up to between 6.5 and 7. To do this, I had to use ammonia, and I had just recently bought a fresh new bottle of it. The moment that it was added, it started reacting, and it turned a much darker blue. It also generated a lot of heat, and it was causing some of the water to boil. So, I had to make sure to add it slowly. After adding a decent amount, I let it stir for a few minutes, and I checked the pH again. It now looked like it was around 5, which was better, but I still had a bit to go. So from here, I just kept adding small amounts of ammonia and checking the pH. The first major reaction that was happening here was between the basic ammonia and the citric acid, and it was turning it all into ammonium citrate. It was also reacting, though, with the yttrium, barium, and copper nitrate, and turning them into hydroxides. The copper and yttrium hydroxides then reacted with more ammonia to form dark blue complexes. I don't think the barium was complexing with the ammonia, though, and it was instead forming a complex with the ammonium citrate. However, I really don't know that for sure, and I had a very hard time finding any decent info about this reaction in general. It was really hard to tell with these cheap pH papers, but it eventually looked like it was between 6.5 and 7. To see if all the barium had disappeared, I took out a small sample, and it looked okay. There was a small amount of junk, though, so I quickly poured it, all through a coffee filter. When this was eventually done, I got rid of the funnel, and now it was time to turn all of this into the YBCO. To do this, I had to split it up into a bunch of smaller portions, and I poured 50 mils into another beaker. I then turned on the hot plate, and I waited for the water to evaporate. About 30 minutes later, I was left with this nasty brown mess. Based on what I had read and seen, this was kind of what I expected. I still wasn't sure, though, and it was just so gross that I honestly started worrying that I had messed something up. I actually started thinking that I was going to have to start over, but it turned out that I was just being impatient. At first, the sound caught me a bit off guard because it was way louder than I thought it would be. I also didn't think that it was going to be so slow or that it would grow like that. It was a pleasant surprise, though, and I honestly think that at least visually, it's one of the coolest reactions that I've ever done. When the reaction was over, the beaker was still very hot, and I put it somewhere to cool down. Then, into a new beaker, I added 75 mils instead of 50. I was trying to use more because I had to keep repeating this reaction for a total of about 500 mils. I was hoping that by using 75 mils I wasn't overdoing it, and that it could just make things go a bit faster. Now, in terms of what was actually happening here, it was called a citrate pyrolysis reaction. Just before, when I had added all the ammonia, it had turned all the metal nitrates into hydroxides, but it had also made ammonium nitrate. This was a really strong oxidizer, and all the ammonium citrate was a good fuel. When the temperature was high enough, it triggered a reaction between the two, and it caused it to burn. All the yttrium, barium, and copper hydroxides were mixed in here as well, though, and the heat of the reaction caused them to decompose. It turned them all into their oxide forms, and it also made a lot of water vapor, which was why the side of the beaker kept fogging up. When I first did this reaction, I thought that it was making YBCO, but I don't actually think that's the case. I think that it was mostly just making a really good mixture of the metal oxides. I was a bit worried that using the 75 mils might be a problem, but it turned out to be mostly fine. The only thing that I didn't like was that it grew out of the beaker. In this run, it didn't end up being an issue, but in another one, it could grow weird and maybe cause some of it to fall out. So I went back to doing it with 50 mils, and to make it go faster, I ran a couple others at the same time. It was kind of fun, and it felt like I was running a small little YBCO factory. I was eventually almost done, but with the last little bit that I had, I decided to try something different. In all the other runs, there was a bunch of water vapor that clouded the beaker, and it made it hard to see. So, I wanted to see if I could fix this by instead doing it in a dish. It was definitely a lot clearer, but I kind of knew that it was going to be a bit of a failure. There was just no way that it was all going to stay in the dish. What was worse, though, was that this dish wasn't made of borosilicate glass, which meant that it wasn't great at handling big changes in temperature. Despite this, I was hoping that it would still be able to survive, but it did not. Because it exploded before it was done reacting, I didn't trust the quality of the stuff that was made. So unfortunately, everything that I just made here was kind of just garbage. That didn't really matter though, because I had more than enough good stuff from all the other runs. What was interesting was that it looked like I had an insane amount of it, but it was just really fluffy. The moment that I just even barely touched it, it just collapsed. I then mixed it around to reduce the volume even more, and I combined everything that I had from all the runs. So at this point, like I said before, I don't think that I actually had any YBCO yet, and it was just a mixture of the yttrium, barium, and copper oxide. To turn it into the YBCO, it had to be heated to a very high temperature in the presence of pure oxygen. Most procedures said that they used something called a tube furnace, but when I went online to buy one, they weren't exactly cheap. They were all way too expensive, and I figured that instead, I would have to modify my little tabletop furnace. This was exactly what Ben had done, and he had modified his furnace and rigged it to an oxygen tank, so it should have been okay. With a bit more research though, I found some tube furnaces being sold on Alibaba that were way cheaper. I spent a while researching all the different models, and I ended up getting this one, which had a nice touchscreen. The total price was about 2,000 US instead of like 5,000 or even more, and I figured it was worth trying out. I guess the only downside was that there weren't any reviews, and I didn't know if it was even going to work very well. I was excited when it arrived a few weeks later, but I also got a call telling me that it wasn't all in one piece.
I was calling about your package. Are you coming to pick it up?
Yeah, I'm actually going to be there very shortly.
Okay. The only problem is that it's damaged. It's quite severely damaged. Yeah, it seems that they shipped it in a crate, and the crate has come apart.
Huh.
So, I'm not sure, like, what you want to do. I mean, you'd have to look at it yourself, I guess.
After hearing this, I was pretty much expecting to just see a pile of rubble. However, it was somehow still completely fine, and there was only one minor scuff on the bottom, which I was okay with. I still had to make sure that it actually worked though, so I brought it back to the lab and I plugged it in. I then clicked the button and it seemed to be totally fine. But then it suddenly turned off and I started to smell something burning. There was also some nice smoke coming out the back of it, which isn't something that you usually like to see with electronics. I was really disappointed and I figured that it was damaged in shipping or something, but then I realized that it was entirely my fault. When I was ordering it, they asked if I wanted to run it on 120 or 220 volts, and I totally forgot that I said 120. I also forgot to tell them to put an American plug on it instead of the standard 220 Chinese one. So, based on the plug and some terrible memory, I had just assumed it was 220, and I plugged it into my 220 line. This was probably one of the dumbest mistakes that I've ever made, and it was very possible that I destroyed the furnace. I honestly panicked a bit, and despite knowing not very much about electronics, I took it apart to see what was broken. The first thing that I found was this broken capacitor, which had popped open at the top of it. It had also spewed all of its capacitor goo onto the board that was above it. The only other thing that was obviously dead was the voltage transformer, and when I took it out, I could see that it was all melted. I assumed that I was going to have to change the capacitor and maybe some of the other things on the board, but I apparently got really lucky. When I contacted the company, they were surprisingly super helpful, and they told me that the part of the board that broke didn't actually matter. So, I technically didn't even have to repair this board at all, and all I did was take off the broken capacitor. Now, the only other obvious problem was the transformer, and with the help of my dad, I swapped it out for a new one. We then plugged it in to the proper 110 socket, and it didn't immediately light on fire, which was a good sign. The real test, though, was to actually turn it on, and I was genuinely really nervous. But by some amazing luck, the furnace was apparently saved. I then did a few heating tests on it just to be sure, and it was completely fine. So apparently, luck was on my side, and I didn't have to buy a new furnace or anything. It did take a few days to troubleshoot and fix everything, though, which wasn't ideal. But either way, I can now get back to the actual project and try to make some YBCO. To do this, I dropped a quartz tube into the furnace, and I filled it with the oxide powder. I had no idea how much I could add, and I just put an amount that I felt was good, and it wasn't really based on anything. I then took out the piece of paper that was just being used to keep the end of the tube clean. After that, I slid in these end piece things, which would help seal the furnace and prevent the heat from leaking out. I then rigged the tube with some metal pieces that would let me attach the oxygen. With all that done, I closed the furnace and I connected the oxygen line. I also opened the oxygen tank and I adjusted the flow rate. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how much oxygen I had to use, but I couldn't find any decent resources. So, this was kind of based on nothing, and I just went with 50 mils per minute. After that, I turned on the furnace, and I checked the heating curve to make sure that it was the right one. I'd set this up beforehand, and it was pretty simple. Over an hour, it would be slowly heated to 920C, and then held there for 10 hours. After that, it would be slowly cooled at 50C an hour until it was room temperature. This whole process should cause the oxide powders to fuse together and form the YBCO. The slow cooling part would also let it crystallize, which was very important. I went ahead and started it, and I came back to check on it about an hour later. At this point, it was at the max temperature of 920C, and on the outside, it didn't look like much was going on. If I looked in from the side, though, I could see that it was glowing red. It was gonna have to cook like this for another 9 hours, and then it would be slowly cooled over 18, and I just left it overnight. The next day, I opened the furnace, and the first thing that I noticed was that the powder was a lot blacker, and that it had also shrank. I then took off most of the metal attachments on the sides, and I pulled out the white blocks. To get it out of the tube, I carefully pushed it with a glass rod. What I had now was definitely more dense than before, but it was still pretty fluffy and fragile. In theory, though, this should have been YBCO, and I wanted to see if it were able to superconduct. So, I poured some liquid nitrogen into a dish, and I waited for it to cool down. I then dropped in a piece, and I waited for that to cool as well. When everything looked nice and cold, I dropped a piece of a neodymium magnet on it, and it clearly didn't work. This was honestly a bit disappointing, but it also wasn't surprising. The first problem was that it was still too light and fluffy, and there wasn't actually very much here. The second, and probably bigger issue though, was that I don't think it was oxygenated enough. YBCO always has the same ratio between the yttrium, barium, and copper, but it's able to vary between 6 and 7 oxygens. However, it's only able to superconduct in the 7 form, and what I had probably still contained a lot of the 6 form. To fix both these problems, the YBCO is usually compressed into pellets and then put back into the furnace and heated again with oxygen. So, that was exactly what I had to do next. To do this, I started by adding it all to a mortar and I ground it into a fine powder. I think in Ben's video, after he did this, he just put it all into a crucible and heated it again, and it ended up working. However, like I said before, I wanted mine to be some nice hockey puck looking things. To make this happen, I needed a die set, which would let me crush it and shape it. I also needed a hydraulic press, and I had bought both of these things over a year ago. So, basically, I had everything that I needed, but I had no idea how much powder to actually use, and I just ended up putting in all of it. Then on top of it, I added a metal spacer thing and a pushing rod, and I brought it over to the hydraulic press. For safety reasons, I put the gate in front, just in case something decided to explode under the high pressure. I then started pressing it, and I brought it up to about 8 tons. I let it sit there for a few minutes, and then I released the pressure, and I took off the bottom piece. I could see the nice pellet that I'd made, and now I had to get it out. So I flipped the whole thing over, put another piece on top, and I pressed it until the rod was all the way through. At first, I was pretty happy with it, but when I got a closer look, it wasn't as beautiful as I thought. Also, when I tried to move it, a small piece of it broke off. I think this happened because I was unfortunately missing a piece of my die set. I was supposed to have 2 of those metal spacers where one of them would have been put underneath the powder. I think this just really helps keep everything together when the whole thing's flipped over and the pellet's getting pushed out. I then carefully tried to put it onto a small piece that I cut from a fire brick. Unfortunately though, a much larger piece ended up breaking off, and this kinda just made me want to remake the whole thing. However, when I flipped it over, it didn't seem that bad. So, I decided to just roll with what I had, and I loaded this back into the furnace. Now, as I said before, one of the major purposes of this second heating step was to oxygenate it as much as possible. Another very important thing that it was doing, though, was something called sintering. The pellet that I had now was just a bunch of powder crushed together, but in the high heat, the particles should fuse. Then, as it slowly cooled, it should crystallize, which, like I said before, was very important. When it was done, it looked exactly the same, and like before, I carefully pushed it out with a glass rod. The pellet that I had now was way stronger than before, but I was used to it being super fragile, so I was still really careful with it. Regardless of all that though, what I had at this point should have been the final YBCO. So now, I was really anxious to test it out, and to see if it actually worked. Like before, I filled the dish with some liquid nitrogen, and I dropped in the pellet, and I waited for it to cool down. I then got a small magnet and I carefully dropped it on top, and it actually worked. It was floating just like how I saw in the video, and I was honestly really surprised that I was able to do it on my first real attempt. Also, this whole time, I was kind of still a bit worried about the purity of my yttrium and copper nitrate, but they were clearly fine. Up until now, I've referred to the floating magnet as anti-gravity magic, but unfortunately, it isn't anti-gravity, and it also isn't magic. When superconductors were first discovered, it was believed that they were basically just super good at conducting. It was found that they had effectively no resistance and they could move an electrical current with almost perfect efficiency. However, it was then discovered that they were a bit more complicated than that. It was also found that superconductors were almost perfectly diamagnetic. This meant that instead of being attracted to a magnet, they were strongly repelled. In my case, when the magnetic field of the magnet is applied to my little YBCO pellet, an opposing magnetic field is induced in the YBCO, and it pushes back on the magnet. This induced field perfectly cancels out the field of the magnet, and it causes it to float. This effect alone, though, would just repel the magnet and cause it to fall off, but it doesn't, because there's